BookEmpathy.com presents Murder at Twistleton Hall by B. Berrin. Narrated by Virtual Voice Emma. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. The morning sun pours over Agatha Westmacott's shoulder, a gentle warmth against the wool of her cardigan. She sits on the back porch of her cottage, a simple stone structure nestled halfway up the hill between the wrought iron front gates and the great edifice of Twistleton Hall itself. The hall crowns the hilltop behind her, its many windows catching the light like watchful eyes. She does not turn to look at it. She knows it is there. It is always there. On the wrought iron table before her, the remains of breakfast rest on a blue and white china plate. A scone, homemade, crumbly at the edges. A pat of butter, churned yesterday in her own kitchen, pale gold and melting into the warm bread. A smear of strawberry marmalade, the berries from last summer's glut, boiled down with sugar and patience. The last of a perfectly poached egg, the yolk a sunset orange, laid by Henrietta just after dawn. Each component is a little victory. She made these things. Her hands, knotted with veins but still steady, measured, stirred, kneaded, churned. The knowledge is a pleasure as deep and satisfying as the taste. She lifts the china cup. Darjeeling, purchased from Cavalry at Kipling and Kipper's in the village. A fair price for a fine flush. The steam carries the scent of muscatel and autumn hillsides far from this English spring. She sips, the liquid heart and fragrant on her tongue. Bombay is a pool of liquid shadow in her lap, a warm, purring weight. He is a Bombay black, a cat bred to resemble a miniature panther, and he is, as all the Bombays before him have been, preternaturally intelligent. His purr vibrates through her thighs, a contented engine. She strokes the silk of his head with one finger, and he pushes against it, eyes slitted in bliss. Spring is her second favourite season. Autumn is first, for its melancholy beauty and the promise of cosy fires. But spring is a close contender. It is the season of potential. The air is soft, carrying the scent of damp earth and the first green shoots. Birdsong stitches the quiet, a blackbird's liquid melody from the hawthorn hedge, the cheerful chatter of sparrows in the eaves. The light has a particular quality, clean and clarifying, that makes the world seem newly made. She watches a bee, early and determined, investigate the purple crocuses at the edge of her small lawn. The seasons turn. An endless, reliable wonder. She has seen 103 of these turns. Each one is different. Each one is the same. The constancy is a comfort. The variation a delight. The last of the tea is gone. She holds the cup for a moment, feeling the residual heat seep into her palm. Then, with a small, decisive movement, she sets it down on its saucer. The ritual is complete. Rising, she dislodges Bombay with an apologetic murmur. He leaps soundlessly to the flagstones, tail held high in a question mark, and winds himself around her ankles as she gathers the breakfast things. Plate, cup, saucer, knife, small butter dish. She carries them into the cottage. The kitchen is small, warm, and orderly. Everything has its place. The shelves are lined with jars of preserves, pickles, dried herbs. Books spill from the sitting room into every available nook. Mysteries, histories, botanical guides, volumes of poetry with cracked spines. The cottage smells of beeswax, old paper, and the faint, clean scent of the lavender she tucks into the linen cupboard. She sets the dishes in the white porcelain sink. Her hands, almost of their own volition, reach for the tap. A compulsion tightens in her chest. Wash them. Now. Put everything in order. a place for everything and everything in its place. It is an old tune, played on the nerves of a mind that has always demanded patterns, systems, control. She stops. Her fingers curl around the cool edge of the sink. She breathes in, the scent of lemon soap filling her nose. She exerts willpower, a muscle she has strengthened over a century of use. No, she says aloud, her voice a soft rustle in the quiet room. You will be covered in soil in an hour. You will have to wash your hands then. You can wash these then. It is inefficient to do it twice. It is a logical argument, presented to the anxious part of her mind. The compulsion loosens its grip reluctantly. She turns from the sink. The unwashed dishes are a small, deliberate rebellion. A testament to a will that is, despite the century behind it, undimmed. In the narrow hallway, she takes her gardening apron from its hook, a sturdy canvas affair, stained with earth and chlorophyll. She ties it over her cardigan and skirt. A wide-brimmed straw hat comes next, then a pair of leather gloves, worn soft at the fingertips. She checks the pockets of the apron, a small trowel, a pair of secateurs, a ball of twine. Prepared. Bombay watches from the kitchen threshold, his copper eyes unblinking. Willow, who had been dozing in a patch of sun by the hearth, pads over. She is a hound of considerable age, her muzzle frosted with grey, her eyes the colour of dark honey, her hearing all but gone now. She is the latest in a long line of willows. Agatha is convinced, though she would never say so to anyone who might think her fanciful, that each willow carries forward the memories and wisdom of the ones before. This willow knows when it is time for the garden. Come along then, Agatha says. She opens the back door and the spring morning rushes in, cooler now that she has been inside. Bombay slips out first, a shadow melting into the greater shadows beneath the rosemary bush. Willow follows, pausing to sniff the air thoroughly before trotting towards the vegetable patch. Agatha's garden is not large, but it is intensively cultivated. Neat rows of early lettuce and spinach are bright green against the dark soil. Pea shoots curl tentatively around their twiggy supports. The herb bed is a tapestry of different greens, feathery dill, pungent rosemary, the soft grey of sage. At the far end, against the stone wall that separates her cottage from the wider grounds of the hall, the rose bushes are just beginning to show tiny, red-tipped leaves. This is her favourite pastime. Her hands in the earth. The simple, direct dialogue with growing things. There is no subterfuge here, no hidden motive in a bean tendril's reach for the sun. It is honest work. She begins with the weeding. Kneeling on a folded sack, she works methodically, her gloved fingers teasing out the interloping chickweed and groundsel from between the rows of carrots. The soil is cool and damp, crumbling richly. Each weed comes up with a soft, tearing sound. She drops them into a bucket at her side. Later they will go to the chickens, or onto the compost heap to be returned, transformed to the earth. Willow lies nearby, her chin on her paws, watching the world with half-closed eyes. Bombay is nowhere to be seen, likely on some silent, important feline business. The rhythm of the work is meditative. Her mind, so often a room crowded with observations and deductions, and the quiet, constant analysis of human behaviour, grows still. There is only the scent of soil, the feel of the sun on her back through the cotton of her clothes, the distant cry of a buzzard circling high above the hall. She thinks of very little. She notes the fat bud on the Albertine rose by the wall, promising a cascade of coppery pink blossoms in a few weeks. She observes that the blackfly have not yet discovered the broad beans. She feels a deep, wordless gratitude for the balm of the morning, for her strong, capable body that still allows her this pleasure. This is her life. This small cottage. This garden. These animals. The village down the lane with its small dramas and enduring rhythms. The great house on the hill with its own more complicated heartbeat. It is a life of deceptive simplicity. She has curated it that way. Behind her, in the locked drawers of the old escritoire in her sitting room, are other lives, documented in faded photographs and letters with foreign postmarks. A beautiful young woman in Paris. A figure in the shadows of London during the Blitz. A traveller in landscapes far more arid and dangerous than this gentle English county. Those lives belong to someone else. To a sequence of women who were and were not her. Agatha Westmacott, gardener of Twistleton Hall, is who she is now. It is a role she plays with utter conviction. It is not a lie. It is simply the latest, and she hopes the final chapter. A scream splits the morning air, shrill and ragged, and her hands still in the soil. A twist of chickweed dangling forgotten from her fingers. Chapter 2. The scream comes from the direction of the hall. A woman's scream. Young. Terrified. Cut short. Agatha pauses what she's doing. The twist of chickweed falls from her fingers. Willow's head snaps up, ears pricked, body rigid. Bombay materializes from beneath the rosemary bush and lands on Agatha's shoulder in a single fluid leap, his claws finding their familiar purchase through the wool of her cardigan. A dark cat-shaped shadow, tense and still. The silence that follows is worse. The blackbird in the hawthorn has stopped singing. The sparrows in the eaves are quiet. Even the breeze has died, leaving the morning air damp and still, pressing against her ears. Agatha rises. She is moving before she has consciously decided to move, not running. She has not run in 20 years, but walking with a pace and purpose that would surprise anyone who has only ever seen her pottering about her garden. Willow is ahead of her instantly, nose down, russet body low to the ground, moving up the path with the focused urgency of a hound who has caught something on the air she does not like. The path from her cottage climbs through the estate grounds, a gentle, curving rise through parkland, the most direct route to the hall. She knows every route, every dip, every place where the wild garlic will push through in another fortnight. Her boots find their rhythm on the damp earth. Her breathing is steady. Her heart is not. Bombay's claws press through her cardigan. He is rigid against her neck, ears flat. The parkland path joins the main drive near the top of the hill, where the road from the village curves up through the gates and sweeps toward the front of the hall. Agatha comes around the last stand of beeches, and the drive opens before her. The bicycle is lying on its side on the gravel, just where the drive widens into the forecourt. Not propped against the gatepost. Not stood on its kickstand. Dropped. The front wheel is twisted hard to the left, the tire biting into the gravel. A gouge in the wet ground near the pedal. Speed, then a sudden halt. Whoever was riding dismounted and kept moving without breaking stride. Agatha stops. It is a dark green Raleigh with a wicker basket on the front handlebars. The chrome bell catches the morning light. She has seen this bicycle 1,000 times, locked to the rack outside the Green Man, its green paint scratched along the crossbar where the owner scrapes it against the pub's stone wall, every morning manoeuvring it into its spot. She has teased her about it. The woman always laughs and says she'll be more careful, and never is. The bicycle clips are not on the frame. Whoever rode here is still wearing them. And whoever rode here does not drop her bicycle on the ground and walk away from it. Not this woman. Not unless something was very wrong. Something cold settles beneath Agatha's breastbone. Not fear exactly. Something older. A knowledge she carries in her bones, earned in places far darker than this gentle English hillside, that when ordinary things appear where they should not be, in states they should not be in, what follows is rarely good. Willow is already ahead of her, nose working the gravel toward the hole. Agatha follows. Near the hole, where the drive gives way to the formal gardens, footprints cut across the flower bed she raked smooth only yesterday. Not the careful steps of someone who lost the path. A straight, urgent line driven deep into the damp soil, crushing the young shoots, heading directly toward the side of the hole. The edges are sharp, unblurred by dew. Fresh. The prints are narrow, a woman's shoe, something with a hard sole. Whoever made them was not thinking about flower beds. The French doors leading from the terrace into the morning room stand ajar. Perhaps 6 inches. The white lace curtain inside is pressed against the glass by a draught from within, fluttering like a trapped moth. Those doors are always kept shut. They ought not to be opened. The skin along her forearms prickles. Bombay is rigid on her shoulder, every hair on his body standing, his purr silenced. And there is a feeling she has learned never to ignore, a tightening at the base of her skull, as if every nerve in her body is drawing itself to attention. She does not call out. Another woman might shout a hello, announce herself. Agatha's instincts are older than that, forged in a life whose chapters she rarely revisits. She places her palm flat against the door and pushes it inward, slowly, silently. The hinges are well-oiled and in perfect condition, like everything else in the manor. The air from inside the house smells wrong. Beneath the familiar scent of lavender polish and old paper, there is something else. Something metallic. Sharp. On the deep Persian carpet of the morning room, the trail continues. A smear of dark soil. A crushed blade of grass. Small marks leading inward, left by someone who walked through damp earth and did not stop to wipe their feet. Willow's nose sweeps the carpet. She moves through the morning room without a glance at the chintz armchairs and yesterday's newspapers. Through the entrance hall with its black and white marble floor and the grand staircase sweeping upward. Then at the threshold of the east wing corridor, the hound stops. Her hackles rise along her spine in a stiff russet ridge. She whines a high, thin sound and will not cross. Agatha has never seen Willow refuse to go forward. Not once. The sound the dog makes raises every hair on her arms. Stay, girl, she murmurs. She steps past the dog and into the corridor alone. Bombay's claws dig in so deep she will find the marks later, 4 small crescents of red on her shoulder. Bombay presses himself flat against her neck, a menacing vibration emanating from deep within the black Tom's belly, signaling that he sensed what Agatha sensed as well. The presence of death and terror. The corridor is cool and dim. Beneath the familiar smell of beeswax and old paper, the metallic sharpness is stronger here. Closer. The double doors of the library are closed. Agatha places her hand on the brass handle. The metal is cold. Her heart is beating harder than she would like. In the space of a breath, she marshals herself. Whatever is behind this door, she will meet it with her eyes open and her mind clear. She has walked into worse rooms than this. She has opened worse doors. Whatever lies behind these, she can face it. She turns the handle. She pushes. Morning sunlight streams through the tall leaded windows, slicing across the dust motes that hang suspended in the still air. The library of Twistleton Hall is a cathedral of books. 2 stories high, with a gallery running the full circumference, reached by a wrought iron spiral staircase of such delicacy, it looks as though it were spun rather than forged. Every wall is shelving, floor to ceiling, tens of thousands of volumes, perhaps 100,000. Leather-bound sets beside dog-eared paperbacks. Poetry in a dozen languages. Histories, novels, botanical treatises, children's picture books whose illustrations she painted with her own hand half a century ago, though no one alive knows that except 2 people she loves. One of whom is standing in the centre of the room. Grace. Her Grace. Her darling girls. The child she raised after Mary died, who scraped her knees in this very room climbing the spiral staircase to reach the high shelves, who curled up in the leather reading chair with her head on Agatha's lap, and listened to stories until she fell asleep, who grew into a woman Agatha trusts with every secret she possesses, and who has never once given her a reason to doubt her heart. Grace stands in a shaft of sunlight, perfectly still. She wears her gardening trousers and a cream-coloured blouse. Her face is the colour of ash, a canvas wiped clean. Her eyes are wide and fixed on the floor. In her right hand she grips a knife. A chef's knife from the set in the hall's kitchen. 8 inches carbon steel, black riveted handle. Blood drips from the tip onto the Turkish rug. Tap, tap, tap. Do not rush. Do not look only at what you are meant to see. Look at everything. Simply record the details, making sure you miss nothing. The voice in her head is her own, but it comes from a long time ago, from a young woman who learned to read rooms the way other people read newspapers, quickly and completely, because her life depended on the details she might otherwise miss. Her eyes move to the floor. A woman lies on her back on the rug. Sensible brown trousers, a tweed jacket over a pale blue blouse. Trouser hems clipped at the ankles with bicycle clips. Her mouth is open in a silent shape of surprise. Her eyes stare unseeingly at the painted ceiling. A dark stain saturates the left side of her chest and abdomen, soaking through the tweed and the cotton beneath. The jacket is torn in multiple places, ragged punctures clustered over the left breast. Still spreading. Every part of Agatha strains toward Grace. Every part of her wants to cross the room and gather her granddaughter into her arms. But she holds herself where she is and forces her eyes to do their work. These seconds are unrepeatable. Whatever she fails to see now, she will never see. The rug, no overturned furniture, no scattered books. No sign of a prolonged struggle. Whatever happened here was sudden and brief. The body, the woman fell where she stood, roughly 3 paces from the large partner's desk beneath the far window. She was facing away from the desk and toward Grace when she went down. One shoe is slightly twisted on her foot, as if she pivoted or lunged forward in her final moment. Grace's feet, she is standing on clean carpet, several feet from the blood. She did not step in it. She did not walk through it. She has not moved from where she stands. The knife, Grace holds it clutched against her thigh, not gripped in a striking position but hanging at her side. The way a person holds something they have forgotten is in their hand. Grace's blouse, blood on the front on the cuffs on her forearms. Close contact. So much blood. Too much for her to have simply picked up the knife after it was used to commit the crime. No, the blood alone is proof that she acquired those stains from close proximity to the victim before death, before that heart stopped pumping blood. It is a damning indictment of guilt. All of this Agatha sees in the space of seconds. Enough. The details are stored. They will keep. Processing will come later. Right now, she needs to allow herself to be the person Grace needs her to be. She steps into the room, shutting the door behind herself with a soft click. She moves along the edge of the rug, avoiding the direct line between the door and the body, her feet remembering old training. Some instincts don't get lost with age, if anything they grow keener. She stops within arm's reach of Grace. Grace. Softer than she intends. A whisper. Grace does not hear it. She is somewhere far away, locked inside the moment, replaying it behind eyes that see nothing in this room. Grace, my darling. Grace's eyelids flicker. Slowly, with visible effort, she turns her head. Her eyes meet Agatha's. For a terrible instant there is no recognition in them, not Grace's eyes at all, but the eyes of someone drowning, seeing without understanding. Then something breaks through. Grace's eyes flutter, her pupils focusing and finding Agatha's, with a rapid blinking that indicates she's engaged again in the present moment, mindful of where she is and who is standing before her. Nana. A child's voice. Lost. Terrified. The same voice that called out in the dark 30 years ago after nightmares. The voice Agatha answered every single time, padding down the hallway in her slippers, sitting on the edge of the small bed, stroking the hair from the damp forehead, staying until the breathing slowed. Grace's gaze drops to her own hand. To the knife. She stares at it as if seeing it for the first time. Her knuckles are white around the handle. Her fingers are streaked with red. Oh, she says. Small and broken. Agatha closes the distance. She reaches out and places both hands over Grace's, one above, one below, cradling the clenched fist and the terrible thing it holds. Grace's skin is ice cold. Let go, my darlings. You must let go now. Grace's fingers unlock by slow degrees. Agatha eases the knife from her grip. The handle is slick and warm. The moment the knife leaves her hand, Grace crumbles. Her knees give way and she sinks toward the floor. Agatha catches her, wrapping her arms around the younger woman, bracing against the shuddering weight. Grace buries her face in Agatha's shoulder in the wool of the cardigan, and a high, thin sound escapes her, not quite a sob. Agatha holds her. She can feel Grace's heartbeat hammering against her own chest, can feel the wet of blood soaking from Grace's blouse through the wool of her cardigan. She holds on. I didn't mean to, the words are muffled, choked. I didn't know. It all happened so suddenly. Grace pulls back. Her eyes are wide, wild, swimming. She searches Agatha's face for something, an answer, a way out, absolution. Oh, Nana, they're going to lock me up forever. A wail of pure despair. I'm a murderer now.
Chapter 3. Finn drives. D'Souza sits in the passenger seat with his notebook open on his knee, listening. Stabbing, Finn says. Single victim, female. Found this morning at a place called Twistleton Hall, just outside a village called Garth-on-Wye. The estate's caretaker found the body and called it in. Uniform are on scene. Weapon recovered. Time of the call. 7:52. Who responded? Sergeant Carley out of Bredwardine. He was there by 8:15. Scene is secured. D'Souza writes. What do we know about the victim? Local woman. That's all I've got so far. Carley's holding the details for us. And the hall. Big country house. Jacobean. Listed building. Privately owned, some holding company. That's as far as I got before we left. D'Souza closes his notebook. He trusts Finn to have gathered what was available in the time between the call and the car, and to have separated what is known from what is not. She has been his sergeant for 18 months, since she transferred across from the West Midlands, and in that time he has learned that what she gives him is clean. No padding. No speculation. Just the facts as they stand, with the gaps clearly marked. Garth-on-Wye, he says. Do you know it? No. It's small. Off the A438. She changes gear for a bend. It's some kind of book village, apparently. Like Hay-on-Wye. You know Hay. My mam dragged us there every summer when I was small. All 5 of us packed into a Fiat Punto with no air conditioning. She'd disappear into the bookshops for 6 hours and come back with a bag of books she'd no room for and a look on her face like she'd been to mass. They drive in silence for a while. This is normal. D'Souza does not fill silence for the sake of filling it. He learned long ago that quiet is the most productive space in any conversation. People rush to fill it, and what they say in that rush is often more revealing than anything they offer willingly. Finn has never rushed to fill anything. It is one of the things that makes them work. The B-road narrows to a lane between high hedgerows, the tarmac patched and crumbling at the edges. A wooden sign points to Garth-on-Wye, white letters on dark green wood, the paint fresh. The lane bends sharply around a stand of elms, drops down a hill, and there is a stone bridge over a river. The Wye, presumably. Dark water moving slowly beneath the arch, trailing long wades in the current. They cross the bridge and Garth-on-Wye is simply there. D'Souza has driven through dozens of rural villages in the border counties. He knows what to expect, the mix of pretty and neglected, the satellite dishes bolted to thatched roofs, the boarded-up post office, the one remaining pub hanging on by its fingernails. Garth-on-Wye is not that. The first thing he notices is the stone. Every cottage on the curving high street is built from the same honey-coloured limestone, and every one of them is in good repair. Window boxes with early spring flowers. Painted doors in muted grains and blues and reds. Slate roofs without a single missing tile that he can see. The second thing he notices is the books. They are in every window. Not just in the shop windows, every window. A greengrocer on the left has a display of leeks and new potatoes in the front, and behind them, visible through the glass, a shelf of hardbacks. The shop is called War and Peas. Next to it, a barber's with a traditional pole, Sherlock combs, and in its window, between a faded photograph of men's hairstyles and a handwritten price list, a revolving rack of paperbacks. Across the street, a wine bar on a corner, Tequila Mockingbird, with a chalkboard menu propped against the door and what appears to be an entire wall of books visible through the front window. A bakery near the market cross is called Bun with the Wind. It has a rack of paperbacks beside the door and a cat asleep on top of it. The village square opens around a cobbled market cross and a green with a war memorial. Hanging baskets frame the entrance to a pub called the Green Man, its sign painted with a face made entirely of leaves, its front windows glowing amber. A church spire rises above the roofline to the west. The lanes wind away in every direction, and down each one he can see more painted signs, more shop fronts, more books. Finn slows the car. She is looking. Her eyes move from shopfront to shopfront, reading the names. Her left hand lifts from the gear stick and reaches into the inside pocket of her jacket for her phone. She has it half out of her pocket before she catches herself. "Don't," D'Souza says. "I'm not." The phone goes back. A pause. But this would get about 10,000 likes on Instagram. "I'm just saying. We're driving to a murder, Finn." "I know that, sir. I said would." They pass another sign, Lord of the Fries, over a chip shop. Finn shakes her head slowly. "If my mam ever saw this place, she'd remortgage the house and move here tomorrow. She'd open a bookshop. She'd give it some terrible pun name and be the happiest woman in Ireland." She reads the chip shop sign again in the rearview mirror. "Lord of the Fries. That's actually brilliant." A small child is sitting on the steps of the market cross, eating a chocolate biscuit and reading a book. A woman on the pavement outside the greengrocer is loading a canvas bag with vegetables while browsing a shelf of paperbacks with her free hand. A pair of elderly men sit on the bench by the war memorial with a book open between them, arguing amicably over something on the page. The lane climbs out of the village past the church and up a steeper hill. The buildings thin. The hedgerows close in again. Then iron gates standing open and a gravel drive curving upward through mature parkland. Beech trees, oaks, a stand of copper beeches that must be 200 years old. The hall reveals itself gradually above the tree line, first the chimneys, then the roofline, then the full facade. Jacobean. The same honey-coloured stone as the village. Mullioned windows catching the grey light. 2 patrol cars and a scene of crime van are parked on the forecourt. A uniformed constable stands at the front entrance with a clipboard and a high-visibility jacket. Finn parks and they get out. D'Souza buttons his jacket against the damp air. He stands for a moment and takes in the forecourt. Left to right. Near to far. What is there? What is not there? A bicycle lies on its side on the gravel, perhaps 20 feet from the front steps. Dark green. A wicker basket on the handlebars. The front wheel is wrenched to one side, the tire cutting into the gravel. A gouge in the wet ground near the pedal. It has been photographed and flagged, but not yet moved. He walks over and looks at it without touching it. A Raleigh. Well used. The green paint is scratched along the crossbar in a pattern that suggests regular contact with something rough, a wall, a railing, a post. No bicycle clips on the frame. Between the forecourt and the side of the house, a flower bed has been crossed by a line of footprints, a straight, deep track through damp soil, crushing whatever was planted there. A direct line toward a set of French doors on the south-facing terrace. The prints are sharp-edged, unblurred by dew. Narrow. A woman's shoe, hard-soled. A forensic technician is photographing the prints. Another is working the terrace. Finn signs them in with the constable. The uniformed sergeant who responded to the initial call meets them in the entrance hall, a grand space, black and white marble floor, a staircase sweeping upward beneath a vaulted ceiling. The sergeant's name is Carley. He is a solid, square man in his 50s, who has clearly been holding the scene together through sheer procedural discipline. Victim is Ellen Hartley, Carley says, consulting his notebook. 47 years of age. Local woman. Runs the Green Man, that's the pub in the village, the one on the square. Body is in the library, East Wing. Called in at 7:52. First unit arrived at 8:09. I was here by 8:15. Nothing has been moved. Who found her? D'Souza asks. The caretaker. Lives in a cottage on the grounds. D'Souza nods. The library first. Carly leads them through the entrance hall and down a corridor into the east wing. The corridor is cool and dim, smelling of beeswax and old wood. Their footsteps echo faintly on the stone flags. At the far end, a set of double doors stand open, a forensic officer in white coveralls just inside. D'Souza pulls on nitrile gloves. Finn does the same. They step in. The room stops him. Not the body. He has seen bodies. The room. 2 stories high, every wall lined with books from floor to ceiling. A wrought iron gallery runs the full circumference of the upper level, reached by a spiral staircase so finely made it looks as if it were spun rather than forged. Tall leaded windows let in the morning light, which falls in long pale shafts across the room, catching dust motes in the still air. Tens of thousands of volumes. The smell of old paper and leather bindings, and beneath it, something metallic, sharp, unmistakable. Behind him, Finn stops in the doorway. He hears her inhale. She says nothing. He takes in the room. A large partner's desk beneath the far window, its chair pushed back at an angle. A leather reading chair by the fireplace. Side tables with reading lamps. A drinks trolley with crystal decanters. Everything in its place. No overturned furniture. No scattered books. No sign of disruption anywhere except in the center of the room, where the Turkish rug is dark with blood. The body lies on its back on the rug. A woman. Brown trousers, tweed jacket over a pale blue blouse. Bicycle clips fastened at both ankles. The face is turned slightly to the right, the mouth open, the eyes open and fixed on nothing. The left side of the torso is saturated, jacket, blouse, everything beneath soaked through and still faintly wet at the edges. The blood has spread into the rug in an uneven bloom, thicker on the left where gravity has drawn it down. D'Souza crouches beside the body. He does not touch it. He looks. The tweed jacket is punctured in multiple places across the left side of the chest and abdomen. He counts the visible tears in the fabric. At least 5, possibly more beneath the saturated layers. The wounds are clustered, not scattered wildly but grouped in an area roughly the size of a spread hand, concentrated over the left breast and upper abdomen. Whoever did this did not strike once and step back. They struck again and again in the same area with force. The arms are at her sides. No defensive wounds visible on the hands or forearms. The palms are open, fingers slightly curled. She did not fight back. She did not see it coming, or she did not have time to raise her hands, or she knew the person holding the knife and could not believe what was happening until it was already done. One shoe is slightly twisted on her foot, as though she turned or pivoted in the last instant. She went down backward. The position of the body relative to the desk suggests she was facing away from it, toward the center of the room, toward someone between her and the door when she was struck. He stands and looks at the rug around the body. The blood pool is extensive but contained. No drag marks. No smeared handprints. She fell and she stayed. A knife lies on the rug, roughly 2 feet from the body's right hand. A chef's knife, 8 inches, carbon steel, black riveted handle. The blade dark and tacky with drying blood. Dropped, not placed, lying at the careless angle of something that fell from an opened hand. Not a burglary, D'Souza says. He is speaking to Finn but also to himself, assembling the picture aloud the way he always does at a scene, building the structure so the gaps become visible. Not a break-in gone wrong. No forced entry, no sign of a struggle, nothing disturbed. And the wounds, at least 5, all clustered on the left side. That's not someone striking once in a panic and running. That's sustained. That's someone who kept going. Finn is beside him, notebook open, writing steadily. No defensive wounds, he continues, studying the hands. She didn't raise her arms. She didn't try to block the knife. Which means she either didn't see it coming at all, or she knew who was holding it and didn't think she was in danger until it was too late. He looks at the undisturbed room, the books in their rows, the crystal decanters catching the light. Someone she trusted. Someone she let stand within arm's reach. Someone who then stabbed her 5 or more times in a frenzy, dropped the knife beside her and walked out. Finn looks up from her notebook. The bicycle clips match the Raleigh outside. Yes, she cycled here. From the village, most likely. In a hurry, the bicycle was dropped, not parked. The footprints across the flower bed are hers. She came through the terrace doors and into the house. The question is whether she came to meet whoever killed her, or whether the killer was already here when she arrived. Or followed her in, Finn says. Or followed her in. He turns to the forensic officer by the door. Every surface in this room printed. Door handles, desk, the banister on the staircase, the French doors on the terrace. The knife as priority. Full photographs before anything is moved. Underway, sir. He takes one more slow look around the library. The desk. The chair pushed back. He notes it. They step back into the corridor. Carly is waiting. Tell me about the caretaker, D'Souza says. The one who found the body. Carly scratches the back of his neck. Not much to tell, sir. She's been here longer than anyone can remember. Lives in the cottage below the hall, just down the hill. Tends the gardens, looks after the house. Everyone in the village knows her. They call her Agatha Twisty, on account of she lives on the Twistleton estate, but her proper name is Agatha Westmacott. A local institution, you might say. Name? Finn asks, pen ready. Mrs. Westmacott. She's the widow of some author, Desmond Westmacott. Children's books. I'm not familiar myself, but Constable Hargreaves says his children read them. How old? D'Souza asks. 103, sir. Finn looks up from her notebook. 103, she says. I know how it sounds, Sergeant. But she's all there. Sharp as anything. I took a brief statement from her when I arrived, and it was clearer and more precise than most I take from people a quarter her age. Every detail in order. No repetition. No confusion. Carly pauses. She's sitting in the morning room now with her cat on her lap and her dog at her feet, calm as you like. Not what you'd expect from someone who walked into a room and found a woman she knew lying dead on the floor. What would you expect? D'Souza asks. Carly considers this. Tears, shaking, confusion, not being able to get the words out. The usual things you see when ordinary people walk into something like that. He shakes his head. She wasn't any of that. She was just sitting there, waiting, like she knew someone would come and she was ready for them when they did. D'Souza looks at Finn. She meets his eyes. Right, he says. Let's talk to her. Chapter 4. The morning room faces south. Pale spring light comes through the tall windows and falls across the furniture in long, quiet rectangles. A pair of chintz armchairs flanking the fireplace. A low table between them with a vase of daffodils. Yesterday's newspapers folded on a side table. A room that looks lived in, not grand, not formal, but comfortable in the way a room is comfortable when someone has been using it for a very long time. The woman in the armchair by the window is very small. That is the first thing D'Souza registers. She is small the way old people are sometimes small, not shrunken but concentrated, as though a lifetime has compressed her into something denser and more solid than ordinary flesh and bone. White hair pinned neatly. A cardigan over a blouse and skirt. A gardening apron still tied at the waist, canvas stained with earth and grass. Her hands are folded in her lap over the back of a black cat, which is purring steadily. A grey-muzzled hound lies at her feet with its chin on its paws. Her eyes find D'Souza the moment he enters the room. They are clear and pale and absolutely steady. She does not look away. She does not blink. He has interviewed hundreds of witnesses. The ones who have just found a body fall into recognizable patterns. Some cry. Some talk too fast, looping through the same details over and over, unable to stop. Some go very quiet and can barely get words out at all. Some are angry at the police, at the situation, at the disruption to their ordinary lives. All of them, in one way or another, are shaken. Their hands tremble. Their eyes move too much. Their composure, however well maintained on the surface, has a crack running through it. But not Agatha Westmacott. Mrs. Westmacott, Finn says. I'm Detective Sergeant Finn, and this is Detective Inspector D'Souza. We're from Hereford CID. Thank you for waiting. Of course. Her voice is quiet but clear, with no tremor in it. Please sit down, both of you. There are chairs by the table if you'd prefer to bring them closer. D'Souza takes the armchair opposite her. Finn pulls a chair from the table and sits slightly to one side, notebook open. Mrs. Westmacott, D'Souza says. I know you've already spoken with Sergeant Carley, and I appreciate your patience in going through this again. I'd like you to tell me, in your own words, what happened this morning. Take your time. She nods. Her hand continues to stroke the cat in a slow, even rhythm that does not change throughout the telling. I was in my garden. The cottage is below the hall, about halfway down the hill. I'd been weeding since 7:30 or so. A little before 7:45, I can't be precise, I don't wear a watch in the garden, I heard a scream. From the direction of the hall. A woman's scream. It was cut short. What did you do? I came up the path. The most direct route from my cottage to the hall runs through the parkland. It takes me perhaps 5 minutes at my usual pace. I was walking faster than usual. And when you reached the hall, the first thing I saw was the bicycle. On the forecourt, lying on its side. I recognized it immediately. It belongs to Ellen Hartley. She rides it to the pub every morning. She runs the Green Man in the village. I've seen it any number of times. She always scrapes the paint on the crossbar, getting it into the rack. I've teased her about it. She pauses and thinks about it. The bicycle was dropped. Not stood up. Not leant against anything. Just dropped on the gravel with the front wheel twisted. Ellen doesn't treat her bicycle that way. I knew right away that something was wrong. What did you do then? I noticed the French doors on the south terrace were ajar. I keep those doors closed. They shouldn't have been open. I went through them, through the morning room, and into the east wing corridor. The library doors were closed. I opened them. She stops. The cat purrs. The dog does not move. Ellen was on the floor. On the rug. I could see the blood. I could see that she was dead. How could you tell she was dead? D'Souza asks. Her eyes were open and fixed. Her chest was not moving. The blood had spread a long way from the body and was no longer flowing. Enough had been shed to make it evident. There was nothing I or anyone else could do for her. Did you enter the room? No. I stood in the doorway. I looked and then I closed the doors and went to the telephone in the entrance hall and called the police. You didn't go to her. You didn't check for a pulse. Inspector, I have seen death before. I did not need to touch her to know. The words land simply, without weight or drama. A statement of fact. D'Souza hesitates a moment, tempted to ask what she means by that unusual remark, then decides it isn't pertinent to his investigation and moves on. Did you touch anything? Anything at all, the doors, the furniture, anything in the library? I touched the door handles, the French doors on the terrace and the library doors. Nothing else. Did you see anyone else? On the grounds, on the path, in the hall? No. I saw no one. Did you hear anything after the scream? Footsteps, a door, a car? Nothing. It was completely quiet. Finn looks up from her notebook. Mrs. Westmacott, could you spell your full name for me? Agatha. Spelled like the old mystery novelist. Eve as in the Bible. Westmacott. Wstmacott. And your date of birth? The 2nd of November, 1923. Finn writes it down without comment. D'Souza watches the old woman's hands. The stroking of the cat has not varied in speed or pressure since they sat down. The rhythm is perfectly even. You said you recognized the bicycle as Ellen Hartley's, D'Souza says. How well do you know her? Very well. I've known Ellen for over 20 years. She took over the Green Man from her parents when her father's health declined. She runs it well. She's a good publican, friendly, attentive, knows everyone by name. She organizes the game nights and the harvest supper and half the events in the village calendar. People are fond of her. Does she have family in the area? She has a brother, David Hartley. He left the village some years ago. I believe there was a disagreement of some kind. Ellen didn't speak of it often. Their parents are both dead. When did you last see Ellen alive? Yesterday evening. She was outside the pub as I walked past with Willow as usual. We said good evening. She seemed her usual self. Cheerful. Did Ellen have any reason to come to the hall this morning? Not that I'm aware of. Do you know of anyone who might want to harm Ellen? The stroking pauses. For the first time, Agatha's hand goes still on the cat's back. It is a small thing, less than a second, and then the rhythm resumes. No, she says. I can't think of anyone who would want to hurt Ellen. She was well liked. She was kind. D'Souza takes a moment to allow her the space to alter her response if she chooses. She remains silent. The petting continues. The knife, D'Souza says. A chef's knife. 8 inches, carbon steel, black riveted handle. Do you recognize it? It sounds as though it could be from the kitchen here. The Hall's kitchen has a set of knives in a block on the counter. I use them when I cook for the family on Sundays. The family. My family. My children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. We have dinner here every Sunday. I have permission to use the hall for it. The owners have always been generous in that regard. That's a large gathering. It is. It's the best part of my week. D'Souza lets a silence open. He watches her. She meets his gaze with perfect composure and does not rush to fill the quiet. Most people do. Most people, when a detective falls silent and looks at them, will offer something, an additional detail, a qualification, a nervous clarification. This woman simply waits, her hands on the cat, her eyes on his, and gives him nothing he hasn't asked for. He changes direction. Who else has access to the hall? Officially only I do, as caretaker. I have keys to every door. During the day, the main entrance and the terrace doors are usually left unlocked. Visitors to the gardens come and go freely. The hall is not a fortress, Inspector. It's a house and a heritage site, and used as a venue during the book festival. At those times, there are literally hundreds of people walking in and out. Is there anyone else who works here? Staff, cleaners, groundskeepers. A cleaning company comes twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays. A man named Harwood does the heavy grounds work, the mowing and hedging. He comes on Thursdays and usually has 1 or 2 assistants. Neither would have been here this morning, as it's a Monday, of course. Finn makes a note. D'Souza nods. Mrs. Westmacott, is there anything else you think I should know? Anything at all, however small it might seem. She considers this. Not performatively, not the way some witnesses pretend to think in order to appear helpful before saying no. She actually considers it, her eyes moving to the window for a moment, then back to his. Ellen cycled everywhere, she says. Rain or shine. She was very attached to that bicycle. She once told me her father gave it to her for her 21st birthday. She would not have dropped it on the ground and left it unless she was in a great hurry or a great fright. Thank you. That's helpful. Is there anything else you need from me, Inspector? Not at the moment. We may need to speak with you again. I shall be here. I'm always here. D'Souza stands. Finn closes her notebook and stands as well. At the door, he turns back. The old woman has not moved. The cat is still purring. The dog is still at her feet. She is watching him with the same steady, clear-eyed attention she has held since he walked in. He has the fleeting sense, absurd, he knows, that she has taken the measure of him more completely in the course of the interview than he has taken hers. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Westmacott. You may leave now if you wish. We will be in touch if we need to speak with you again. Of course, Inspector. I hope you find who did this to Ellen. She deserved better. He watches as she rises to her feet with the help of the walking stick. It is a stout aid with a distinctive head, but he has a sense that she could raise herself up without it if she wanted to. He admires her agility and strength at her advanced age. His own father is in his 80s and relies on a walker to get around the house and a motorized chair when out of doors. He would gape in awe at this old lady. He watches as she goes out the door and out of sight. Well, Finn says, D'Souza considers. Everything she told us was clear and perfectly ordered. Every detail in sequence. Nothing repeated, nothing out of place. That's good, isn't it? A clear witness, plain statement. It is. Except that she found a woman she's known for 20 years lying murdered on her floor, and she just gave us that account as calmly as if she were reading a recipe. Finn considers this. Carly said the same. That she was just sitting there. Waiting. Yes. Some people are like that, sir. My grandmother was like that. Steady as a rock in a crisis, fell apart 3 days later when it was all over. So you think she's just acting stoic and holding it all in right now and will fall to pieces later? D'Souza asks. Finn shrugs. He thinks about it, remembering the way Westmacott sat up ramrod straight. Weren't really old people supposed to bend? Even be doubled over with age and gravity? Bowing to the inevitable? Not this one, apparently. He can't imagine Agatha Eve Westmacott bowing to anyone or anything. D.I. D'Souza rises and looks out the French windows. Through the glass, the forecourt is visible, the patrol cars, the forensic van, the bicycle still lying on its side on the gravel. Beyond, the drive curves down through the parkland toward the village. He can see Agatha Westmacott with her cat on her shoulder and dog by her knee walking slowly but steadily down the garden path, presumably to her cottage. You know the oddest thing, he says mildly. What's that, sir? Finn asks from beside him. She answered every question I asked. She volunteered useful information about Ellen, about the hole, about the knife. She was cooperative and thorough and entirely helpful. And yet, he turns to glance at his DS. In 20 minutes of conversation, she did not ask me a single question. Not one. Not who could have done such a horrible thing, not what are you going to do about it, not should we be worried that there's a killer about. Nothing. I thought the old were frightened of everything. She never showed an ounce of fear. Finn says nothing for a moment. Then she's 103. Maybe she's past being frightened. Maybe, he says. Or maybe she simply doesn't bow down before it.
Chapter 5. The path down the hill is familiar beneath her feet. She has walked it in every season, in every weather. Bombay has disappeared among the shrubbery, apparently confident enough to make his own way now that he knows they are heading back home. Willow pads beside her, close enough that her muzzle brushes Agatha's knee with every other step. The walking stick is a nuisance rather than a necessity, but she uses it in the event, however unlikely, that someone might be watching her. Behind her, the hall recedes above the tree line, its windows full of grey sky and the blue flash of a forensic photographer's lamp. She passes through her garden gate. Her work is where she left it. The folded sack on the ground beside the half-cleared row of carrots. The bucket with its tangle of chickweed and groundsel. The trowel lying in the soil where she set it down when the scream came. The broad beans stand untouched. The Albertine rose bud is still fat and closed against the wall. Everything exactly as it was a few hours ago, when the morning was whole and the only thing on her mind was whether the blackfly had found the beans. She wants to kneel down and finish. The compulsion is strong, stronger than usual, because the morning has been wrenched so violently out of its order, and the unfinished row is a loose thread her mind cannot stop tugging at. Her hands know the work. Her knees know the sack. It would take 20 minutes, perhaps less, and everything would be neat and done and right. She walks past it. The garden will keep. The weeds will keep. What will not keep is the girl inside the cottage, who needs her grandmother more than the carrots need weeding. It has only been a few hours, but life has turned on its heel of a sudden. Everything has changed. She reaches the back door. Before she opens it, she pauses. She looks down at herself. The cardigan. She wore it this morning in the garden, wore it up the hill to the hole, wore it when she held Grace. Ellen Hartley's blood is on it, not visible against the dark wool at a glance, but Agatha knows it is there. She felt it soak through when Grace buried her face in her shoulder. D'Souza did not notice, or if he noticed, he attributed it to the general wear of a gardener's clothes. But it is there. She unties the gardening apron and hangs it on the hook inside the door. She keeps the cardigan on. She will deal with it later. One thing at a time. The kitchen is as she left it. The unwashed breakfast dishes in the white porcelain sink, the blue and white plate, the china cup and saucer, the small butter dish. The little rebellion she was so pleased with this morning, her victory over compulsion. It feels as though it belongs to a different woman in a different year. She moves through to the sitting room. Grace is on the couch. She is curled into the corner of it, her knees drawn up, her arms wrapped around them, both hands clasped around a steaming mug. Agatha can smell it from the doorway, a Sam, from the caddy on the second shelf, dark and malty and strong enough to stand a spoon in. Good. That is exactly what Grace needs. Warmth and tannin and something to hold on to. Grace has changed. The blood-stained blouse is gone. She is wearing one of Agatha's jumpers, a cream cable knit, too small in the shoulders, too short in the arms, and a pair of Agatha's corduroy trousers, which are too short in the leg. She looks like a child who has raided her grandmother's wardrobe, which in a sense she has. Her hair is damp. She has washed. The bloodied clothes are nowhere in sight, bundled into the washing machine, Agatha assumes, or into a bin bag. Grace has done what needed to be done without being told. Good girl. Grace is 32 and usually looks younger. She has her mother's height and her grandmother's bone structure, strong-jawed, clear-browed, with dark hair that she wears long and loose when she is not working and tied back when she is. Her eyes are brown, warm, the kind of eyes that hold a room without trying. She is a woman people notice and then feel at ease around, which is a rare combination. Agatha has always thought she carries herself the way a good horse carries itself, with an unconscious physical grace that has nothing to do with vanity, and everything to do with being comfortable in her own skin. But the face. Grace's face is not the face of a woman who is comfortable right now. The colour has not returned. Grace's skin is the pale grey of someone who has been ill for a long time, not someone who was healthy and laughing yesterday evening. Her eyes are red-rimmed, but dry. She has cried herself out, or she is holding whatever is left of it deep inside where it will do more damage later. And there is a look in those eyes that Agatha recognises, because she saw it in the library 2 hours ago. The look of someone replaying the same images behind their eyelids, over and over, unable to stop the reel. If that detective inspector walked into this room right now, he would know. Not what had happened, but that something had. D.I. D'Souza is sharp. He reads people the way Agatha reads people, and Grace's face is an open page. The stricken look, the grey skin, the damp hair at 10 o'clock in the morning, the borrowed clothes. It would take him less than a minute. Agatha crosses the room. She sets the walking stick against the bookcase. Bombay appears as a black shadow slinking in behind Agatha, leaps up to the back of the couch and settles there, a black comma above Grace's head, his copper eyes watchful. Willow goes straight to Grace and rests her chin on Grace's knee. Grace's hand finds the dog's head and stays there, stroking Willow gently, taking comfort for her presence, her velvety fur. Agatha sits beside her granddaughter. She puts her arm around Grace's shoulders and draws her close. Grace softens at once, leans into Agatha and lets out a long, shuddering breath. They sit like that for a while. Agatha does not speak. She holds Grace the way she has held her since she was small, firmly, patiently, without conditions. The cottage is quiet. The clock on the mantelpiece ticks. Willow's tail thumps once against the rug. "You've had a dreadful shock," Agatha says at last. Her voice is low and steady. "And you need time. There is no rush, my darling. But when you're ready, I need you to tell me what happened this morning. Everything from the beginning. Take as long as you need." Grace lifts her head. She takes a sip of tea. Her hands are trembling around the mug, a fine vibration that she cannot control. She stares at the far wall for a long moment, and Agatha can see her assembling herself, gathering the scattered pieces of the morning into something she can put into words. "I couldn't sleep last night," Grace says. Her voice is hoarse, scraped thin. "I was restless. I got up early, before 7, and came up the hill. I went for a walk on the grounds. I do that sometimes when I can't settle. The air helps us." Agatha listens. She does not move. Her arm stays around Grace's shoulders. "I was near the top of the hill, on the path by the beeches. I heard something from the hole. A sound. I wasn't sure what it was at first. It could have been anything, a door, a shout. But something about it didn't sound right. So I went to look." "What did you see?" "The French doors on the terrace were open. I went in through them. Through the morning rooms. I could smell something wrong. Metal. I followed it to the library. The library doors were closed. Yes. I opened them. And Ellen was on the floor." Grace's voice flattens. She is reciting now, pushing the words out one after another as though they are objects she is placing on a shelf. "She was on the rug. There was blood. A lot of blood. But she was still alive. I could see her chest moving. Her eyes were open and she was looking at me. She was trying to say something, but no sound was coming out." Grace stops. She drinks from the mug. Her hands shake badly enough that tea spills over the rim and runs down her fingers. She does not seem to notice. As I went to her, I knelt beside her. I tried to stop the bleeding. I put my hands over the wounds and pressed as hard as I could. But there was so much blood, Nana. It was coming through my fingers. I couldn't," she swallows. "She died. I felt her stop. One moment she was there looking at me, and then she wasn't. Her eyes were still open, but there was nothing behind them anymore. And the knife. It was on the floor. Beside her. I picked it up. I don't know why. I wasn't thinking. I picked it up. And then I couldn't move. I couldn't put it down. I couldn't do anything. I just stood there. A silence. The clock ticks. Bombay's tail curls and uncurls above Grace's head. Agatha holds her granddaughter and says nothing for a time. Grace's account hangs in the air between them, complete and coherent and perfectly structured. Every detail in order. A woman who couldn't sleep went for a walk, heard something, went to investigate, found the body, tried to help, failed. Grace, Agatha says. Her voice is gentle. How did you know to go to the library? Grace goes still. You said you heard a sound from the hall. Something that didn't sound right. You went in through the French doors, through the morning room, and straight to the library in the East Wing. You didn't search the house. You didn't call out. You didn't try the rooms nearest the terrace. You walked through the entrance hall, down the East Wing corridor, and opened the library doors. That's not someone following a sound. That's someone who knew exactly where she was going. Grace says nothing. Her jaw is tight. Her knuckles are white around the mug. Agatha puts her hand around her granddaughter's hand and says gently, I love you, my darling, and I know you well. So I know you're lying, and I want you to know that you don't need to lie to me. That's not how it happened, and you know that perfectly well. Now tell me the truth. Chapter 6. Grace's composure breaks like a dam. It does not happen all at once. First the jaw loosens. Then the shoulders drop. Then the mug begins to shake so badly that Agatha reaches over and takes it from her hands, setting it on the side table before the tea spills. Grace's empty hands find each other in her lap and grip hard, knuckle against knuckle, as if she is trying to hold herself together by force. It's about Ellen's brother, she says. Agatha waits. David Hartley. You remember him, he left the village about 15 years ago. He and Ellen weren't close. They hadn't spoken in years, as far as I know. Then about a week ago he came back. Just turned up one day. No warning, no phone calls. Ellen didn't even know he was coming. Grace pauses. She is staring at the mug on the side table, as though she has forgotten what it is. He came into the shop on Tuesday. I hadn't seen him since I was 17. He looked different. Older, obviously, but it was more than that. He looked like someone who'd been through something. Thinner. Quieter. He said he wanted to make things right with Ellen. He said he'd come home to sort things out. Sort what out? Agatha asks. I don't know exactly. Something about the pub. The Green Man's. Their parents left it to both of them jointly, but David was gone, so Ellen ran it alone for 15 years. I think he wanted his share. Or wanted to sell. Or wanted something, Ellen wouldn't talk about it. I asked her on Wednesday, and she just went very tight around the mouth and changed the subject. Grace pulls the sleeves of Agatha's jumper down over her hands. A childish gesture, instinctive, self-comforting. He came into the shop again on Thursday. And Friday. He'd buy a book and stay to talk. He was charming, Nana. The way he always was. Easy to talk to. Easy to be around. And I could tell he was lonely. He was staying at the Larch, not with Ellen, which tells you something. He didn't seem to have anyone. She stops. The flush is climbing her throat again, the first colour Agatha has seen in her face all morning, and it is the colour of shame. There's something I never told you. About David. About before he left. Agatha says nothing. She lets the silence do its work. The night before he went to London, 15 years ago, he came up to the hall. It was late. You and I had been sorting the bookshelves for the festival. You'd gone to bed. I was still in the library, finishing the last shelf. He came in through the terrace doors and he told me. Her voice catches. He told me he was in love with me. He said he'd been in love with me for years and he couldn't leave without telling me. And he kissed me. And he asked me to come with him. And you said no. I said no, I wasn't in love with him. I liked him very much, he was my friend, he'd always been my friend, but I didn't feel what he felt. I told him so. He left the next morning and I didn't hear from him again. Not a word. Not in 15 years. Until last week. She turns to Agatha. Her eyes are red-rimmed but steady. Last night around 9, he left a note under my door. He asked if we could meet. Privately. Somewhere we wouldn't be seen. He said he needed to talk to me about something important, and he didn't want anyone else around. And you agreed? Yes. Grace's voice drops to barely above a whisper. I suggested the library. At the halls. I knew you'd be in the garden first thing, and no one else would be there. I told him to come at 7:30. Why the libraries? The question is gentle, but Grace flinches from it as though it were sharp. Because that's where it happened. 15 years ago. That room. I don't know why I wasn't thinking clearly. He was back and he wanted to see me alone, and my mind went straight to that night. I thought if we met there it would, I don't know. Close something. Finish what was left open. She looks down at her hands, knotted in her lap. I didn't tell you because I was ashamed. Not of David, of myself. For going. For agreeing to meet him in secret. For choosing that room. I knew it was stupid. I knew what it would look like. A young widow meeting a man alone at an odd hour, in a place that meant something to both of them. I didn't want you to think. I don't think anything, Agatha says. Tell me what happened when you got to the library. Grace steadies herself. She takes a breath, then another. I came up the hill from the village. Not the usual way through the front. I came up the old path, the one that comes up at the back of the hall. I used the old servants' entrance at the back, through the kitchen. It was already open when I got there. I remember thinking that was odd, because you always keep them closed at night. But I didn't stop. I went through the morning room, through the entrance hall, down the corridor to the library. The doors were closed. I opened them. She stops. Her hands tighten in her lap. Ellen was on the floor. On the rug. I could see the blood, so much blood, Nana, it was everywhere, spreading across the rug. And she was looking at me. Her eyes were open and she was looking straight at me. Her mouth was moving but nothing was coming out. She was trying to tell me something and she couldn't. She was alive. Yes. Still alive. I screamed, I couldn't help it, it just came out of me, and then I ran to her. I knelt down beside her and I could see the wounds. Her jacket was torn open on the left side and there was blood pumping out, actually pumping, and I put my hands over it and pressed as hard as I could. I pressed and I was talking to her, telling her to hold on, telling her it would be all right, but the blood kept coming through my fingers and I couldn't stop it. Tears are running down Grace's face now. She does not wipe them. She does not seem to know they are there. She looked at me the whole time. Right at me. And then she stopped looking. Her eyes didn't close, they just went empty. Like someone had turned off a light behind them. I felt her go. I felt the exact moment. 1 second she was there, and the next she wasn't, and my hands were still pressed against her chest, and there was nothing underneath them anymore. Just nothing. The cottage is very quiet. The clock ticks. Willow presses closer against Grace's legs, a low whine in her throat. The knife was on the floor. Right there beside her. I don't know why I picked it up. I wasn't thinking at all by then. I think my hands were covered in blood and the knife was there, and I picked it up the way you pick up anything that's in front of you when you're not in your right mind. And then I stood up and I couldn't move. I couldn't put it down. I couldn't think. I just stood there holding it until you came. She turns to Agatha. Her face is stripped bare. That's the truth, Nana. All of it. I swear to you. Agatha takes her granddaughter's hands. They are cold despite the tea, despite the jumper. She holds them firmly and looks into Grace's eyes and sees exactly what she expected to see, the truth. Not because she wants it to be true, though she does, with every fibre of her being, but because every detail Grace has just told her fits precisely with what she observed in that library. Grace's feet on clean carpet, several feet from the blood pool. The pattern on her blouse, contact transfer from kneeling over a bleeding woman, not the cast-off spray of someone wielding a knife. The way she held the blade at her side, forgotten, a thing that had ended up in her hand without her consent. The scream, young, terrified, cut short, that brought Agatha up the hill. I believe you, Agatha says. Simply. Completely. Grace's face crumples. A sob breaks out of her, jagged and raw, the sound of relief so overwhelming it is almost indistinguishable from grief. Agatha pulls her close and holds her while she cries, properly this time, not the frozen, airless shock of the library but real tears, the kind that come when the worst thing you feared has not happened after all. Your grandmother believes you. You are not alone. Agatha lets her cry. She strokes her hair and says nothing and waits for the storm to pass. It takes a while. When Grace finally pulls back, her face is blotched and swollen, but something has changed behind her eyes. The hunted look has softened. Agatha reaches for the mug of Assam and puts it back into Grace's hands. Drink, she says. Then listen to me carefully. Grace drinks. Agatha gives her a moment, then begins. I spoke with the police at the Hall. A detective inspector from Hereford, D'Souza, and his sergeant. I gave them a statement. I told them I heard the scream, came up the hill, saw the bicycle on the forecourt, found the terrace doors open, went through to the library and found Ellen on the floor. Dead. I told them I did not enter the room. I stood in the doorway, closed the doors, went to the telephone in the entrance hall and called the police. Then I sat in the morning room and waited. Grace stares at her. You told them you found her alone. Yes. You didn't mention me. No. Nana, that's obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence. You could get yourself in deep. Listen to me, my love. Agatha's voice is quiet, but it carries the weight that stops Grace mid-sentence. You were not there. As far as anyone knows, you were at your apartment all morning. You slept badly, you got up late, you made yourself breakfast and read a book. You heard nothing. You saw nothing. You know nothing about what happened at the hall until someone tells you. But if they ask, they may not. But if they do, that is your answer. You were at home in the apartment above the shop. You were not at the halls. You did not see Ellen. You do not know what happened. Grace looks down at the mug in her hands. You want me to lie to the police. I want you to survive, Agatha says. There is a dead woman in my library. She was stabbed multiple times. You were found by me, thank God, and not by anyone else, standing over her body holding the knife, covered in her blood. You were involved with her brothers. She clasped her hand over Grace's knee to silence her objection. That is not my opinion, darling, it is simply how people will see it, that you were both involved. Which provides sufficient grounds for further investigation into a possible motive. If the police learn that you were there, they will arrest you. They will charge you with murder. And every piece of evidence in that room will support the charge. She lets that settle. Grace's face has gone still again, but she is listening. The truth will not save you, Grace. Not yet. A woman in shock, who ran to help a dying friend, who picked up the knife without thinking, that is what happened. I know it. You know it. But a jury will hear something very different. They will hear that you were in that room, alone, with a knife in your hand and blood on your clothes. And there's a good chance they will convict you. So what do I do? For now, nothing. You stay quiet. You stay calm. You do not talk to anyone about this morning, not your friends, not your mother, not anyone. If the police come to speak with you, you were at home all morning. Alone. That is all. Grace nods. A small, tight movement. There is something else, Agatha says. David's note. Do you still have it? Grace reaches into the pocket of the borrowed corduroys and produces a folded slip of paper. She hands it to Agatha. Agatha holds it at arm's length. Her eyes are still good but not at 12 inches and reads the handwriting. Grace, I must see you. Tomorrow, time and place. PLS be there. A day. The handwriting is hurried, the pen pressed hard into the paper. She reads it twice. She sits with it for a moment, turning it over in her mind the way she turns soil in the garden, looking at what is underneath. Did you reply? Yes, I wrote a short note of my own and slipped it under his door at the Larch. I suggested the library. 7:30. Agatha nods slowly. Do not destroy this note. Do you understand? Do not destroy it. Grace blinks. But if the police see it? If the police see it, the note proves that someone asked you to be in that library at exactly the time a woman was murdered there. You did not choose that time. You did not choose that place for the reason that matters. Someone else did. Someone wanted you in that room. The words hang in the air. Grace stares at her. You think I was set up? Agatha does not answer the question directly. She is not ready to say aloud what she is thinking, because what she is thinking is still taking shape, and she has learned over a very long lifetime that premature conclusions are worse than no conclusions at all. What I think does not matter, she says carefully, but what I know with certainty is that Ellen Hartley was murdered in the library of Twistleton Hall. And I also know that you received a message asking you to come to that same library at that same time. And I think that is not a coincidence. She hands the note back to Grace. Keep the note. Do not show it to anyone. And do not contact David. But what if he... Not a word to him, Grace. Grace puts the note back in her pocket. She is quiet for a long time, her hands around the mug, her eyes on the rug at her feet. Willow has settled against her legs, chin on her paws. Bombay watches from the back of the couch where he is perched, apparently half asleep, resembling nothing as much as a loaf of black bread, his copper eyes half closed but missing nothing. Nana, Grace says at last. Who killed Ellen? Her voice is tremulous. She looks at her grandmother with the hopefulness of a child looking up at the one person she believes to be indomitable and supremely powerful in her world. Agatha looks at her granddaughter. She looks at the clock on the mantelpiece, nearly noon. She looks at the unwashed dishes in the kitchen, visible through the doorway. She looks at the garden through the window, the unfinished row, the trowel in the soil. I don't know, she says. But I intend to find out.
Chapter 7. D'Souza is standing on the forecourt, looking at the bicycle. A green Raleigh lying on its side on the gravel. Wicker basket on the handlebars. Chrome bell catching the midday light. The front wheel wrenched hard to the left, the tire biting into the ground. It has been photographed and flagged but not yet moved. He crouches beside it without touching it. The paint along the crossbar is scratched in a repeating pattern, regular contact with something rough, a wall or a railing, the accumulated carelessness of years. This bicycle was loved. It was ridden every day and scraped against the same spot every morning, and its owner never got around to being more careful about it. And this morning she dropped it on the gravel and left it where it fell because wherever she was going there in a hurry. Finn comes out of the hall and crosses the forecourt toward him, her notebook in her hand. Forensics are going to be another few hours at least, she says. They've started on the knife. Full prints, but it's going to take time. I've asked them to prioritize the door handles, terrace doors, library doors, entrance hall. D'Souza straightens up. What have we got on the victim? Finn flips open the notebook. Ellen Hartley, 47. Single, no children. She's the publican at the Green Man, the pub on the village square. Been running it since her parents died. Well known locally. Carly says she was on every committee going, quiz nights, harvest supper, the book festival organizing committee. Popular woman. Family. One brother. David Hartley. He left the village about 15 years ago. Nobody seems to know exactly why. Went to London, then moved around. Lost touch with Ellen for most of that time. He came back about a week ago. A week before his sister is murdered. Yes, sir. Where is he now? Carly says he's been helping Ellen at the Green Man since he got back. He'd have been there this morning. Ellen was supposed to open up, but she never would have, obviously. If he's followed the routine, he'll have opened the place himself. How far is that? Carly is coming down the steps from the hall, helmet under his arm. 1/4 mile, sir. Straight down the hill past the church. The Green Man's on the square. D'Souza looks at Finn. Has anyone spoken to him yet? Does he know his sister is dead? No, sir. No contact with any family members. D'Souza looks down the drive, the gravel curving between the beaches, the iron gates at the bottom, the village rooftops below. "We'll walk," he says. "Carly, you're with us." The gravel is damp, and their footsteps are loud in the quiet. Carly falls in on D'Souza's left, Finn on his right. The hall's chimneys drop behind the tree line. The drive narrows between the beaches, and then they are through the iron gates and onto the lane. The church is on their left, stone tower, yew trees, a notice board behind glass. The lane drops steeply between cottages. Honey-coloured limestone, slate roofs, painted doors. Every gutter clear, every pane clean, not a cracked tile or a peeling hinge anywhere. D'Souza has worked villages in the border counties for 12 years. The usual picture is uneven, well-kept properties next to ones held together with hope and silicone. Here, the standard is uniform. That takes money, and it takes someone spending it. Could there really be this much money in book tourism? He makes a mental note to look into the village and the festival's financial statements. The high street opens before them. Old paper drifting from open doorways. Crates of second-hand books on the pavement. A cat asleep on a stack of paperbacks outside the bakery. "I went to Hay-on-Wye once," D'Souza says. "Years ago. Coaches in the car park, tourists 3 deep at the outdoor shelves. This is nothing like that. It's almost like any other village, except for all the books." "Give it a few days, sir," Carly says. "The festival starts on Thursday. This place will be wall to wall by then." D'Souza frowns. "Where do they all stay?" "Everywhere within 30 miles. Hereford, Brecon, every town and farmhouse between here and the Black Mountains. Every bed for miles gets booked solid. The festival brings in more money than anything else in the county." Finn is reading the shop fronts as they pass. War and Peace. Sherlock Holmes. Lord of the Fries. D'Souza watches her clock each name without expression, the effort of a woman not allowing herself to be charmed while on duty. She glances his way and sees him watching. Her cheek twitches in acknowledgement, and she raised her eyebrows in a mock sigh. "You'll get your chance," he commiserates. "We might be here a while till we clear this thing up." A shopkeeper in a doorway pauses mid-sweep to watch them pass. A woman at the greengrocer lifts her head. An elderly man on the bench by the war memorial stops mid-sentence. Carly nods to each of them, small, brief, professional courtesies. They pass a bookshop with a green-painted front, Kipling and Kippers. A woman is in the doorway, arranging books on a table on the pavement. Dark-haired British Indian features, perhaps early 40s. "Kaveri Sharma," Carly says. "Runs the bookshop. She'll have known Ellen well." She looks up as they pass. D'Souza meets her eye. She returns his gaze for a moment, then returns to her books. The Green Man is on the square. Stone frontage, old beams, the sign painted with a face of leaves. The door is propped open with a cast-iron boot scraper, and the sound of the pub spills out onto the pavement. Conversation, laughter, the clink of glasses, a chair scraping on stone. D'Souza stops her. "Carly, wait out here. If anyone comes over, keep them back. Finn with me." They go in. The lunchtime crowd fills the room with a low, comfortable hum. A large man in a wax jacket sits at the table nearest the door, a partially eaten steak and kidney pie in front of him, reading a folded newspaper propped against the salt cellar. Beyond him, 2 women share a ploughman's and a bottle of white wine, talking in low voices. A group of walkers with mud on their boots and rucksacks piled under the table are working through plates of fish and chips. An older couple by the fireplace sit in companionable silence, eating soup. The air smells of beer and roasting meat and wood smoke from the grate. Behind the bar, David Hartley is pulling a pint. A young woman with a blonde ponytail and a green man apron is working the other end, taking an order, scribbling it on a pad, calling something through to the kitchen. A dark-haired boy, barely out of his teens, is collecting empties from tables, stacking them in the crook of his arm with practiced ease. Hartley sets the pint on the counter and takes a banknote. He is late 30s, sandy-haired, shirt-sleeves rolled to the elbows, a cloth over one shoulder. He moves behind the bar the way a man moves in a space he is relearning, reaching for things and finding them, but a beat late. He says D'Souza and Finn. He reads them instantly, something in the way they stand, the way they are not looking at the menu board, the way they are looking at him. David Hartley. Who's asking? D'Souza shows his warrant card. Detective Inspector D'Souza, Hereford CID. This is Detective Sergeant Finn. Is there somewhere we can speak privately? Hartley looks from the warrant card to D'Souza to Finn. Then at the busy pub behind them. Is this about the thing up at the hall? I saw the cars going up this morning. Somewhere private, Mr. Hartley. Hartley studies D'Souza's face. Whatever he sees there stops the next question before it forms. He speaks to the blonde with the ponytail who flashes him a look of annoyance, then takes in the trio of strangers following Hartley. Through here. Hartley lifts the hatch in the bar and leads them down a short corridor past the kitchen, a blast of heat and the clatter of pans, and into a small back room. A desk covered in invoices and beer mats. A calendar on the wall with delivery dates circled in red. A filing cabinet with a kettle and 2 mugs on top. The office of a working pub. He closes the door and the sound of the lunch crowd drops to a murmur. He does not sit. He stands with his back to the desk, his arms folded. What's this about then? D'Souza sits in the only other chair. Finn stands by the door, notebook open, pen ready. Mr. Hartley, I'm very sorry to have to tell you this. Your sister Ellen was found dead this morning at Twistleton Hall. She was the victim of a violent attack. I'm deeply sorry. David Hartley stares at him. His arms are still folded. His mouth opens slightly, then closes. He stares at D'Souza the way a man stares at a sentence he cannot pass, reading and rereading it, waiting for the words to rearrange themselves into something that makes sense. What? Your sister Ellen was found dead this morning. I'm very sorry. That's not right. She's not been answering her phone. This bloody place has no cell reception, it's a complete dead zone. In this day and age, can you imagine? I've been ringing her all morning. She's probably just gone up to Blakey. She goes there for supplies once in a while. He stops as if aware that he's rambling. He looks at D'Souza. He looks at Finn. He looks at the closed door. Carly is standing outside on D'Souza's instruction, so it's just the 3 of them. Ellen? Yes. My sister Ellen. Yes. I'm very sorry, Mr. Hartley. The arms unfold. His hands drop to the edge of the desk behind him and he grips it, leaning back, as though something has struck him in the chest, and the desk is the only thing between him and the floor. His face does not crumple. It disassembles, the jaw loosening, the eyes widening, the color draining from his skin like water from a basin. No, he says. No, I was ringing her. I was just ringing her. She didn't. I thought she'd overslept or something. I was angry with her. I was angry because she hadn't. His voice breaks. He puts his hand over his mouth and presses hard, as if he can push the words back in, push the knowledge back out. His eyes fill and he blinks rapidly, and the tears run down over his fingers, and he makes a sound behind his hand, a low guttural sound that comes from somewhere deeper than the throat. D'Souza does not speak. Finn does not speak. They wait. Hartley's legs go. He doesn't fall, he sinks, his back sliding down the edge of the desk until he is sitting on the floor with his knees drawn up and his hand still pressed over his mouth. He sits there on the floor of his sister's office, surrounded by her invoices and her delivery schedules and her handwriting on every scrap of paper pinned to the board above his head, and he cries. Not quietly. Not with restraint. He cries the way a man cries who has not cried in a long time and has no practice in it and no defense against it. D'Souza waits. Finn catches his eye. He gives a small shake of his head. Not yet. When the worst of it passes, Hartley wipes his face with both hands. He stays on the floor. He doesn't try to get up. What happened to her? His voice is raw, scraped hollow. She was found in the library at Twistleton Hall early this morning. She'd been stabbed. We're treating her death as murder. Stabbed. He says the word as though it is in a foreign language. Someone stabbed her. Yes. Who? That's what we're here to find out. Hartley's face changes. The grief is still there, but something else comes into it, a tightening around the jaw, a hardness in the eyes. Who did this to my sister? We don't know yet. The investigation is in its early stages. She wouldn't hurt anyone. She never hurt anyone in her life. Who would do this to her? Mr. Hartley. I was angry with her. His voice cracks again. I was standing behind her bar this morning cursing her for not showing up, and he cannot finish. He drops his head to his knees. D'Souza lets the silence hold. Then gently, Mr. Hartley, I know this is an appalling time to ask anything of you. But we need someone to formally identify your sister. As her next of kin, would you be willing to come with us to the hall? Hartley lifts his head. His face is blotchy and swollen. You want me to see her? Only if you're willing. We can wait as long as you need. I'll come now. He gets to his feet. He steadies himself against the desk. He looks at the closed door, the muffled sound of the pub beyond it. I need to tell Meg, the girl behind the bar. She'll have to manage. Take your time. Hartley opens the door. D'Souza hears him through the corridor, a brief exchange, the girl's voice rising in alarm, Hartley cutting her off with something short and firm. Then he is back, his jacket on, his face set in the rigid expression of a man holding himself together by force of will. They go out through the back and around the side of the pub. Carly is emerging from the front. D'Souza nods to him and they take the lane uphill, D'Souza and Carly flanking Hartley, Finn behind. The high street is busy with the lunchtime crowd. Heads turn as they pass. The lane climbs past the church. Through the iron gates. Up the drive. Hartley walks with his head down and his hands in his pockets, one foot in front of the other. Carly leads them through the entrance hall, down more than one corridor, through several doors, and down a flight of stairs to a basement room. A bare room with a stone floor, a long table, 2 chairs, and wooden shelving set against the walls on all sides. The room is cold, the kind of cold that will surround Ellen Hartley's body henceforth. D'Souza thinks it must have been an old larder. A single bare overhead bulb casts a low, warm light. The shape beneath the white sheet is very still. Hartley stops in the doorway. "Take as much time as you need," D'Souza says. Hartley walks to the table. His steps are slow, careful, as though the floor might give way. He stands beside the table and looks at the shape, and does not move for a long time. Carly draws back the sheet to the shoulders. David Hartley makes a sound, not a word, not a cry, something between the two, and his hand goes to his mouth again. Ellen Hartley's face is still. The color has left her skin entirely. Her eyes are closed. Her hair has been arranged neatly around her face. Someone has taken care with her. D'Souza watches Hartley see his sister. D'Souza has stood in rooms like this before, beside other tables with other families, and he has learned that there is a moment, always the same moment, when the person standing over the body understands that the thing under the sheet is not a mistake, not a misunderstanding, not something that can be argued with or undone. It is the moment when hope dies. He sees it happen now. He sees it in the way Hartley's shoulders drop, in the way his hand reaches out and then stops in the air above Ellen's face, in the way his whole body seems to lose whatever was keeping it upright. Hartley touches her cheek with the backs of his fingers. "Ellie," he says. Barely a whisper. His hand is shaking. "That's my sister," Hartley says. "That's Ellen." Carly replaces the sheet. Hartley does not step back. He grips the edge of the table with both hands, his head bowed, his shoulders heaving. "I should have come back sooner." His voice is thick and breaking. "I should have come home years ago. I wasted all that time. All those years. And now she's gone and I can't." D'Souza watches the grief take him again, harder this time, deeper, the sound of it filling the small room. Hartley's knuckles whiten on the table edge, and his whole body shakes with it. Then Hartley's head comes up. His eyes are red and streaming and blazing. D'Souza has seen this before too, the moment when grief finds it cannot bear its own weight, and turns into the only thing strong enough to carry it. "Who did this, We're going to find out, Mr. Hartley. She was good. Do you understand me? She was good. She ran that pub on her own for 15 years, and she never complained, and she never asked anyone for anything, and she didn't deserve this. Nobody deserves this but she." His voice breaks, and he forces it back. "She was my sister. She was my big sister. We will find who did this." Hartley wipes his face. He looks at D'Souza with an intensity that is close to violence. "You find them," he says. "Whoever did this to Ellen. You find them and you bring them to justice." Chapter 8. The offices of the Garth-on-Wye Trust occupy a suite on the 14th floor of a glass tower on Fenchurch Street. The lift is silent and fast, and the doors open onto a reception area panelled in pale oak, with a single arrangement of white flowers on a low table and a young woman behind a desk. "Detective Inspector D'Souza. Mr. Bridgerton is ready for you. Can I offer you anything? Water, coffee, tea?" "Coffee would be fine," D'Souza says. "Black." "Tea, please," Finn says. "Builders, if you've got it." "Of course. I'll have those brought through. Please follow me." She leads them through a glass door, and down a corridor lined with framed prints in muted greys and blues. The carpet is thick enough to absorb their footsteps entirely. The corridor opens into a conference room with floor-to-ceiling windows facing south. The Thames is a silver line far below, barges and ferries crawling silently through the morning haze. A long oak table, leather chairs, a sideboard with carafes. A young man comes through the far door. Early 30s, D'Souza estimates, though the unlined face makes him look young enough to be asked for identification at a bar. Blonde hair cut short at the sides, longer on top, pushed back from his forehead. Blue eyes, sharp nose, clean-shaven jaw that still carries a trace of boyishness. He is tall, an inch or two above D'Souza, and narrow through the shoulders. Charcoal suit, white shirt, no tie, the collar open. He smells faintly of cedar. He crosses the room, extends his hand and grips firmly. His palm is dry and cool. D'Souza shakes his hand. Colin Bridgerton. The voice is light, confident, public school. A broad, unself-conscious grin. No relation, I'm afraid, though I'd like to think I've got the legs for it. D'Souza has no idea what this means. Beside him, Finn lets out a laugh. Oh, that's good, she says. You must get that all the time. Every single meeting. Bridgerton's grin widens. It's a curse. What is? D'Souza says. Finn looks at him with the "Are you serious?" stare of a Gen Z for a millennial. Bridgerton. The Netflix show. The books. Regency romance. Colin Bridgerton is one of the... No, D'Souza says, shaking his head. You've never... No. Finn turns back to Bridgerton. He doesn't watch television. I watch television, D'Souza says. I watch the news. He continues. Detective Inspector D'Souza. This is Detective Sergeant Finn. Thank you for seeing us at short notice. Not at all. Please sit down. Terrible business about the hall. We were all very shocked when we heard. Anything we can do to help, you only have to ask. They sit. An assistant brings coffee and tea on a tray and withdraws. Bridgerton takes the chair opposite D'Souza, crosses one leg over the other, and picks up his own cup from the table. Mr. Bridgerton, as I mentioned on the phone, we're investigating a murder that took place at Twistleton Hall on Monday morning. The property is registered to a corporate entity, Garth Estate Holdings Limited, which traces through a holding structure back to a private trust managed from these offices. I need to speak with whoever is responsible for the property. The owner, the trustee, whoever has authority over the estate. Absolutely. Bridgerton nods. The property is held within the trust's portfolio, as you say. And I'm the trust's designated point of contact for all external inquiries, legal, commercial, governmental, or in this case, investigative. So in practical terms, Inspector, you're looking at him. I appreciate that. But I need to speak with an individual, a trustee, a director, someone with personal knowledge of the property and its use. Bridgerton's expression is sympathetic. I understand completely. The difficulty is that the trust's governance structure is designed to separate the management of its assets from any single individual. There is a board of trustees, of course, but the board operates through appointed representatives, of which I am one, specifically so that individual trustees aren't burdened with operational matters. I'm afraid I can't provide the names of the trustees. That's a standard feature of trust governance. Their identities are protected as a matter of legal structure. If you obtain a court order requiring disclosure, we will of course comply fully and promptly. In the meantime, I am legally authorized to receive and respond to any inquiries you may have. If you need access to the property, I can arrange that. If you need documentation, maintenance records, access logs, the caretaker's agreement, I can have those sent to you within 24 hours. A murder on the premises is operational. It's certainly an external inquiry. The smile does not falter. And for external inquiries, you come to me. That's what I'm here for. D'Souza looks at him for a moment. What exactly is your role with the trust, Mr. Bridgerton? I'm in-house counsel. I have a legal background, qualified solicitor, and I came to law from finance, which is useful given the complexity of the trust's portfolio. I handle legal matters, regulatory compliance, liaise with authorities. If the trust needs to interface with the outside world, that's my desk. You're quite young, D'Souza says, for a position with this level of authority. Bridgerton's grin widens. He spreads his hands in a gesture of cheerful confession. What can I say, Inspector? I'm a Nepo baby. Finn laughs, a short, surprised sound she doesn't quite manage to suppress. A look passes between her and Bridgerton, one that D'Souza recognizes as the most ancient of exchanges between a man and a woman. He ignores it. Tell me about Twistleton Hall. The property, its history, its management. Certainly. Bridgerton sits forward slightly. Twistleton Hall is a Jacobean manor house, Grade II listed, situated in the village of Garth-on-Wye on the Welsh border. The estate includes the hall itself, the surrounding parkland and grounds, and significant landholdings in and around the village. How did the trust come to own it? The property was originally part of the Twistleton estate, a landed family with roots in the area going back several centuries. The Twistleton family vested certain assets, including the hall and the village landholdings, into the trust some decades ago. The trust has managed them since. Are there any living Twistletons? The family line is, I believe, quite attenuated. The trust inherited the stewardship of the assets. The personal history of the original benefactors is rather before my time, I'm afraid. The hall is one holding among many in the trust's portfolio. We manage a diverse range of assets, property, investments, commercial interests. The hall is used as a venue for the annual book festival. Yes. The trust is the festival's principal sponsor and has been since its inception. The festival has grown considerably. It's now a major event on the literary calendar. And the caretaker, D'Souza says. Mrs. Westmacott. Yes, Mrs. Westmacott. She's been the hall's caretaker for a very long time, decades. She lives in a cottage on the grounds. She tends the gardens, maintains the property on a day-to-day basis, and serves as the curator of the annual festival. She has full access to the hall under the terms of her caretaker's agreement. What is her relationship to the trust? She's an employee. The trust provides her accommodation and a stipend in exchange for the upkeep of the property. It's a long-standing arrangement. She's been there longer than I've been alive. Mrs. Westmacott says she has permission from the owners to use the hall for family gatherings. Sunday dinners, that kind of thing. That's correct. It's provided for in her agreement. The hall is her home for all practical purposes. We've always wanted her to feel that way. Is there an individual behind the trust at all, Mr. Bridgerton? Someone I can sit across from and have a conversation with about what happened on their property? Bridgerton raises his eyebrows, a flicker of something that might be genuine amusement. There are individuals behind every trust, Inspector. That is rather the definition. But a trust exists precisely to separate the management of assets from the visibility of the individuals who benefit from them. It is a legal mechanism, entirely ordinary, used by families and institutions throughout the country. I assure you there is nothing unusual or sinister about the arrangement. D'Souza has what he needs, which is nothing. He has been given a comprehensive overview of an organization whose existence he has already established, a polite lecture on trust law, and confirmation that the old woman in the cottage is an employee with a long-standing agreement. Every answer has been prompt, articulate, and entirely empty of the one thing he came for, a name. He stands. Thank you for your time, Mr. Bridgerton. Of course. Bridgerton stands as well and comes around the table. If there's anything else the trust can do to support the investigation, please don't hesitate. Here's my card. Direct line, email, mobile, all three. Any time. D'Souza takes the card. Heavy stock embossed, a discreet logo. Bridgerton walks them to the lift. He shakes their hands and wishes them well and tells them to call him Colin, and the lift doors close on his pleasant, impenetrable smile. They stand in silence as the floors count down. The lobby is marble and glass. They cross it and step out onto Fenchurch Street. The morning is grey and loud, traffic, construction, the press of pedestrians. A different country from the one they drove through yesterday. All I've learned, D'Souza says, buttoning his jacket against the wind, is what I could have found in 10 minutes online. Trusts within trusts. Corporate shells. Mysterious billionaires hiding behind a solicitor whose entire job is to stand between them and the rest of the world. That's a bit unfair, isn't it? Finn says. He looks at her. Well, it is. If even an ordinary person has the sense to lock their doors at night, and they do, even in the safest neighborhoods, then why should we expect the very rich not to do the same? We tax them heavily enough as it is. What they've got left after taxes, they're quite right to keep safe from prying eyes and grabby hands. D'Souza rolls his eyes without comment and starts toward the car. They are on Fenchurch Street, walking past the towers loading bay when he speaks again. Nepo baby. Who's Nepo baby? That's the question. Someone thought a man in his early 30s was the right person to be the sole gatekeeper for a trust this size. That someone is either his father, his uncle, or someone else who trusts him absolutely. I want to know who. He glances at Finn. Find out everything you can about Colin Bridgerton. Family, education, career. Where he came from before this. I'll run it. Finn unlocks the car. Though I'll say this, Nepo baby or not, he was good. You threw everything you had at him, and he didn't give an inch. D'Souza opens the passenger door. No, he says. He didn't. They are on the A40 heading west before he speaks again. The caretaker, he says. Westmacott. She told me she has permission from the owners to use the hall. She was quite specific about it. The owners have always been generous in that regard. That means she has a line to someone. A name. A number. Something. You want to talk to her again? I do. We need to bring her in again. Finn overtakes a lagging Accord sharply enough for D'Souza to have to consciously resist clutching at the dashboard. He subtly checks that his seatbelt is fastened tightly. Carly mentioned that the Village Business Council is meeting this afternoon, final preparations for the festival. She'll be there. The hall is the main venue for the speaking events. What time? D'Souza asks, wishing Finn would slow down. Finn reaches for her phone with one hand, the other on the wheel, her eyes flicking between the road and the screen as she taps out a text to Carly. They are doing 85 in the outside lane. D'Souza grips the armrest and says nothing, because he has learned that commenting on Finn's driving only makes her drive faster to prove she can do both. The phone buzzes. She glances down. 3 o'clock. D'Souza checks his watch. 12:30. London to Garth-on-Wye is the better part of 3 hours, depending on traffic and the state of the B-roads once they leave the motorway. We can make it, he says, with time for a quick bite on the way. Finn shifts lanes and presses the accelerator. The needle climbs. D'Souza tries to remember the last time he went to confession.
Chapter 9. The telephone rings at 20 to 1. Agatha is in her kitchen, washing the dishes she left in the sink yesterday morning. A lifetime ago it feels, though it has been only 30 hours. The blue and white plate, the china cup and saucer, the small butter dish. She dries her hands on the cloth by the sink and lifts the receiver from the wall-mounted telephone. The cottage has no mobile signal, which is one of the things she likes about it. Hello, my darlings. Nana. Colin's voice is warm and slightly breathless, as if he has been hurrying between one obligation and the next. They've gone. Left about 20 minutes ago. Tell me. A Detective Inspector D'Souza and his sergeant, Finn. An Irish. Sharp. Nice looking. She doesn't miss much. He's sharper. Methodical. Patient. He let the silences run and watched what I did with them. And what did you do with them? Sat in them beautifully, if I say so myself. I gave him everything he could have found online, and not a syllable more. The Twistleton family history, the trust structure, the festival sponsorship. I confirmed Mrs. Westmacott is the caretaker, with a long-standing agreement. I did not confirm the composition of the board, the identity of any trustee, or anything that connects the trust to a living person. I was helpful, cooperative, transparent, and completely useless to him. He knows it. He wasn't happy about it. Was he rude? Not remotely. He's a professional. But he's frustrated, and he's clever enough to know when he's being managed. He'll come back with a court order eventually, if he thinks the ownership matters to his case. Agatha considers this. The morning light comes through the kitchen window and falls on her hands, still damp from the washing up. Bombay is on the windowsill, watching a robin on the garden wall. Did he ask about me specifically? Yes. Your role, your relationship to the trust, whether you're a trustee. I told him you're an employee under a caretaker's agreement, and that you've been there longer than I've been alive. Which is true. Did he find that satisfactory? He found none of it satisfactory. But he couldn't fault any of it either. In a pause. He also asked how someone my age ended up in my position. I told him I was a Nepo baby. A sound escapes her, a brief, startled laugh, rare and genuine. Collins. Well, it's true, isn't it? And it got a laugh out of the sergeant, which broke the tension nicely. Sometimes the truth is the best disguise, Nana. You taught me that. I taught you to be careful. I was careful. I was also charming, which is better. I'm quite sure the detective sergeant would have handed me her phone to type in my digits, if I'd even hinted at it. Perhaps I should have. She laughs at his casually self-deprecating humor. Carlin is so like his mother in his easy confidence, so like his grandfather in the steadiness beneath it. She had placed him in the trust's offices 3 years ago, fresh from his law conversion and his year in the city, because she needed someone she could trust absolutely in the one position where trust mattered most: the gatekeeper. The first line between her world and anyone who came looking. "Is there anything else you need from me?" he asks. "Not today. Go back to your work." And Carlin's "thank you. Always, Naneth." She replaces the receiver. The kitchen is quiet. The clock ticks. Bombay drops from the windowsill and winds himself around her ankles, and she bends slowly, her hips reminding her of their objections, to run a finger along his spine. "Well, Bombay," she says. "That's the city taken care of. Now for the village." The village hall sits behind the church, a low stone building with a corrugated roof and a notice board outside that has served, for as long as anyone can remember, as the village's unofficial gazette. Parish council agendas, jumble sale notices, lost cats, found dogs, and a handwritten card advertising piano lessons that has been there since 1997, and has never, to Agatha's knowledge, been answered. She arrives at 5 minutes to 3, Willow at her knee, Bombay having materialized from wherever he spends his afternoons, and now draped across her shoulders like a black stole. The hall is already filled. Every folding chair is occupied, and several people are standing along the walls. This is unusual. The business council meetings rarely draw more than a dozen, and half of those come for the biscuits. Today, every shopkeeper, publican, innkeeper and stallholder in Garth-on-Wye appears to have found a reason to attend. The reason, of course, is not the festival. Agatha takes a seat near the back. Willow settles at her feet with a sigh. The chair beside her is occupied by a young woman she has seen several times in the past few weeks, but spoken to only briefly, Nicola, who came to the village a month or so ago and has been working at Bun with the Wind, the bakery on the corner of the high street. Old Mabel Finch, who has run the bakery since the 1970s and whose knees have been troubling her for years, has spoken of Nicola with a warmth that borders on relief. She just turned up one morning asking if I needed a hand. I said I didn't. She said she'd work for free for a week and I could decide after. She's been there ever since. I don't know what I did without her. Agatha likes people who make themselves useful without being asked. It is a quality she values above almost all others. A Mrs. Westmacott, Nicola says, turning to her with a smile that reaches her eyes. How are you holding up? It must have been dreadful finding her like that. It was not pleasant, Agatha says. But I am quite all right, thank you, my dear. Mabel sends her love. She wanted to come, but her knees are playing up again. She sent scones instead. Nicola produces a paper bag from beneath her chair. Cheese and chive. Still warm. Agatha accepts one. It is, she notes, excellent Mabel's recipe, executed with a lighter hand than Mabel herself has managed in recent years. The girl has talent. The meeting is called to order by Gerald Pembroke, who chairs the business council with the weary air of a man who has been volunteered for the role every year for the past 15, and has long since stopped trying to decline. He is a large, red-faced man who runs the wine bar, Tequila Mockingbird, and whose speaking voice carries the permanent slight hoarseness of someone who has spent 30 years sampling his own inventory. Right, Gerald says, consulting a sheet of paper. We're here to discuss final preparations for the festival, which, as you all know, starts on Thursday. I have the agenda here: parking, signage, the program schedule, the volunteer rota, and the question of the speaking venue at the hall. But before we get to any of that, he does not need to finish. The room is already talking. Has anyone heard anything? This from Kaveri Sharma, who has risen from her chair near the front. The police aren't telling us anything. I've had customers in the shop all morning wanting to know what happened, and I can't tell them a thing. Travelling crime, says Tom Harwood from the back, the man who does the heavy grounds work at the hall. Mark my words. Someone came in from outside. Nobody local would do a thing like that. Her brother came back last week, says another voice, lower, more cautious. That's a bit convenient, isn't it? David Hartley wouldn't hurt a fly. David Hartley hasn't been here in 15 years. People change. People don't change that much. My cousin's husband left for 6 months and came back a completely different person. Joined a cult in Glastonbury. Wouldn't eat anything that cast a shadow. A ripple of uneasy laughter. The point is, Kaveri says firmly, cutting through the chatter, we don't know what happened and speculating isn't going to help Ellen. What we need to know is whether this is going to affect the festival. Thursday is the day after tomorrow. We have publishers arriving, authors booked, events scheduled. The whole village depends on this week. Hear, hear, Gerald says, seizing the moment. Which brings us to the question of the whole. Mrs. Westmacott. Every head turns. Agatha has been sitting quietly, her hands folded in her lap, the half-eaten scone balanced on her knee. She has listened to every word, every theory, every anxious speculation, the way she has listened to village talk for 80 years, patiently, attentively, filing each voice and each opinion in the place where it might prove useful later. She rises now with the aid of her stick, not because the room requires it, but because she has learned that people listen more carefully to someone who has made the effort to stand. The police have assured me, she says, her voice quiet but carrying clearly in the hushed room, that they will be finished with the crime scene by tomorrow at the latest, Wednesday. That will leave us sufficient time to prepare the hall for Thursday's events. A murmur of relief. However, she continues, the library will remain closed for the duration of the festival. The police have asked that it not be used, and I have agreed. This is not negotiable. The groans are immediate and vocal. The library of Twistleton Hall is one of the village's great attractions. Visitors come from around the world to see it, and the literary readings and poetry events held in that room are among the most sought-after tickets on the festival program. Losing it for the entire week is a blow. Can't we at least open it for viewing? Gerald asks. Roped off, no touching, just a walk through. No. The poetry evening on Saturday is sold out. 300 tickets. Lydia Holbrook is reading from her new collection. She specifically requested the library. Ms. Holbrook will have to read in the Great Hall instead, which is a perfectly suitable venue and seats twice as many. I shall write to her personally to explain. She is a reasonable woman. What about the rare books exhibition? Half the collectors coming or... Gerald. Agatha's voice does not rise, but something in it changes, a quality of stillness that silences the room more effectively than volume ever could. A woman was murdered in that room. Ellen Hartley, whom most of you knew and all of you liked. The library floor is stained with her blood. I will not have visitors tramping through it for entertainment 3 days later. The library is closed. We will make alternative arrangements for every affected event, and we will do so graciously, because that is what Ellen would have expected of us. The silence holds. Gerald clears his throat and looks at his sheet of paper. Right. Alternative arrangements. Let's work through the program and see what needs moving where. The meeting continues. Agatha sits down and lets the practical business of the festival wash over her, the parking arrangements for the meadow, the signage for the footpaths, the volunteer rota for the information tent. Nicola, beside her, takes notes in a small leather notebook, occasionally leaning over to ask Agatha a quiet question about the layout of the hall grounds or the timing of the opening ceremony. Her questions are sensible and specific. She has been in the village barely a month and already knows the geography and the personalities better than some who have lived here for years. Agatha finds herself warming to the girl. The meeting adjourns at 4:30. People rise, cluster, resume the gossip that Gerald's agenda had only temporarily suppressed. Agatha is gathering her stick and her coat when she becomes aware of someone standing before her, waiting to be acknowledged. She looks up. A tall woman, smartly dressed, blonde hair pulled back, with the direct gaze and straight posture of someone accustomed to being noticed. She is not from the village. A Mrs. Westmacott. My name is Sloane Mercer. I wonder if I might have a moment of your time. There's a matter I need to discuss with you rather urgently. Chapter 10. Sloane Mercer. Oh, good heavens. Sir. Agatha looks up at the woman standing before her. Tall. Blonde. Late 20s. American, the quick, clipped cadence of the urban northeast. She is wearing a wax jacket that still has its sharp creases and ankle boots with a heel that must have been agony on the cobblestones. Her smile is bright and expectant, and she is holding out her hand with the confidence of someone who is accustomed to having it taken. Agatha takes it. The grip is firm and brief and professional. How do you do, Miss Mercer? She says, and gives her the warmest, vaguest, most helplessly elderly smile she can muster. Now remind me, dear, have we met? We haven't, no, but I've been in touch by email and by letter. I work with Hartwick and Lyle in New York. Martin Hartwick's firm. Agatha's brow creases. She tilts her head. Hartwick, she says, as if trying to place a word in a foreign language. Martin Hartwick. He represents your late husband's literary estate. Hartwick and Lyle's. The agency. Oh, an agency. Yes. Desmond had people for all that. I never had anything to do with any of it, I'm afraid. Well, Martin's firm still represents the estate, and I'm one of his associates. I've written to you several times over the past year about a licensing proposal for the Willowbrook Tales. Agatha's expression is kind and completely blank. The children's books, Sloane says. Your husband's series. Yes, dear, I know what the Willowbrook Tales are. A gentle laugh. What I can't quite recall is, you say you've written. To me personally. 3 emails and a letter. And I called twice. Did you? Oh, how awful. I'm so sorry. I'm hopeless with emails. My granddaughter set me up with one of those accounts years ago, and I still can't find half of what comes in. Things just vanish. And the telephone, well, I'm a bit deaf, you see, And if I don't get to it in time, the machine picks up and I never remember to check the machine. Grace tells me off about it constantly. 3 emails, you say? And a letter. The letter. Now that I should have seen. I do open my letters. Was it a large envelope? I sometimes put the large ones aside because I think they're catalogues. Sloane's smile has not faltered, but her eyes have taken on the particular brightness of a woman who is recalculating every assumption she brought into this conversation. It was on agency letterhead. A formal proposal regarding a licensing arrangement for the series. New books by a new creative team, continuing the Willowbrook brand. New books, Agatha says. She frowns slightly, as if this is a concept she is encountering for the first time. New Willowbrook books. But Desmond is dead, my dear. Yes, that's exactly the point. The proposal is to continue the series with new authors and illustrators, under the existing brand. It's very common with successful legacy properties. I'd love the chance to explain it to you properly, if you could spare a few minutes. How extraordinary. New books without the author. What will they think of next? She shifts her weight on her stick and allows her face to show what her hips are telling her, which requires no acting at all. That's very dedicated of you, my dear, coming all this way. Have you come far? From New York. New York. Goodness. What a journey. And just for the festival. Well, partly for the festival, and partly to see you, Mrs. Westmacott. As I said, I've been trying to reach you for some time, and I thought this might be a good opportunity too. You must be exhausted. Have you eaten? The pub does a very decent pie on Mondays, although I'm not sure if it's still Monday. What day is it, Nicola? Nicola, who is putting on her coat beside them, looks up. A Tuesday. A Tuesday. Then it's the trout. The trout is good too, although not quite as good as the pie. Tell her about the pie, Nicholas. The pie is excellent, Nicola says, with the cheerful obedience of someone who has learned that when Agatha asks you to tell someone about the pie, you tell them about the pie. A Mrs. Westmacott. And you must see the bookshops while you're here. If you're in publishing, you'll be in heaven. We have over 30, you know. Some of them are very specialist. There's a wonderful little place on Butcher's Row that does nothing but first editions of detective fiction. Signed Christie's, if you can believe it. What's it called? Cavalry would know. Cavalry. Cavalry is a few feet away, buttoning her coat. She turns. What's the name of the detective fiction shop on Butcher's Row? The one with the signed Christie's. The Usual Suspect. The Usual Suspect. That's it. You should go, Miss Mercer. They've got a signed first edition of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd in the window that would make you weep. Or was it Murder on the Orient Express? One of the murders, anyway. They're all murders with Christie, aren't they? Sloane is still smiling. The smile has not wavered, but it has taken on a quality of fixed endurance, like a flag that continues to fly in a gale because it has been bolted to the pole. That sounds wonderful, and I'll definitely check it out. But I was hoping we could find a few minutes to talk about the proposal. I know you're busy with the festival, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. Even 15 minutes would. Oh, my dear, I would love to, but I'm afraid I'm completely done in. My knees, you see. Hours in that chair. At my age, sitting is almost as bad as standing. Everything locks up, and then it takes an age to get moving again. I was just about to pop next door to Cavery's shop. She's had a shipment of tea in from Kerala, and I promised I'd collect it this evening. I could walk with you, Sloane says. We could talk on the way. It doesn't have to be formal, just a chat. Agatha looks at her. She looks at Cavery. She looks at the door. Cavery, you wouldn't mind if Miss Mercer came along. She's in publishing. From New York. Cavery smiles pleasantly. Of course not. Though if she's in publishing, she should really see Murder. She drank first. They've got the finest mystery collection in the county. 3 rooms of nothing but crime fiction. Floor to ceiling. You could spend a whole afternoon in there. So, what a good idea. You should go tonight, Miss Mercer, before the festival crowds arrive. Once the festival starts, you won't be able to move an inch in there. I appreciate the recommendation, Sloane says. I'll make sure to visit. But right now, if I could just have a few minutes. Of course. Walk with me. It's just next door. Nevertheless, she persisted. Agatha thinks as she makes a great show of shuffling to the door, the remaining villagers parting to make way for her. Just her luck to be saddled with one of those stubbornly persistent American publishing people, and before the festival even began. Although, she has to admit, the British publishing professionals these days can be just as obnoxious. It's the proximity to all that money that turns their heads, of course. Large sums of money have a way of doing that to people. They leave the whole together. The evening air is cool and the high street is quiet. Agatha moves at the pace that she estimates would be appropriate for a 103-year-old biddy, which is probably how Sloane sees her. She could of course walk much faster, even while carrying a pound or 3 of books or tea, but there's no reason to hurry for Ms. Mercer. The person in question falls into step beside her with the contained energy of a woman whose natural walking speed is approximately 3 times what is currently being asked of her. Willow ambles at Agatha's knee. Her stick taps on the cobblestones. She brought it with her thinking she would return it to the hall on her evening walk after the meeting. But it proves a very useful prop right now for this performance of a forgetful old widow. The light is going and the shop fronts are golden in the dusk. Murder, she drank with its lurid window display of stacked paperbacks and a plastic skeleton in a deerstalker. Bun with the Wind with its striped awning and its chalkboard menu, the darkened front of Lord of the Fries. Kipling and Kippers is 3 doors down. The green-painted front glows warmly. Through the window, Agatha can see the shelves, the reading chairs, the ginger cat asleep on the poetry section. Cavery unlocks the door and holds it open. The bell chimes. The smell of old books and sandalwood reaches Agatha like a greeting from an old friend. Come in, Cavery says. Sit down before your knees go on strike. Agatha sinks into the chair Cavery pulls out for her behind the counter and lets out a breath. She has sat in this chair 1,000 times. The cushion knows her shape. Willow lies down at her feet. Bombay is nowhere to be seen, which means he is somewhere watching and will appear when he is ready and not a moment before. Miss Mercer, do sit down. There's a reading chair by the window. Sloane turns to the reading chair. The ginger cat is in it. Not on the arm, not perched on the edge, in it. Settled deep into the cushion with its paws tucked beneath its chest and its eyes half closed, occupying the seat with the serene totality of a creature that has never once in its life been asked to justify its presence anywhere. It regards Sloane. Sloane regards it. Oh dear, Agatha says. That's marmalade. I'm afraid once he's settled, there's no shifting him. He's been in that chair since 2019. Cavalry, is there another chair? There's the stool in the back, but the leg's wobbly. I keep meaning to fix it. I'm fine standing, Sloane says. Really? Are you sure? You've been on your feet all evening. I feel terrible. It's fine. Honestly. Mrs. Westmacott, while we have a moment. Now then, Cavalry says, disappearing into the back room. A tea? Is it the monarch? Agatha calls after her. Only I can never remember. Was it Munnar you said, or Uti? I always get them muddled. They're both up in the hills, aren't they? Munnar, Cavalry says, emerging with a foil pouch. Priya's estate. Munnar is in Kerala. Udi is in Tamil Nadu. We've been over this, Agatha. Have we? I'm sorry. I can never keep them straight. India is so vast. My geography was never any good. Desmond was the one with the head for geography. He could tell you every capital of every country in the world. I can barely remember which way is north. Mrs. Westmacott, Sloane begins. Smell this, Cavalry says, holding the pouch open under Agatha's nose. Agatha inhales. She closes her eyes. Oh, Cavalry. First flushy. Priya sent it last week. It only just cleared customs. They held it at Heathrow for 3 days. 3 days? What on earth for? Who knows? Perhaps they thought it was contraband. Contraband. 20 kilos of tea leaves. What is the world coming to? Mrs. Westmacott, if I could just... Have you ever been to a tea plantation, Miss Mercer? I haven't, no, Oh, you should. The hillsides are covered in these beautiful green terraces that go on for miles and miles. I went once years ago. When was it, Cavalry? I can never remember dates. You told me it was in the 80s. Was it? It might have been the 70s. Or the 90s. Everything after 1960 blurs together, I'm afraid. But I remember the tea. We sat on a veranda somewhere and drank it fresh, and I thought, well, if this isn't heaven, it's close enough. Cavalry fills the kettle. 4 minutes once it's poured. Not a second less. Not a second less, Agatha agrees. I always forget and pour too early, and then it's not the same, is it? Cavalry tells me off. I do. Every time. Mrs. Westmacott. Sloane's voice is a degree firmer now. She has shifted her weight from one foot to the other and is holding her bag against her hip. I really appreciate the hospitality, and the tea smells wonderful. But I've come a very long way, and I was hoping we could talk about the proposal. Just the basics. It won't take long. Of course, my dear. What proposal was that? Sloane pauses. The licensing proposal. For the Willowbrook Tales. The one I wrote to you about. Oh, yes. The new books. Without Desmond. Agatha frowns. I'm sorry, I know you explained it at the meeting, but it's all gone a bit foggy. My memory does this terrible thing where I can remember what I had for breakfast in 1943, but I can't remember what someone told me 10 minutes ago. Cavalry, is that normal? Perfectly normal at your age. Is it? That's a relief. I keep thinking it's the beginning of the end. My mother went the same way, you know. Completely sharp one day and then, oh, what's the word? Where you forget things. Dementia, Cavalry says gently. Yes, that. Horrible word. I don't think I've got it, but how would one know? That's the trouble, isn't it? The people who have got it don't know they've got it. You haven't got dementia, Agatha. Haven't I? That's kind of you to say. But you're not a doctor, are you? No, but I see you every day, and you beat me at Scrabble last Thursday. Did I? I don't remember that either. What was the score? A Mrs. Westmacott. Sloane's smile is still in place, but it has taken on the quality of something maintained by effort rather than inclination, like a tent held up in a crosswind. The licensing arrangement. If I could just explain the basic concept. My agency represents a writer-illustrator team, Sandhya Sharma and Michael Mariposa, who would create new Willowbrook books under the existing brand. Same world, same characters, new stories. It's been done very successfully with other properties. Paddington, for instance. Paddington. Agatha's face lights up. I love Paddingtons. Do you like Paddington, Cavalry? Everyone loves Paddington. Desmond met Michael Bond once. At a party in London. Or was it at a bookshop? I can't remember. Somewhere in London. They talked about marmalade for an hour. I think they were both a little drunk. When was that, Cavalry? You won't know, I suppose. I wasn't born yet, Agatha. Weren't you? No, I suppose you weren't. It was a long time ago. Everything was a long time ago when you're my age. Sloane draws a breath. She holds it. She lets it out. When she speaks again, the pace is quicker and the pitch is half a note higher, and Agatha notes with private interest that the professional veneer is beginning to show its seams. The Willowbrook series has sold 47 million copies worldwide. The backlist sales increased 17% during the pandemic. There is significant interest from film and television producers. The property is extremely valuable, and there's an opportunity right now to multiply that value many times over. All I'm asking for is the chance to show you the full proposal. 47 million, Agatha says. Is that right? Goodness. I had no ideas. Cavalry, did you know Desmond's books had sold 47 million copies? I didn't know the exact number, no. 47 million. He'd have been astonished. He never thought anyone would read them at all, you know. He used to say, who wants to read about a talking badger? And I'd say, everyone, darling. But he never believed me. Mrs. Westmacott, the proposal includes a very competitive royalty structure. What's a royalty? Sloane stops. I know it's got something to do with money, Agatha says helpfully. But I've never been clear on how it works. Desmond handled all of that. After he died, Martin took over. I just sign things when Martin tells me to sign things. I'm hopeless with finances. I still use a checkbook. Do you use a checkbook, Cavalry? I do actually. Do you? Oh, good. I thought I was the last one. My granddaughter says they're practically antiques. Sloane's bag is still on her hip. Her fingers are gripping the strap. The knuckles are white. A royalty, she says, with the careful patience of a woman speaking to someone who may or may not have dementia, is a percentage of the revenue from book sales that is paid to the rights holder. In this case, the Westmacott estate. We've proposed 15% of net receipts, but that figure is negotiable. 15%, Agatha says. She turns to Cavery. Is that a lot, dear? I can't tell. Cavery tilts her head. She appears to consider this carefully, as if doing arithmetic. Well, if the books are Desmond's, and the name is Desmond's, and the world is Desmond's, and the characters are Desmond's, and all these new people are doing is adding to what he already built, then 15% for his estate and 85% for everyone else does seem a little. She searches for the word. Lopsided. Agatha offers. Lopsided. Yes. That's what I thought. But then I'm terrible with numbers, so I wasn't sure. The percentage is negotiable, Sloane says again. Her voice has thinned. That's precisely why I'm here. To find terms that work for both sides. But I can't negotiate if we don't sit down and have a proper conversation. Mrs. Westmacott, could I come back tomorrow? Or the day after? I'm at the Larch through the weekend. I could come to you, wherever is convenient. Your home the hold here's. Anywhere. Tomorrow, Agatha says doubtfully. What's tomorrow? A Wednesday. A Wednesday. Oh no, Wednesday is impossible. The festival starts on Wednesday. I'm the curator, you see. The whole thing lands on my shoulders. Well, not my shoulders, I have people who do the actual work. Grace does most of it and young Thomas. But I'm supposed to be there for the opening and I have to give a little speech. I can never remember my speeches. I write them down and then I lose the paper. Cavery, do you remember where I put my speech? It's on the kitchen table. Under the butter dish. Is it? How did it get there? You put it there. Did I? That doesn't sound like me. Are you sure? I watched you do it. How extraordinary. I have no memory of that at all. She turns back to Sloane with an expression of such baffled sweetness that a less determined woman would have surrendered on the spot. I'm so sorry, Miss Mercer. My mind really is going. I think the best thing would be for you to leave your details, and I'll have Grace get in touch when things are a bit calmer. After the festival, perhaps. Grace handles all the practical things for me. She's marvellous. I'd be lost without her. Could I at least leave the full proposal with you? The detailed terms, the creative samples, the market analysis. You could read it in your own time. Of course, my dear. I make no promises that I'll understand any of it, but you're welcome to leave it. Sloane reaches into her bag and produces a slim folder, cream-coloured bound, with a printed cover. She places it on the counter. She also produces a business card. My mobile number, my email, and the number at the Larch. How lovely. Cavery, where should I put this so I don't lose it? Give it to me. I'll keep it behind the counters. Would you? You're so good. I'd only put it under the butter dish. Sloane shoulders her bag. She looks at Agatha, and Agatha can see her calculating, weighing what she has gained against what she came for, measuring the distance between the two, deciding whether to push once more or retreat and regroup. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Westmacott. I know I've sprung this on you, and I appreciate your patience. I really do believe this could be something wonderful for Desmond's legacy. For your whole family. That's very kind, dear. I'll have a look when I get a chance. If I remember. She smiles. Which I probably won't. But Grace will remind me. Grace reminds me of everything. Sloane nods. She glances around the shop, a quick reflexive sweep, the way Agatha has noticed she looks at every room she enters, and then she is gone. The bell chimes. The door swings shut. Through the window, Agatha watches her walk up the high street. Her stride lengthens immediately, freed from the constraint of an old woman's pace. She walks fast. She walks like someone who has somewhere to be and not enough time to get there. The shop is quiet. The ginger cat stretches in the reading chair. Cavery picks up Sloane's untouched cup of tea and pours it down the sink. Well, Cavery says. She folds her arms and leans against the counter. She didn't drink the tea. She didn't. First flush Munnar, sent by my cousin from 2,000 meters, held hostage at Heathrow for 3 days, and she didn't even taste it. No. That tells you everything you need to know about a person. Agatha is quiet for a moment. She is looking at the door, but she is not seeing the door. She is thinking. She works for Martin Hartwick, she says. Her voice has changed. The vagueness is gone. The fumbling is gone. She sounds like herself. But Martin doesn't know she's here. He and I speak twice a year, at Christmas and on Desmond's birthday. He has never once raised the subject of licensing. Cavery watches her. She has known Agatha long enough to know when the performance ends and the thinking begins. She's not here for Martin, Agatha says. She's here for herself. She wants to land this deal, take the client, and open her own agency on the back of it. Martin Hartwick gave her a job, trained her, trusted her, and she's planning to steal his most valuable property out from under him. Nice girl. Isn't she? Agatha reaches for her tea. It has gone cool, but she drinks it anyway. She didn't mention Ellen either. A woman was murdered 2 days ago on the estate where I live, and this girl stood in your shop for 20 minutes talking about intellectual property and never once asked if I was all right. Some people see what they want to see. And nothing else. Agatha sets the cup down. I want to know more about Miss Mercer. Something about her doesn't sit well with me. A person who would betray her own mentor for a deal, what else would she do? Cavery is quiet for a moment. Then she reaches behind the counter and produces the cream-coloured folder and Sloane's business card. She sets them in front of Agatha. Start there, she says. Agatha looks at the folder. She does not open it. Not yet. I'll take a 1/4 pound of the Munnar, she says. And the chicory coffee for Grace. And if you've got any of that ginger and lemon, my throat's been scratchy all week. Coming up, Cavery says and reaches for the scales.
Chapter 11. D'Souza is hungry, irritated, and 3 hours behind schedule. Day 2 of a murder investigation, and he has spent it in a car and behind a desk instead of in the village where the body was found. A witness in an earlier case, a woman who had given a statement against her partner for domestic assault 3 weeks ago, rang the station at 10:30 to say she wanted to withdraw it. That meant driving back to Brecon, sitting across from her while she repeated that she'd changed her mind, filling out the paperwork that formalized her decision, and driving back again with nothing to show for it. His stomach is empty, his patience is thinner, and the light is already going as they pull into Garth-on-Wye at 5:10. Carly is waiting for them at the Green Man. Corner table, cup of tea, manila folder. The pub is quiet, a handful of regulars murmured talk. Carly stands when they come in. "Sir, ma'am, I expected you earlier." "So did we." "Sit down." D'Souza pulls out a chair. His eyes go to the chalkboard menu above the bar. "Finn, order us something. Whatever's fast." Finn comes back with 2 ploughmans and 2 pints of water. D'Souza tears off a piece of bread and eats it while Carly opens his folder. 11 interviews today. 6 pub regulars, 2 shopkeepers, the vicar, and 2 close friends of Ellen's, Janet Pierce and Ruth Ansley. He flattens his notes on the table. The picture's consistent. Ellen was well liked. Hardworking. Ran this place single-handedly since her parents died. Never married, no children. No enemies anyone can name. Everyone has enemies, Finn says, cutting into her cheese. Not Ellen, apparently. Worst anyone said was she could be sharp if you were slow paying your tab. Carly turns a page. But there is the brother. David Hartley. Left 15 years ago after a row about selling the pub. Went to London. Never came back. Then 10 days ago he turns up, no phone call, no warning. Walks in and asks for a room. And 10 days later Ellen's dead. Ruth Ansley thinks he killed her. Came right out and said it. And she says she has evidence. D'Souza stops chewing. What evidence? She says she saw David early Monday morning, around 6:30, 6:45, walking up the hill from the village toward the hall. She was looking out her upstairs window. Says she saw him come back roughly an hour later. D'Souza looks at Finn. Finn looks at D'Souza. Tell us about Ruth Ansley. 45. Runs a room with a view on Chapel Lane, the bed and breakfast. Been in the village her whole life. She and Ellen were best friends since school. Carly pauses. She was very forthcoming. Sat with me for over an hour. D'Souza pushes his plate aside. Half the ploughman's is untouched, and he resents leaving it, but he has already lost a day and he is not losing the evening as well. A witness who can place someone near the scene at the relevant time, that is worth eating cold cheese for later. Let's go talk to her. Ruth Ansley opens the door before they knock. Come in, come in. PC Carly said you might follow up. I've put the kettle on. She is a small, neat woman with short grey-brown hair and quick eyes. She leads them into a sitting room where tea and shortbread have been laid out on a tray, and D'Souza accepts a cup because refusing hospitality makes witnesses tighten up, and right now he wants Ruth Ansley as loose and forthcoming as possible. Miss Ansley, thank you for seeing us. You told PC Carly you saw something on Monday morning. Tell me exactly what you saw. I was up early. Couldn't sleep, I'd been anxious, what with David being back and all the tension. I was on the upstairs landing, looking out toward the hill, and I saw him. David Hartley, walking up the lane toward the halls. What time? 6:30. Maybe 6:45. Early. The light was just coming up. Which direction was he walking? Up the hill, away from the village toward the hall. And you recognized him from the upstairs window at that distance, in early morning light. I know David Hartley. I've known him my whole life. His build, the way he walks. He was wearing a dark jacket, the one he's been wearing since he arrived. Did you see his face? Not directly. He was walking away from me. But it was him. You said he came back. About an hour later. Walking quickly. Head down. Did you see his face then? He was coming toward me that time, but I'd moved away from the window by then. I heard footsteps on the lane and looked out and caught the back of him going past. Same jacket, same build. D'Souza makes notes. The sighting is specific: time, direction, clothing, duration. Ruth delivers it plainly, without hesitation. Miss Ansley, you told P.C. Carley you believe David killed Ellen. That's a serious accusation. What makes you so certain? Because I know what he came back for. He came back for the pub. Tell me about that. David wanted to sell the Green Man after their parents died. Ellen refused. He left. Now the village has changed, the bookshops, the festival, and the pub's worth 5 times what it was. He comes back after 15 years, and within 10 days Ellen is dead. You tell me what that looks like. I'm asking what you think it looks like. I think he killed her for the pub, or for whatever he'd get from selling it. Did Ellen ever say she felt threatened by David? Ellen never said things like that. She kept things in. But I could see it. She was tense, distracted, not sleeping well. Did she tell you she wasn't sleeping well, or is that your observation? Both. She looked exhausted, and she said so herself. She said David kept wanting to talk about the future of the pub, and she didn't want to have that conversation. This is better. A direct statement attributed to the victim. D'Souza writes it down. Miss Ansley, help me understand the family dispute. 15 years ago, David wanted to sell. Ellen didn't. Was it that straightforward? He wanted to sell. She didn't want to lose her parents' legacy. It's not complicated. And where did you stand? I supported Ellen. She was my best friend. Did you advise her? Were you involved in her decision? I told her what I thought. That's what friends do. What did you tell her? Ruth picks up her teacup. I told her she'd be mad to sell. That the pub was her home. That London would eat her alive. London. A small pause. Ruth takes a sip of tea. David had some idea about the two of them opening a restaurant in London. Ellen was a wonderful cook. He thought they could make a go of it together. Ellen was considering this. She was thinking about it. She was always easily led. So it wasn't that Ellen refused and David left. Ellen was open to selling, and you talked her out of it. Ruth sets her cup down. I gave my friend my honest opinion. And David, how did he take your involvement? He blamed me, said some ugly things before he left, accused me of ruining his life, interfering in his family. Her voice is steady, but her jaw is tight. He was wrong. Ellen made her own decision. But David believed you were the reason she changed her mind. David needed someone to blame. He picked me. D'Souza eats a piece of shortbread. It is very good. He takes his time with it. He has come to this interview with a specific lead, a witness sighting that could place a suspect near the scene. The sighting itself is detailed and delivered with conviction, though he has no doubt that a competent defense lawyer could poke numerous holes in it. But even if he looks past that, the woman delivering it has 15 years of personal animosity toward the man she claims to have seen. She played a role in breaking up the Hartley family. David blamed her for it, and now David is back in the village and Ruth wants him gone, has wanted him gone since the day he returned. None of which means she is lying. A biased witness can still be an accurate witness. But when D'Souza weighs the sighting against the history, the old grudge, the certainty that arrived before the evidence, the accusation that came right out in her first interview with Carly, the sighting loses its footing. It is not proof. It is a woman who has spent 15 years needing David Hartley to be the villain, and who now has a death to prove it. Thank you, Miss Ansley. We may need to speak with you again. Ruth looks at him steadily. I know what I saw, Inspector. Whatever you think of me or my reasons, I know what I saw that morning. Thank you for the shortbread. Outside, Chapel Lane, the air smells of cut grass and wood smoke. The sighting's something, Finn says. It is. Time, clothing, direction. She didn't hesitate. She didn't. D'Souza puts his hands in his pockets. But she's also got 15 years of bad blood with the man she's accusing. She helped break up the family and David blamed her for it. That doesn't make her wrong. But it means I can't take the sighting at face value without corroboration. Anyone else see someone on the hill that morning? Not that Carly's found. Finn flips her notebook shut. So we talked to David. We talked to David. David Hartley is sitting alone at a table in the back of the pub. A pint in front of him barely touched. He looks up when they approach, unshaven, reddened eyes, the grey skin of a man who has not slept. A very different man from the one they first encountered when they walked in here yesterday. Mr. Hartley, would you be willing to answer a few questions? Sit down, please. Whatever you need. I want you to find who did this. D'Souza sits. In the first minute of an interview, he does not listen to words. He watches the set of the shoulders, the movement of the hands, the quality of the eye contact. A man performing grief holds himself differently from a man carrying it. David Hartley is carrying it. When did you arrive in Garth-on-Wye? 10 days ago. A week last Saturday. What prompted your return? David turns his pint glass on the table. I've been away 15 years. That's a long time to stay angry. I woke up one morning and thought, if Ellen dies before I've put things right, I'll never forgive myself. Tell me about the falling out. It was about the pub. But not just the pub. He pauses. After our parents died, Ellen and I had a plan. We were going to sell the Green Man and open a restaurant together in London. She was the cook, brilliant at it, always had been. I'd handle the business side. We'd been talking about it for over a year. It was her dream as much as mine. He stops, looks at the table. Then she changed her mind. Someone convinced her to stay. Told her she'd be mad to sell, that London would chew her up, that she owed it to our parents to keep the pub going. And Ellen was always susceptible to that. To people telling her what she should do, what she owed. She couldn't disappoint people. It was her weakness. Who convinced her? Does it matter? It was 15 years ago. It helps us understand the relationships. David takes a breath. Ruth Ansley, Ellen's friend. She didn't want Ellen to leave the village. So she talked her out of it. And when I tried to change Ellen's mind back, Ruth got involved again and it all went to hell. I said things I shouldn't have said. To both of them. And then I left. D'Souza listens. David's account and Ruth's account describe the same events and arrive at opposite conclusions. In Ruth's version, David is the selfish brother who wanted to cash in on his parents' legacy. In David's version, Ellen wanted to go too, and Ruth was the selfish, meddling friend who stopped her. Mr. Hartley, I need to ask about Sunday night and Monday morning. I was out. Out where? David turns his pint glass on the table. He does not look up. Not at the pub. I need more than that, Mr. Hartley. Your sister was killed early on Monday morning. I know when my sister was killed. Then you understand why I need to know where you were. Silence. The clock behind the bar ticks. David's hands are tight around the glass. I was with a friend. Which friend? I'd rather not say. This is a murder investigation. I need a name. It's private. It's got nothing to do with Ellen. D'Souza waits. He lets the silence sit. Finn's pen is still. I was with a woman, David says finally, and the color rises in his face. I stayed the night. What time did you arrive? Around 7. What time did you leave? Around 9. Monday morning. I had to get back to open the pub. You walked straight to the Green Man. Straight there. Ellen was supposed to be in, she always opened up. She wasn't there. I let myself in, started the prep, tried ringing her. No answer. Did that concern you? Not at first. I thought she'd overslept or gone for a walk. She'd been tired lately. He turns the glass again. Carly came round late morning and told me. He stops, picks up his pint and puts it down without drinking. I keep thinking about Friday night. That drink we had. At least I came back in time for that. D'Souza lets a moment pass. The woman you stayed with. I need her name. She's got nothing to do with this. I'm sure she hasn't. But I need to verify your movements. That's all verification. Her name stays out of it unless it becomes relevant. David rubs his face with both hands. When he drops them, he looks tired and unhappy and something else, protective. Not of himself. Nicola Harding. Rose Cottage. The lane behind the church. He says it quietly, as if volume might spare her from involvement. We've been seeing each other since I came back. It's no. She's a good person, and I don't want her dragged into this. We'll be discreet. D'Souza makes a note of the address. Your sister was killed early Monday morning, between 7 and past. Where were you at that time? In bed. Asleep. What time did you wake? 8:30 maybe. Nicola was already up. She'd made coffee. So between 7 and 8:30 you were asleep and Nicola was where? Downstairs, I assume. I don't know. I was asleep. It is said simply, without emphasis, without the particular tightness that comes when a person is bracing a lie against scrutiny. D'Souza notes this. He also notes that Nicola can confirm David was there when she got up to make coffee, but not necessarily what happened before that. If David had left the cottage at 6 and returned before she woke, she might never know. But the man in front of him is not performing. He is grieving, protective of a woman he cares about, and answering with the directness of someone who has nothing to construct. Naming Nicola cost him something. D'Souza has spent 19 years reading people across interview tables, and his reading of David Hartley is clear. He asks a few more questions, whether Ellen had mentioned any concerns recently, whether David had noticed anything unusual since his return. David answers them all, but the energy has gone out of him. When they are finished, D'Souza offers his hand. Please find who did this. Not a demand. A request made quietly, and it is the most affecting thing David Hartley has said. They walk to the car in the dark. The high street is empty, the bookshop's closed. He didn't do it, Finn says. No. But he didn't want to give up the alibi. He didn't want to give up the woman. There's a difference. D'Souza unlocks the car. He's protective of her. That's not guilt. That's decency. Alibi's solid, assuming Nicola confirms. I think she'll confirm. And Ruth Ansley's sighting. D'Souza considers this. Ruth placed David on the hill at 6:30 Monday morning. David says he was asleep at Nicola's until 8:30. If Nicola confirms, and D'Souza believes she will, then either Ruth saw someone else and convinced herself it was David, or she saw what she needed to see to make her story work. Without corroboration, it's one woman's word. And that woman has 15 years of reasons to want David Hartley guilty. He opens the car door. Finn starts the engine. Where to? The caretaker. Westmacott. She told me she has permission from the owners to use the hall. The owners have always been generous in that regard, those were her exact words. That means she has a line to someone. A name. A number. Something Bridgerton wouldn't give us. You think she'll give up her employers? I think she's the only person in this village who can. He looks out at the dark high street, the shuttered bookshops, the distant shape of the hall on the hill. Time we paid her another visit. Chapter 12. Finn takes the Mondio through the iron gates and up the drive. The hall is dark against the sky above them. Halfway up, the cottage appears on their left, a low stone building set back from the drive, its windows unlit. Finn stops the car and they get out together. The evening is fading fast, the last light draining from the sky. D'Souza takes out his torch and they cross the grass toward the cottage. The beam sweeps ahead of them, a garden gate standing open, a flagstone path worn smooth by decades of use. The garden on either side is immaculate even in the torchlight, beds thick with new growth, tulips catching the beam in flashes of red and yellow, roses pruned back to bare stems with tight buds forming at the joints. Everything tended, everything in its place. A cat is sitting on the windowsill watching them approach. Its eyes catch the light and flash green. D'Souza knocks and waits, but there is no response from inside. He knocks again. Mrs. Westmacott. Detective Inspector D'Souza. Detective Sergeant Finn. Finn tries the handle and the door swings inward. D'Souza shines the torch inside, the beam revealing flagstones, the edge of a bookshelf, and little else. The smell of beeswax and lavender drifts out to meet them. Mrs. Westmacott. His voice carries into the dark, but there is no answer and no movement from within. Finn is at his shoulder with her own torch out, and the two beams cross and separate as they sweep the room. The sitting room is small and orderly. Books line the shelves and spill into every available nook: mysteries, histories, botanical guides, volumes of poetry with cracked spines, but each has its place. A reading chair stands by the cold fireplace with a blanket folded over its arm. Two cats materialize from the shadows and wind around D'Souza's ankles, mewing. D'Souza moves through the sitting room, and the torchlight falls on the mantelpiece. There are photographs everywhere, a dozen or more crowded together in frames of every size and vintage. He steps closer to examine them. Children at different ages. A young woman in a wedding dress, the fashion placing it somewhere in the 50s. A family gathered around a Christmas table, paper crowns and pulled crackers. A baby on a blanket in a summer garden. The accumulation of a long life, each frame a window into a different decade. One photograph is different from the others. He picks it up and angles it toward the torchlight. It is black and white, slightly faded, showing a group of 7 or 8 people standing in front of a lysander, smiling, arms around each other's shoulders. Most of them are men in flying jackets, but there are 2 women among them. One is young, early 20s perhaps, with dark hair pinned back, dressed in trousers and a heavy sweater. He cannot be certain it is her. 80 years is a long time, but something about the young woman's face reminds him of the old woman he interviewed on Monday morning. "Sir, come and look at this." Finn is at the window. D'Souza sets the photograph back on the mantelpiece and joins her. She points up the hill through the dark shapes of the trees. There's a light moving in the hall. He sees it, not the steady glow of a lamp left on, but a moving light, passing from one window to the next, as though someone is walking through the rooms. "The forensic team finished this morning," she says. "Scenes taped and sealed. No one should be in there." They leave the cottage and climb the path toward the hall. The path climbs through the trees, winding upward through the darkness. The torchlight reaches only a few feet ahead, swallowed by the night beyond. D'Souza can hear his own breathing and the soft crunch of Finn's footsteps beside him. An owl calls somewhere in the woods to their left, a long trembling note that hangs in the air and fades. The wind has died and the evening is very still, with that particular quality of hush that settles over the countryside after the birds have gone to roost. The smell of the night is all around them: damp earth, new growth, the green scent of sap rising in the trees. Somewhere nearby, wild garlic is coming up. He catches its sharp sweetness as they pass. The moon is rising above the tree line, not yet full but bright enough to silver the edges of the clouds and cast long shadows across the path ahead. The hall grows larger as they climb. First the chimneys appear against the sky, black fingers pointing upward. Then the gables, sharp-edged and severe. Then the whole mass of it rises into view, an enormous silhouette against the moonlit clouds, its windows dark and empty. It is a house that has stood for 400 years, and in the pale light it looks every one of them. D'Souza finds himself wondering how many people have died within those walls over the centuries. How many secrets those stones have absorbed. Ellen Hartley was killed in that house just 2 days ago, stabbed in the library with a knife from the kitchen, and her killer is still out there somewhere. The thought settles into him as they approach, cold and unwelcome. The light they saw from the cottage is gone. The windows are black, every one of them, and the house seems to watch their approach with a patience that is not quite indifference. Could have been a reflection, Finn says quietly. Her voice sounds strange in the stillness, too loud and too small at the same time. Headlights on the lane, catching the glass. Could have been. Neither of them believes it. They circle around to the rear of the house. At the front entrance, blue and white police tape stretches across the doors undisturbed. Their torchlight plays across ancient stonework and darkened windows. The service yard opens before them, flagstones pale in the moonlight, the kitchen door a black rectangle in the wall ahead. D'Souza's footsteps echo off the stones. The sound seems to travel outward into the night, announcing their presence to anyone or anything that might be listening. He reaches for the door handle. A light comes on above them. The kitchen door opens. Agatha Westmacott stands in the light. She is wearing a heavy cardigan over a blouse and skirt, and she holds a torch in one hand. She takes in the scene with a single glance, the two detectives standing in her yard, and her expression does not change. Detective Inspector. Sergeant Finn. I thought I heard footsteps. D'Souza steps back from the door. Mrs. Westmacott, we knocked at your cottage. I was up here locking up for the night. With the festival approaching, there is a great deal to prepare, and I like to check on things before I turn in. She steps back from the doorway and gestures for them to enter. You had better come in. The kettle has just boiled. The kitchen is large and warm after the chill of the night. An aga radiates heat along one wall, its iron bulk ticking softly as it settles. Copper pots hang from hooks above a long oak table, its surface scarred and scrubbed pale by generations of use. Willow has padded in behind them and settles beneath the table with a heavy sigh, too old and tired to care much about visitors at this hour. Agatha moves about the kitchen with the unhurried economy of someone who has performed these motions countless times before. She lifts the kettle from the aga and pours boiling water into a brown teapot, then sets out 3 cups on the table along with a small jug of milk and a bowl of sugar. Her hands are steady throughout, showing no tremor despite her age. Milk, sugar. Just milk for me, D'Souza says. Thank you. Black please, Finn adds. Thank you. Agatha brings the teapot to the table and settles into her chair. Willow rests her grey-muzzled head on Agatha's knee, and she strokes the old hound's ears absently as she pours the tea. The kitchen smells of wood smoke and tea leaves and something else, something older, the accumulated scent of centuries of meals prepared and eaten in this room. D'Souza wraps his hands around the warm cup and decides to come at it directly. Mrs. Westmacott, when we spoke on Monday, you mentioned that the owners of the hall have been generous in allowing you use of the property. Did I? She considers this for a moment, her head tilted slightly to one side. Yes, I suppose I did. I have been trying to reach those owners. The trust that holds the property was not forthcoming with details. Mr. Bridgerton takes his client's privacy very seriously. It is what they pay him for. You have contact with the actual owners. A name, a number, someone I can speak to about what happened on their property. Agatha continues to stroke Willow's head, her fingers moving in slow, rhythmic passes through the coarse fur. The owner is the last surviving heir of the Twistleton family. They value their privacy a great deal, and I am not at liberty to share their details without their express permission. She meets his eyes, and her gaze is steady and untroubled, the gaze of someone who has nothing to hide and nothing to fear. However, I would be happy to convey a message on your behalf. Any questions you have, any assurances you need to give them, I can put to the owner and bring you a response. That is not quite the same as an interview. No, she agrees. But it may be the best I can offer. D'Souza lets a silence open between them. But Agatha does not fill it. She simply sips her tea and waits, perfectly comfortable with the quiet, as though she has all the time in the world and nowhere else she needs to be. Finn's radio crackles on her belt. She unclips it and listens, frowning. "It's Carly," she says. "I should take this." "Go ahead." She rises and steps out into the yard, pulling the door closed behind her. Through the window, D'Souza can see her pacing slowly across the flagstones, the radio pressed to her ear, her breath misting in the cold night air. He turns back to find Agatha watching him. In the warm light of the kitchen, with Willow at her feet and the teapot steaming gently on the table between them, she looks exactly like what she claims to be, an elderly caretaker, helpful and harmless, a fixture of village life. But there is something in her eyes that does not quite match the picture. An alertness, an attention, the look of someone who is weighing and measuring everything she sees. "Your sergeant seems capable," Agatha says. "You work well together." "We do." "It must be difficult, investigating a case like this. Coming into a place where everyone knows everyone else, where the connections go back generations. An outsider can miss so much. That's why we talk to people who know the place. People like you. And yet I have told you I cannot help you reach the owner." She picks up her teacup and cradles it in both hands. "Which brings us to an impasse, Detective Inspector." D'Souza studies her face. He has interviewed hundreds of witnesses over the years, thousands perhaps, and he has learned to read the small signs, the flicker of an eyelid, the tension in a jaw, the hands that move too much or too little. This woman gives him nothing. Her composure is absolute, and he cannot tell whether it comes from innocence or from something else entirely. "Perhaps not an impasse," he says. "You mentioned that the owner might speak with me if they understood what we already know. That suggests a negotiation. Does it? You want something from me. I want something from you. That's how negotiations work." Agatha smiles, and for a moment the years fall away from her face, and he catches a glimpse of the woman she must have been half a century ago, sharp, formidable, not someone to be underestimated. "You are direct, Detective Inspector." "I appreciate that. So let me be direct as well." She sets down her cup. "I have known the owner of this hall for a very long time. They trust me to protect their privacy. I will not betray that trust lightly. But I am also a resident of this village, and a woman I have known for 40 years was murdered in this house 2 days ago. I want her killer found. Then help me find them. I am trying to. But you must understand my position. The owner will ask me what I have learned before they decide whether to speak with you. If I go to them with nothing, they will give me nothing in return. But if I can tell them that the investigation is progressing, that the police have real leads, that speaking with them might actually help rather than simply exposing them to scrutiny, She spreads her hands. Then perhaps they will agree. D'Souza considers this. It is not an unreasonable position. It is, in fact, exactly the kind of calculation he would expect from someone protecting a private client. The question is whether the calculation is genuine, or whether it is simply a way of extracting information from him without giving anything back. "What do you want to know?" he asks. "Whatever you are willing to tell me. I am not asking you to compromise your investigation, Detective Inspector. I am asking you to help me make a case to someone who is naturally suspicious of strangers." He weighs his options. The owner is a dead end unless Agatha opens the door. Agatha will not open the door unless he gives her something to work with. It is a bargain, and like all bargains, it carries risk. But the alternative is to walk away with nothing. "We're building a timeline," he says. Ellen Hartley left the pub around 7:30 on the morning she died. Several people saw her cycling toward the hall. She came to collect things for the spring fete. We had discussed it the day before. Agatha nods. She was always punctual. If she said she would be somewhere at 8, she would be there at 8. "Did she seem worried about anything when you spoke? Anything troubling her?" "Not that I noticed. She seemed her usual self." Agatha pauses, and her eyes grow distant for a moment. "She did mention that her brother had returned to the village. She seemed pleased about that, though I sensed some apprehension as well. They had not spoken in many years." "This is no." D'Souza files it away. "We've spoken with David Hartley." "Have you? And what did you make of him?" The question is casual, curious, the question anyone might ask. But D'Souza notices that she has turned the conversation back toward him, inviting him to share his impressions rather than offering her own. It is skillfully done. "He was upset," D'Souza says carefully. "Grief-stricken. He identified the body. That must have been terrible for him. They were close once before he left." She picks up the teapot and refills his cup without asking. "I always wondered why he stayed away so long. 15 years is a long time to avoid your own family. He has an alibi for the morning Ellen was killed." "Does he?" Her eyebrows rise slightly. "I am glad to hear it. I would not have liked to think." She lets the sentence trail off, shaking her head. "Who was he with?" D'Souza hesitates. He is aware that he is being led, that each question draws him further into the conversation, that he is giving more than he is getting. But the information is not sensitive. David's alibi will become public knowledge soon enough, and refusing to answer would end the negotiation before it has properly begun. "A woman. He did not want to tell us her name." "That is true." After all, David Hartley had not wanted to tell them her name. The fact that he had eventually admitted it was the part he chose to leave out. "Of course it was a woman. I wonder who it might be." She thinks for a long moment, as if reviewing a cascading slideshow of faces. "No, not that one, she's much too, not here either, she would be." She stops. Her expression does not change, but something flickers behind her eyes, recognition, perhaps, or calculation. "Nicola, perhaps." She has been very active in village life since she arrived. Helping at the church, volunteering for the festival committee. Everyone speaks well of her. Uza is surprised to find his heart beating a good deal faster all of a sudden. "I cannot divulge confidential information. Of course, Detective Inspector," she says mildly. "But yes, I'm quite sure it must be Nicola Harding." She works at Bun with the Wind. You know her. I know everyone in this village, Detective Inspector. It is a small place, and I have been here a long time. She sips her tea. So David was with Miss Harding that morning. At the lodge. She pauses, then reconsiders. No, of course not. It would have been at her cottage. Rose Cottage. Uza takes a sip of tea to mask his amazement. Naturally, I can't expect you to confirm or deny it, of course. Professional ethics and all that. Agatha sets down her cup with a soft clink. But if he had an alibi, then that means David is not your suspect. Which means you are looking for someone else. It is not a question, but D'Souza finds himself nodding. The conversation has taken on a rhythm of its own, a pattern of exchange that feels almost natural. She offers an observation, he confirms or corrects it. She asks a question, he answers. It is like a dance, he thinks, or perhaps like a game of chess, each move opening new possibilities, each response revealing something about the player's position. Except she appears to be playing a quite different game than he is, a version of three-dimensional chess involving real human beings. The knife came from this kitchen, he says. Whoever killed Ellen knew this house well enough to find it. She shrugs and gestures toward the cabinets along the wall. Or they simply opened a drawer. Knives are kept in kitchens, Detective Inspector. It does not require special knowledge to find one. But you are right that the killer knew the house. They knew Ellen would be here that morning. They knew where to find her. They knew how to get in and out without being seen. She pauses. That suggests someone local. Someone familiar with the hall and its routines. Or someone who had been watching. Learning the patterns. Yes, that is possible too. She regards him steadily. Do you have any idea who that might be? Now it is his turn to smile. If I did, I would be typing up the paperwork on their arrest, Mrs. Westmacott. Of course, she says. How silly of me. You must excuse my rambling. At my age, the mind does wander down some meandering ways. He smiles politely, but thinks to himself that Agatha Westmacott's mind wanders in quite well-ordered patterns, and he doubts if it ever meanders anywhere except where she chooses to send it. Of course, horrible though it is that it happened at all, it's still a good thing the murder didn't take place a few days later. He frowns. I don't follow the festival, she says. The place would be crawling with visitors. Hundreds, thousands of tourists and book lovers wandering around everywhere. It would increase your suspect pool considerably. Make it almost impossible to question everyone. Of course, on the other hand, it would be harder for the murderer to have pulled it off without having been seen. True, he concedes. Although I wouldn't be so quick to assume that this murder wasn't witnessed. Oh, she asks. Then you have a witness. How splendid, not yet, he says. But you never know. Sometimes people take a day or two to come forward. They have their reasons. But usually they do come forward eventually. It's the best way to nail a suspect, you know. Short of being able to track their phone to the scene of the crime. Oh yes, she says. I forgot all about that. GPS. It's so unfortunate that our geography precludes Garth-on-Wye from receiving good cell phone coverage. I believe on the southern outskirts, it is sometimes possible to get 1 bar, even 1.5. But for the most part, it's quite impossible. Most people don't even bother to carry their phones around. I mean the locals, of course. The tourists, well, you'll see them in another day or two, Detective Inspector, wandering around with their phones raised, scowling in bewilderment and frustration. He chuckles at the image. Well, I expect I will see them. I can usually tell with these things, and this case looks like a tangled web. It's rare that we don't even have a single suspect by the end of the second day, but it's a tough one, I will say that, of course. These things take time. She folds her hands in her lap. Well, Detective Inspector, you have given me a great deal to think about. The timeline, the alibi, the witness. I believe I can make a persuasive case to the owner that speaking with you would be worthwhile. The kitchen door opens and Finn steps back inside, bringing a gust of cold air with her. Her face is unreadable, but D'Souza has worked with her long enough to recognize the tension in her shoulders. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Crime lab results came through to the station. Carly radioed them across. And they have a match for the fingerprints on the knife. D'Souza sets down his cup. Who? Finn glances at Agatha, then back at D'Souza. Her expression is carefully neutral. Go ahead, he says. It's her, sir. Finn's voice is flat, professional. The caretaker. Mrs. Westmacott. She pauses. Hers are the only prints on the knife. The kitchen falls silent. The auger ticks. Willow raises her head and looks at Agatha, then settles again. Agatha's expression does not change. She regards Finn with the same mild, patient attention she has shown throughout the conversation, as though the sergeant has merely commented on the weather. Well, she says, I did tell you I found the body, Detective Inspector. I picked up the knife. I should not have, I know, but one does not always think clearly in such moments. She folds her hands in her lap. I am surprised there are no other prints, however. One would expect the killers, at least. D'Souza rises from his chair. Thank you for the tea, Mrs. Westmacott. We will need to speak with you again. Of course, I am always here. She rises and Willow rises stiffly with her. I will see you out. That won't be necessary. The path can be difficult in the dark, Detective Inspector. Her voice carries a quiet authority that permits no argument. I insist. They walk back down the hill toward the car. Willow follows, padding slowly behind Agatha, her breath misting in the cold air. At the edge of the drive, Agatha stops. Good night, Detective Inspector. Sergeant Finn. Good night, Mrs. Westmacott. They continue to the Mondio. D'Souza does not look back, but he can feel her watching them until they reach the car. Finn gets in. D'Souza stands for a moment, looking back up the hill toward the hall. Agatha is a dark figure against the moonlit grass, Willow a shadow at her side. As he watches, she turns and walks back up the path, unhurried, and the darkness swallows them both.
Chapter 13. The tail lights of the Mondio disappear through the iron gates, and the night swallows them whole. Agatha stands at the edge of the drive, listening. The engine sound fades down the lane, grows fainter and is gone. Willow presses against her leg, and Agatha rests a hand on the old hound's head. Agatha walks back up the path toward the hole. The moon has risen higher now, casting long shadows across the grass. The house looms above her, its windows dark, its chimneys black against the silver-edged clouds. She does not hurry. She enters through the kitchen door and crosses to the servants' corridor. Through the still room into the east wing, to the small parlour at the end that has not been used for entertaining in decades. It houses a collection of botanical prints, a writing desk that belonged to her grandmother, and a fireplace whose mantelpiece is carved with roses and thorns. Agatha crosses to the oak panelling beside the fireplace and raps 3 times with her knuckle, pauses, then twice more. A soft click. A section of the panelling swings inward. Grace steps out, brushing dust from her sleeve. Have they gone? They have. Finn received a call. The fingerprint results from the knife. Mine are the only prints. Grace's face pales in the moonlight. But that means it means the killer wore gloves, which we already suspected. Agatha closes the panel behind Grace. It settles back into place, indistinguishable from the rest of the wall. It also means they came prepared. This was not a crime of passion or opportunity. It was planned. The passages behind the walls of Twistleton Hall had been built in stages during the wars, against the possibility of invasion. Grace had spent countless hours of her childhood exploring their dusty lengths, emerging cobwebbed and triumphant in unexpected rooms. Tonight they had served a different purpose. Come, Agatha says. We have work to do. They walk together through the darkened house, Agatha leading the way with the ease of long familiarity. The moon casts pale rectangles on the floor through the tall windows, and their footsteps echo softly in the empty corridors. At the entrance to the east wing, Agatha stops. The police tape still stretches across the library doors, a pale X in the darkness. We cannot go in, she says. But we do not need to. Tell me again what you saw when you opened those doors. Grace draws a breath. In the 2 days since the murder, the colour has returned to her face, and something else has come with it. A tightness around the jaw, a steadiness in the eyes. The shock is fading. What remains is harder. Ellen was on the floor. On the rug. The blood was still spreading. I could see it moving Nana. Creeping outward across the pattern. And she was looking at me. Her mouth was moving, but nothing was coming out. Where exactly was she lying? Show me from here, point to where her head would have been. Grace steps closer to the doors, peering through the gap between them and the frame. She points. There. Between the desk and the reading chair. Her head was toward the windows, her feet toward the door. So she was facing the door when she fell. Yes. She fell backward. Agatha considers this. Ellen had come to the hall to collect things for the spring fete. She would have entered through the terrace doors, the most direct route from the village, and walked to the library. Why the libraries? Had she arranged to meet someone there? Or had she heard something, seen something and gone to investigate? The knife, Agatha says. Where was it when you first saw it? On the floor. Near her right hand. Almost touching it. And the wounds were on her left side. Yes. A right-handed attacker then facing Ellen. The knife would have been in the attacker's right hand, striking the left side of Ellen's body. Afterward, the killer dropped the knife, or placed it near Ellen's right hand. Why there? Perhaps it fell naturally when the killer released it. Perhaps the placement was deliberate, meant to suggest something. You said Ellen was trying to speak. Did you hear any sound at all? Any word, any syllable? Grace closes her eyes, returning to that morning. A sound. Not a word. Like she was trying to say something, but her lungs wouldn't. She stops. Opens her eyes. She was drowning in her own blood. I could hear it. A wet sound when she breathed. But no words. No. I'm sorry, Nana. I've tried to remember. I've gone over it 100 times. If she said a name, if she tried to tell me. Do not torture yourself. The dying rarely name their killers. That is a convenience of fiction. Agatha turns from the library doors and walks slowly toward the terrace. Grace follows. Now. You arrived at the Hall at what time? 7:30. As David's note suggested. And you came through which entrance? The back. The old servant's entrance through the kitchen. I thought it would be more private. Was the door locked? No. It was open. I remember thinking that was odd, you always lock up at night. I do. Which means someone unlocked it before you arrived, or it was never locked at all the night before. Agatha pauses at the terrace doors. Through the glass the garden is silver and shadow, the hedges dark shapes against the moonlit lawn. I locked that door myself on Sunday evening. I am certain of it. So someone unlocked it. Someone with a key. Or someone who came through another way and unlocked it from inside to create an exit. They stand in silence for a moment, looking out at the night garden. An owl calls from the woods beyond the wall, a long trembling note. The detective inspector told me several things this evening, Agatha says. Some deliberately. Some less so. He told me they are building a timeline of Ellen's movements. He told me that David has an alibi, he was with a woman that night. He did not wish to tell me her name, but I believe it is Nicola Harding. Nicola. From the bakery. The same. She and David have been seeing each other since his return, it seems. Agatha turns from the window. The inspector also told me that a witness claims to have seen someone walking up the hill toward the Hall early that morning, around 6:30, and returning roughly an hour later. Who saw this? He did not say. But I have my suspicions. Ruth Ansley's cottage on Chapel Lane has a clear view of the lane that leads up to the Hall. Ruth, who has hated David Hartley for 15 years. Ruth, who would see exactly what she expected to see. The witness believed it was David. But if David was with Nicola, then the witness was wrong. Or lying. Or saw someone else entirely. Agatha moves away from the terrace, walking slowly along the corridor, her stick tapping softly on the stone. Consider what we know. Ellen came to the Hall early Monday morning. She was killed in the library with a knife from this kitchen. The killer wore gloves, no prints on the weapon except mine from when I took it from your hand. The killer knew Ellen would be here. The killer knew how to enter and leave without being seen. Someone local, Grace says. Someone who knows the Hall. Many people know the Halls. It is open to visitors during the festival. It has been photographed, written about, mapped in guidebooks. Knowledge of the layout does not narrow our field as much as one might hope. They have reached the kitchen. Agatha crosses to the knife block on the counter. One slot is empty, the slot that held the 8-inch chef's knife now sitting in an evidence bag somewhere. But there is something else, Agatha says. Something that troubles me more than the murder itself. She turns to face Grace. The killer did not merely want Ellen dead. They wanted you blamed for it. Grace is silent. David's note asked you to come to the library at 7:30. You received that note. You came. You found Ellen dying, picked up the knife and were discovered, by me thank God, standing over the body with the weapon in your hand, covered in blood. Agatha's voice is quiet but precise. That is not coincidence. That is design. You think the killer knew about the note. I think the killer sent the note. Or arranged for it to be sent. The question is how they knew that you and David had history, that a note from him asking for a private meeting would bring you here, to this room, at precisely the right moment. Grace leans against the kitchen table, her arms folded tight across her chest. Everyone knows about David and me. Or everyone who was here 15 years ago. It was village gossip for months after he left. Yes. Which brings us back to someone local. Someone who has been here long enough to know the old stories. Agatha pulls out a chair and sits. The night has been long, and her bones are beginning to remind her of their age. But knowing the gossip is not enough. The killer also needed to know that David had returned to the village. That he might plausibly send you a note. That you might plausibly respond to it. David only came back 10 days ago. Precisely. The killer has been watching. Waiting. Adapting their plan to circumstances as they unfolded. Agatha folds her hands on the table. This was not an impulsive act. This was calculated. Patient. The work of someone who thinks several moves ahead. Like chess. Very like chess. And the killer believes they are winning. They have removed Ellen from the board and positioned you to take the blame. 2 objectives achieved with a single move. She pauses. That kind of efficiency requires a certain sort of mind. A clever mind. Perhaps too clever. What do you mean? A simple murder is difficult to solve because there is so little to work with. A single motive, a single target, a single thread to follow. But this killer wanted 2 things, Ellen dead and you destroyed. That means there is a connection between those 2 desires. A reason why this particular person wanted both outcomes. Agatha looks at her granddaughter. Find that connection and we find our killer. Grace pushes away from the table and walks to the window. The kitchen garden is a patchwork of silver and black in the moonlight. I barely knew Ellen, she says. We were friendly, everyone in the village is friendly, but we weren't close. We didn't share secrets. We didn't have quarrels. I can't think of a single person who would want to hurt both of us. Nor can I. Not yet. Agatha rises from her chair. That is the piece we are missing. The motive that connects you both. Until we find it, we are merely groping in the dark. Grace is silent for a long moment. She stands at the window, but her eyes have turned back toward the corridor, toward the door that leads to the library. Agatha watches her and can feel, almost palpably, the intensity of the emotion rising from her granddaughter. Grace's jaw has tightened. Her hands, which had been loose at her sides, have curled into fists. A flush is climbing her throat, and when she turns to face Agatha, her eyes are bright, not with tears but with something fiercer. They used me, Grace says. Her voice is low and hard. Like a piece on a board. Something to be moved into position and sacrificed. They didn't care what happened to me afterward. Prison, ruin, disgrace, none of it mattered to them. I was just convenient. Agatha says nothing. She watches her granddaughter's face, the colour rising in her cheeks, the line of her mouth, and feels a quiet satisfaction settle in her chest. Grief paralyses. Fear cripples. But anger properly directed is a gift. It is fuel. It is the thing that keeps you moving when everything in you wants to lie down and surrender. They thought they could destroy me, Grace says. Whoever did this. They thought they could kill Ellen and bury me in the same grave. Her chin lifts. I want to find them, Nanas. I want to look them in the face and watch them realize they failed. Good, Agatha says. The word is simple and carries no particular emphasis, but Grace hears what is beneath it. Approval. Pride. A permission. Hold on to that. You will need it in the days ahead. What do you want me to do? For now, nothing that will draw attention. The festival begins on Thursday. You will be there as you always are. You will smile. You will work. You will be exactly as everyone expects you to be, capable, composed, the granddaughter who keeps everything running smoothly. Agatha rises from her chair and crosses to where Grace stands. She takes her granddaughter's hands in her own. The killer believes their plan succeeded. They believe you are cowering somewhere, waiting for the police to come. Show them otherwise. Let them see you walking through the village with your head high. Let them wonder how you are still standing. Let it gnaw at them. Grace's hands tighten around hers. A pawn they mistook for a queen. Precisely. Agatha releases her hands and steps back. You now go home. Sleep if you can. Tomorrow will be a long day, and the days after will be longer still. Grace nods. Nana, you will find them, won't you? The person who did this. Yes, Agatha says. I will find them. And I will see them brought to justice. Grace suddenly wraps her arms around Agatha, gently, carefully, the way one embraces something precious and fragile. Agatha is neither precious nor fragile, but Grace is a tall woman, broad-shouldered like her mother was, and Agatha, despite her God-given enduring health, is still a centenarian. Thank you, Grace whispers against Agatha's hair. Not just for yesterday. For everything. For always being there. For being you. Her voice catches. I don't know what I would do without you, Nana. I don't know what any of us would do. Agatha holds her granddaughter close and says nothing. There are no words for moments like this. There is only the holding and the being held. Grace pulls back. Her eyes are bright but steady. She holds Agatha's gaze for a moment, then slips out into the night. Agatha listens to her footsteps receding down the path, fading into silence. She stands alone in the moonlit kitchen for a long while, thinking. The killer is clever. That much is certain. Clever enough to plan 2 moves ahead, to use David's return as a weapon, to position Grace as the perfect scapegoat. Clever enough to wear gloves to leave no trace, to slip in and out of the hall like a shadow. But clever people make mistakes. They cannot help themselves. They admire their own handiwork too much. They linger over the details. They return to the scene in one way or another to see the fruits of their labour. And there is something else. Something that has been troubling her since she first knelt beside Ellen's body and felt the warmth still leaving it. The killer achieved 2 objectives with 1 act. Ellen dead. Grace ruined. But what if those were not the only objectives? What if there is more to come? A mind that plans this carefully does not stop at a single move. A mind like this has a longer game in view. She must find them soon, before they strike again. Detective Inspector D'Souza is a capable man, sharp, methodical, patient. He will work the case with professional diligence. But for him, this is a job. A puzzle to be solved, a file to be closed, a name to be entered into the appropriate box on the appropriate form. For Agatha Eve Westmacott, it is personal. Chapter 14. Wednesday dawns grey and damp, the sky heavy with clouds that promise rain by afternoon. Agatha has been awake since 6, her mind already turning through the day's demands. The festival opens tomorrow. There are venues to check, volunteers to marshal, crises to avert, and somewhere among all of it, a murderer to find. But first there is Emma. The computer screen flickers to life, and after a moment's delay, the Wi-Fi connection is adequate but never fast, Emma's face appears. She is 17 years old, a bright-eyed young woman sharp as a tack, her dark hair escaping from a ponytail that was probably neat an hour ago. Behind her, the kitchen of her family home is in its usual morning chaos. Cereal boxes on the counter, someone's elbow passing through the frame, the muffled sound of a sibling arguing about something in another room. Nana. Good morning, my darlings. You're up early. I couldn't sleep. Mum says we're leaving straight after school on Friday. That's 2 whole days away. Emma's face falls into an expression of theatrical despair. I don't think I can wait that long. You will have to. The festival doesn't begin until tomorrow in any case. You won't miss anything. Did you pencil me in as a volunteer? And not just handing out programs. I'm old enough to work. You are, my dears. We shall see what can be arranged. What Agatha knows better not to say aloud is that she would much rather Emma enjoys the festival than works, especially since Emma is the most literary-minded of the family, even more than Grace, which is saying something. After some more small talk, Emma's expression shifts to reveal something more serious moving behind her eyes. Nana, I read about the incident. I can't believe someone was actually murdered at the Hall. Yes, darling. A woman from the village. Ellen Hartley. It is very sad. Emma covers her mouth with one hand in an expression of horror. Not Ellen. She was so nice. She was. She was very kind to you once when you were small. You had skinned your knee trying to carry too high a pile of books. She gave you a glass of lemonade and let you feed crisps to the pub cat to cheer you up. I have never forgotten that. Emma shakes her head slowly. That's awful, Nana. Are you safe? The police are looking for whoever did it, aren't they? They are. And I am perfectly safe. The dogs see to that. Good. Emma nods firmly. Because if anyone tried to hurt you, Willow and Bombay would eat them. I don't think they would eat anyone, my darling. But they would certainly make mincemeat of them. When she ends the call, she's still smiling. This is why she always enjoys talking to and spending time with Emma. She wishes she could have her great-great-granddaughter here right now, that this could just be a balmy summer day during Emma's summer halls. Just the 2 of them spending the day doing absolutely nothing, laughing and playing and watching little Emma dancing in the spray from the sprinklers, the dogs barking and leaping about her excitedly. Sometimes Agatha thinks those are the moments she lives for, the things that make it all worthwhile. The joy of family. The laughter of little children. Sunshine and outdoors. Happy dogs. Happy days. But she has a big day, the first of many ahead, and a festival to run and a murderer to catch. So she picks up her old phone and taps out Colin's number with the pencil she keeps for just this purpose. He answers on the second ring. Nana. How are the preparations? Chaos incarnate as usual. Colin, I have a conundrum. How intriguing. I love conundrums. Now you know that I have the only set of keys to Twistleton Hall. It's been so for decades, since before you were even born, back when your father managed the trust for me. Of course. And yet, someone was able to unlock not just one but two outer doors on Monday morning. Colin is silent for a moment. You're referring to the murder. You think the murderer somehow got hold of the keys? Your keys, that's just it. They couldn't have. My keys were right here with me at the time. I know because I had them at the time of the murder. I see what you mean by a conundrum. Now I know we have a policy of never entrusting the keys to anyone. Oh yes, Nana. Your standing instructions on that account have been quite clear for decades. Not even contractors, cleaners, festival attendees and organizers, they all have to go through you. Exactly, but they are keys. They're a physical object. Someone made them. At some point, someone had access to them and could conceivably have made a copy. Are you suggesting someone made a copy of your keys and kept them all these years only to use them on Monday morning to commit a murder? Not quite. I'm saying that perhaps there's another set that was issued or pressed at some point which we've not been aware of. Perhaps even since before I took possession of the Hall. That's possible, I suppose, Colin says, his tone making it evident he thinks there's equal likelihood of life on Venus. In any case, I'd like you to look into it. Very well, I will. I'm not promising anything though, of course. I merely want you to look. After he promises her he won't leave a stone unturned, a promise she knows he will live up to. They share a few more pleasantries, then Agatha rings off. The village hall is already crowded when Agatha arrives. Julian has driven her down from the cottage in one of the festival's fleet of golf carts. A concession to practicality that she accepted several years ago, when the distances between venues began to tell on her knees. The carts are painted a cheerful green, and will spend the next 4 days ferrying authors, patrons, and elderly visitors between the Hall, the village, and the various venues scattered across both. Grace is at the front of the room, clipboard in hand, fielding questions from 3 people at once. She wears a pale blue blouse and dark trousers, her hair pulled back, her expression calm and competent. She looks exactly as she always looks during festival week, composed, professional, in command. Only Agatha sees the faint shadows beneath her eyes, the careful way she holds her shoulders. She is performing well. Their eyes meet across the room. A flicker of acknowledgement passes between them, brief, private, invisible to anyone else. Then Grace turns back to the volunteer arguing about parking allocations, and Agatha makes her way to the chair that has been set out for her near the front. The room is full of familiar faces. Mrs. Enid Gable, the retired headmistress, stands near the door with a clipboard of her own and the expression of a woman preparing to repel boarders. Young Simon Weaver hunches over a laptop at the side table, his face pale with the particular stress of a man responsible for making technology function in a village that actively resists it. Arthur Pentelow, the retired postman, leans against the wall with his arms folded, looking as though he would rather be anywhere else. Daisy Miller, 17 and eager, is distributing schedules to anyone who will take one. And at the edge of the room, near the back, stands a woman who should not be there. Sloane Mercer. She has not signed in. She is not on any volunteer list. But she is here, watching, her eyes moving from face to face until they find Agatha's. Agatha does not acknowledge her. She turns her attention to Mrs. Gable, who has begun calling the room to order. "Right," Mrs. Gable says, in the voice that once silenced classrooms of unruly 11-year-olds. "We have a great deal to get through and not much time to do it. I want everyone's attention, please." The murmur of conversation dies. Even the volunteers who do not know Mrs. Gable personally recognize the tone. First order of business. Philip Ashworth, the moderator for Friday's screen-to-page panel, has not arrived. He was due last night. His bed and breakfast reports that he never checked in, and no one has been able to reach him. A ripple of concern moves through the room. Someone raises a hand. Has anyone tried calling? Mrs. Gable's expression could curdle milk. His phone goes straight to voicemail. As it would, given that he was last heard from entering the valley. For those of you who are new to the festival, her gaze sweeps the room. Garth-on-Wye sits in a mobile dead zone. Once you are past the ridge, there is no signal. This is not a problem we can solve. It is a reality we must accept. But how do we find him if we can't call him? The old-fashioned way. Mrs. Gable looks at Arthur Pentelow. "Arthur, take your Land Rover. Start at the Blakey Crossroads and work your way back along the lanes. If he's stuck in a ditch somewhere, you'll find him." Arthur pushes himself off the wall with a grunt. Probably sitting there staring at his phone, wondering why God's forsaken him. "Quite possibly. Bring him back in one piece." Arthur departs. Mrs. Gable consults her clipboard and is about to continue when Grace steps forward. "Before we move on, I have some news that affects everyone here." Grace's voice carries clearly across the room. "We've had a significant increase in bookings over the past 48 hours. Every bed and breakfast within 30 miles is now full. The overflow parking field will need to be opened a day early. And we're going to need additional volunteers for crowd management at the Great Hall." A murmur runs through the room, surprise, excitement, anxiety in equal measure. "Because of the murder?" someone asks. Grace's expression remains neutral. "The reasons don't matter. What matters is that we're prepared." Agatha watches her granddaughter with quiet pride. The girl does not flinch from the question. She does not pretend. She simply redirects, as Agatha taught her years ago. Do not lie. Do not evade. Simply move the conversation to where it needs to be. Mrs. Gable nods briskly. "Right. Additional volunteers. Daisy, you're on recruitment. I want at least 6 more bodies by tomorrow morning. People who can stand for hours and don't wilt under pressure." Daisy scribbles frantically on her clipboard. Before Mrs. Gable can continue, a commotion erupts near the side table where Simon Weaver is working. A large man, American by his accent, and built like someone who has spent time in military service, is leaning over Simon's laptop with an expression of incredulous frustration. "What do you mean there's no satellite uplink? I've got 5 million followers expecting a live stream from this event." Simon's voice is thin with panic. "The limestone ridges block the signal, Mr. Stone. There's nothing I can do about the geology." "Then get me someone who can." The room has gone quiet. Everyone is watching. Jack Stone, for it is unmistakably him, His photograph is on posters throughout the village, stands with his arms folded, waiting for someone to solve his problem. Grace moves toward them, but Agatha is already rising from her chair. She crosses the room at her own pace, her stick tapping softly on the wooden floor. Mr. Stone, she says. Welcome to Garth-on-Wye. I am Agatha Westmacott, the festival curator. Stone turns. Whatever he was expecting, it was not a woman old enough to be his great-grandmother. He recalibrates quickly. She can see him doing it and settles on a tone of strained patience. Ma'am, I was just explaining to your tech guy that I need connectivity for my event tomorrow. My publisher is expecting coverage. My readers are expecting a live stream. This is how book promotion works in the modern world. I understand completely. The difficulty, Mr. Stone, is that Garth-on-Wye has never been particularly interested in the modern world. The valley sits in a geographical anomaly that blocks mobile signals. We have never seen fit to correct this. Many of our visitors find it restful. I don't find it restful. I find it unacceptable. Then I am sorry you feel that way. She does not raise her voice. She does not need to. But the geology will not change to accommodate your promotional schedule. What I can offer you is an audience of several hundred devoted readers who have travelled a considerable distance to hear you speak. They will not be checking their phones during your event. They will not be distracted by notifications. They will be entirely, completely present. She pauses. In my experience, Mr. Stone, that is worth more than any number of distant followers watching through a screen. Stone opens his mouth. Closes it. The green room at the hall has a reliable landline, Agatha continues. If you need to make calls to your publisher, you are welcome to use it. Simon will show you the way when you're ready. Now, if you will excuse me, I believe Mrs. Gable has more announcements. She returns to her seat. The room is very quiet. Simon Weaver is staring at her with something approaching reverence. Jack Stone stands where she left him, looking as though he has been hit with something heavy and is not quite sure where it came from. Grace appears at her elbow. How do you do that? She murmurs. Do what, my dear? Make everyone do exactly what you want while they thank you for the privilege. I don't make them do anything. I simply remove the alternatives. Mrs. Gable clears her throat. If we might continue. The meeting resumes. There are discussions of parking, of signage, of the volunteer rota for the information tent. A minor crisis emerges regarding the poetry readings at St. Jude's Church, something about a double booking with the Flower Guild, which is added to the list of problems to be solved. Through it all, Agatha is aware of Sloane Mercer at the back of the room, watching, waiting, her eyes returning again and again to Agatha's face. Let her wait. Agatha has more important things to attend to. You're right. Let me rewrite the Sloane scene with proper visual details. It comes in the late afternoon, outside the lich gate of St. Jude's. Agatha has just emerged from the church, where Seamus O'Malley has finally completed his sound check, without his Guinness, as Felicity Thorne insisted. The light is fading, the clouds heavy with the rain that has held off all day, and Agatha is thinking of tea and her own fireside when Sloane steps into her path. She is wearing a wax jacket that still has its sharp creases, and ankle boots with a heel that must have been agony on the cobblestones. Her blonde hair is pulled back in a clip, and there is a smudge of mud on one cuff where she has brushed against something. She has been waiting a long time. Mrs. Westmacott. I was hoping we could talk. Miss Mercer. You have been hoping that all day, I think. Sloane's mouth tightens almost imperceptibly, but she recovers quickly, a professional smile sliding into place. I know you're busy. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. 5 minutes. That's all. Agatha regards her. The smile does not reach her eyes. There are faint shadows beneath them, jet lag perhaps, or sleepless nights spent calculating how to land this deal. Her fingers are wrapped around the strap of her bag, the knuckles pale. Very well. 5 minutes. Thank you. Sloane falls into step beside her as Agatha walks toward the golf cart. Her heels click on the flagstone path. I know I've been persistent, and I apologize if that's been uncomfortable. But I genuinely believe this opportunity could be transformative for your husband's legacy. The Willowbrook tales are beloved, but they're reaching a fraction of the audience they could reach. A new series with fresh creative talent, supported by a global marketing campaign. Miss Mercer. We're talking about tens of millions of new readers. Children who have never heard of Willowbrook. Parents who grew up with the books and want to share them with their own. Miss Mercer. Sloane stops. Her smile wavers. They have reached the lich gate, ancient oak, silvered with age, the wood worn smooth by centuries of hands. The churchyard stretches behind them, the old headstones tilting at angles in the grey light. The answer is no. But if you just look at the proposal. I have looked at it. The answer is no. The royalty structure is negotiable. We can go to 20%, 25%. It is not about the money. Sloane's chin lifts. A flush is creeping up her throat, visible above the collar of the wax jacket. Then what is it about? It is about my husband's work. His creation. The world he built and the characters he loved. Agatha's voice is quiet but carries the weight of absolute certainty. You wish to take that world and hand it to strangers. To let them add to it, change it, shape it according to the demands of the market. You call this honoring his legacy. I call it something else. Mrs. Westmacott, with respect, you're talking about books that were written 60 years ago. The world has changed. Readers have changed. If Desmond Westmacott were alive today. He is not alive. I am. And while I live, the answer is no. It will remain no. I will not discuss it further. She moves past Sloane toward the golf cart where Julian waits. Behind her, she hears the sharp click of heels on stone, then Sloane's voice, stripped now of its professional warmth. You're making a mistake, Mrs. Westmacott. A very costly mistake. Agatha stops. She turns. Sloane's face has changed. The pleasant mask is gone. Her jaw is set, her lips pressed thin, 2 spots of colour burning high on her cheekbones. Her eyes, pale blue, Agatha notices for the first time, are fixed on Agatha with an intensity that borders on hostility. The Willowbrook IP is worth a fortune, Sloane says. With or without your cooperation, someone is going to develop it eventually. The only question is whether your family benefits or whether they get left behind. Is that a threat, Miss Mercer? Sloane's nostrils flare. Her hands have dropped from her bag strap and hang at her sides, fingers curled. It's a reality. Agatha holds her gaze. The younger woman does not look away, but something shifts in her expression, a flicker of uncertainty quickly suppressed. The churchyard is very quiet. The first drops of rain are beginning to fall, darkening the old stones of the lychgate, spotting Sloane's jacket. "Goodbye, Miss Mercer," Agatha says. "Enjoy the festival." She turns and walks to the golf cart. Julian helps her in, and they pull away down the lane. In the wing mirror, Agatha watches Sloane standing where she left her, motionless in the gathering rain. Her hair is beginning to darken with wet. She makes no move toward shelter. Her face is pale. Her hands are clenched at her sides. And in her eyes, visible even at this distance, there is something that looks very much like hate.
Chapter 15. Nicola Harding is younger than D'Souza expected, late 20s, with a heart-shaped face, wide-set hazel eyes, and a scattering of freckles across her nose and cheekbones. Her auburn hair is pulled back in a damp ponytail, and without makeup her skin has the scrubbed, healthy look of someone who spends time outdoors. She wears jeans and a jumper beneath a raincoat that is beaded with water, and she carries herself with an easy confidence that falters only slightly as she takes in the cramped office at the back of the village hall and the two detectives waiting for her. "Miss Harding, thank you for coming. I'm Detective Inspector D'Souza. This is Detective Sergeant Finn." "Of course." She takes the chair he indicates, setting her bag on the floor beside her. Her hands settle in her lap, fingers interlaced. "Sergeant Carley said it was about Ellen. I still can't believe it. I only met her a few times, but she seemed so." She shakes her head. "It's awful. We appreciate you taking the time. This shouldn't take long. We're speaking to everyone who might have information about Monday morning. I'll help however I can." D'Souza sits across from her. Finn remains at the desk, notebook open. Through the window behind her, the late afternoon light is fading, the rain that threatened all day finally arriving in earnest, streaking the glass. "Before we get to Monday, Miss Harding, I'd like to ask about your background. I understand you're relatively new to the village." "That's right. I've been here about 6 weeks. And before that, I was traveling. I'd been working in Canada for a few years, Vancouver, and decided to take some time to see Europe before settling down." "What did you do in Vancouver?" "Hospitality mostly. Hotel reception, a bit of restaurant work. Nothing glamorous." "And what brought you to Garth-on-Wye specifically?" Nicola's shoulders lift in a small shrug. "Chance, really. I was making my way through Wales, staying in B&BS, and someone mentioned the book village. I came for a day and fell in love with it. There was a room available at Rose Cottage and a job going at the bakery. It felt like fate." She smiles, a quick self-deprecating expression. "I know how that sounds. Do you have family in the UK?" "No. My parents are in Ontario. I'm an only child." Finn looks up from her notebook. "And before Vancouver?" "Toronto. Born and raised. I moved west after university for a change of scenery. Then last year I decided to travel, see a bit of the world before I settled down." "What did you study?" "Business administration. I never used it much." The self-deprecating smile again. "I'm better with people than spreadsheets." "Miss Harding, I understand you've been seeing David Hartley." A faint flush rises in her cheeks, visible beneath the freckles, but she doesn't look away. "Yes. We've been spending time together since he came back to the village. How did you meet? At the pub. The Green Man. I went in for a drink and he was helping Ellen behind the bar. This was about a week ago, just after he arrived back in the village. We got talking. And you've been together since? More or less. It's new. We're still getting to know each other. Were you with David on Sunday night? The flush deepens, but her voice remains steady. Yes. He came to my cottage around 7. We had dinner. He stayed the night. What time did he leave on Monday morning? Around 9. He had to get back to open the pub. Ellen was supposed to do it, but she hadn't turned up. D'Souza leans forward slightly. Miss Harding, I need to ask you about the early hours of Monday morning. Between, say, 6 and 8. Where were you during that time? In bed, mostly. I'm an early riser. I was up around 6:30. I went downstairs to make coffee. And David? Still asleep. When I left the bedroom, he was in bed. Did you see him between 6:30 and when he left at 9? Nicola pauses. Her brow furrows slightly, as though she is replaying the morning in her mind. I brought him coffee around 8:30. He was just waking up. So between 6:30 and 8:30, roughly 2 hours, you didn't see him? No. I was downstairs. Reading mostly. I didn't want to wake him. D'Souza keeps his expression neutral, but he feels Finn's attention sharpen behind him. 2 hours. Plenty of time to slip out, walk up the hill to the hall, and return before anyone noticed. Did you hear anything during that time? The front door opening or closing? Footsteps? No. But I was in the kitchen at the back. The front door is at the other end of the cottage. I might not have heard it. Miss Harding, is there any reason David might have left the cottage without telling you? Her eyes widen, the hazel catching the grey light from the window. You think David? No. No, he was asleep. I'm sure of it. But you didn't see him. I didn't need to see him. I know him. He wouldn't. She stops. Her hands have tightened in her lap, the knuckles white against her tanned skin. David loved Ellen. He came back to make things right with her. He would never hurt her. Never. D'Souza lets the silence stretch for a moment. Then he sits back. Thank you, Miss Harding. That's all for now. We may need to speak with you again. She rises, her movement stiff. At the door, she turns back. Her eyes are bright, her jaw set. David didn't do this. I know how it looks, but he didn't. You have to believe me. We're just gathering information, Miss Harding. Thank you for your time. When the door closes behind her, Finn looks up from her notebook. 2 hours unaccounted for. Yes. She believes him. She does. The question is whether belief counts for anything. Finn taps her pen against the notebook. Ruth Ansley says she saw David on the hill at 6:30. Nicola Harding says he was asleep but can't confirm it. The alibi has a hole you could drive a lorry through. Before D'Souza can respond, there is another knock at the door. Carly enters, his face wearing an expression D'Souza hasn't seen before, something between excitement and uncertainty. Sir, there's someone here to see you. A woman. American. She says she was at the hall on Monday morning. He pauses. She says she witnessed something. D'Souza and Finn exchange a glance. Send her in, D'Souza says. The woman who enters the cramped office is blonde, fine-boned, immaculately put together despite the rain, a wax jacket that still has its sharp creases, ankle boots with a heel that was not designed for gravel paths, a silk scarf knotted at her throat with the careless precision of long practice. American, the accent when she speaks is clipped, urban, northeastern. Money and confidence and something else, something he can't put a finger on just yet. Miss Mercer. He rises. I'm Detective Inspector D'Souza. This is Detective Sergeant Finn. Thank you for coming forward. Sloane. Please. She sets a paper cup from somewhere in the village on the desk and shakes his hand. Her grip is brief and dry, her eyes already moving past him to take in the room. When her gaze returns, there is something bright and hard in it, a glitter that might be excitement or might be something less pleasant. I almost didn't come, she says, taking the chair he indicates. I kept thinking it was probably nothing. A small smile, sharp at the edges. But then I kept thinking about it and I thought, what if it isn't nothing? What if I have information that could help? The words are right. The tone is right. But something underneath is wrong, and D'Souza cannot yet say what. There is an energy coming off her. She is too pleased, too eager, too determined. Her color is high, her movements quick and restless, and when she crosses her legs and settles back in the chair, there is a quality of anticipation in her posture. That's exactly the right instinct, he says, keeping his voice neutral. Let's start simply. What brings you to Garth-on-Wye? Business mostly. I work in publishing in New York. Licensing and acquisitions. Another small smile. I'm here for the festival. When did you arrive? When did you arrive? Sunday afternoon. Train from London to Hereford, then a local connection to Garth. I checked into the inn on the high street. The Larch. That's the one. And what did you do Sunday evening? Walked around. Browsed a few of the bookshops before they closed. Had dinner at the inn. She examines her manicure, short, immaculate, a shade of red that is almost black. I was jet-lagged and turned in early. D'Souza nods. Routine so far. Tourist bookshops early night. But the glitter in her eyes hasn't dimmed, and he finds himself watching her more carefully than the answers warrant. Monday morning, he says. Talk me through it. Sloane wraps both hands around her paper cup. The gesture might be warmth or something to hold on to, but her knuckles are white, and when she looks up, there is a flush on her cheekbones that has nothing to do with the cold. I was up early. Still on New York time, so I was wide awake at 6. I got dressed, had a coffee at the inn, and decided to go for a walk before the shops opened. Where did you walk? Up the lane past the church. I could see the hall above the village, the house, the grounds. There was a path, so I followed it. What time was this? Around 7:15. Go on. I came up the main drive and walked around toward the back of the house. There's a terrace, French doors opening onto a paved area with steps down to the garden. I was just looking at the house, really. Taking it in. And then something shifts in her face. The bright, hard glitter intensifies, and for a moment D'Souza sees something that looks almost like anger. I heard voices. D'Souza keeps his expression neutral. Beside him, Finn's pen lifts from the notebook but does not stop. How many voices? 2. Both women. What were they saying? I couldn't make out the words. I was still on the path, maybe 30 feet from the terrace. But the tone was clear. She pauses, and the pause has the quality of a performer holding a beat. One of them was angry, not quite shouting, but close to it. Sharp. Hard. The other was quieter, lower. It wasn't a conversation. It was a fight. Could you say them? The French doors were open. I could see into the room partly. One woman was near the doors, half turned away from me. The other was deeper in the room. I could see her shape, but not much more. D'Souza leans forward slightly. The woman nearer to the doors. Describe her. Sloane's eyes meet his, and there is something avid in them now, something hungry. She is enjoying this, he realizes. Whatever she is about to say, she has been looking forward to saying it. Dark hair. Long past the shoulders or close to it. About my height. 5'6", 5'7". She was wearing a green jacket, dark green waxed cotton like a field coat. And dark trousers. She had her back to me mostly, but she turned once, toward the doors, and I caught her in profile. What did you say? A young woman. 30s. Lean, long-limbed. She moved like someone who knew the house. She wasn't looking around or orienting herself. She was planted. Like she belonged there. D'Souza writes this down without looking up. Dark hair. 5'6", 5'7". Green jacket. 30s. Familiar with the hall. Behind him, he hears Finn turn a page in her notebook. And the other woman. Older. Further back. Lighter clothing, a blouse or a shirt. Standing, not sitting. She was the one with the quieter voice. That's all I could make out. What did you do next? I left. It was obviously personal. I didn't want to intrude. Where did you go? Back down the drive. Into the village. I sat in the cafe on the high street and had a cup of tea. What time did you leave the hall? Around 7:30. Maybe a few minutes after. D'Souza notes the time. The 999 call from Agatha Westmacott came in at 7:52. That left barely 20 minutes between Sloane Mercer witnessing the argument and the discovery of the body. His pulse quickens. The chances that the other woman she saw was anyone other than the murderer are slim to none. Could this be the big break that cracked open the case? What did you do after the cafe? I went back to my room for a while, then got bored and came down and was wandering around, browsing books. Her lips curve, not quite a smile, but close to it. I saw the police cars go through the village and asked someone what was going on. What did you do? It was obvious something bad had happened, and I couldn't help but think. She trails off, but the trailing off is theatrical, deliberate. She wants him to prompt her. What did you think? D'Souza obliges, though something in him is starting to feel repulsed and slightly manipulated by this brash American woman. Well, I thought it had to have something to do with what I'd seen. She leans forward, and there is a brightness in her face that is almost feverish. So I came back up the hill. I asked one of the officers what had happened. He told me someone had died. She pauses, and the pause is wrong. There is no grief in it, no shock, only that strange, avid intensity. I felt sick. I'd been right there. I'd heard them. D'Souza gives her a moment, though he suspects she does not need one. Then, Miss Mercer, I want to go back to the woman you saw. The dark-haired woman in the green jacket. You said you caught her in profile. Yes. For how long? 2 or 3 seconds. She turned toward the doors, toward me, and then turned back. And in those 2 or 3 seconds, what did you see? Her face. The left side. The line of her jaw, her cheekbone. The way her hair fell forward when she turned. D'Souza sets his pen down on the table. He does this deliberately so that his hands are still and his attention is undivided. Had you ever seen this woman before? Sloane holds his gaze, and something passes across her face, triumph barely suppressed. She has been waiting for this question. She has been waiting for it since she walked through the door. Yes, she says. I had. The room is very quiet. D'Souza does not move. Behind him, Finn is motionless. Where? Here. In the village. The night before, when I was browsing the bookshops. She is watching him intently, gauging his reaction, and D'Souza keeps his face carefully blank. I went into several of them. And I'm certain, absolutely certain, that one of the women I spoke with was the same woman I saw at the hall Monday morning. D'Souza feels a tightening in his chest. He keeps it out of his face, out of his hands, out of his voice. But something else is nagging at him now, something about the way she delivered that certainty. Too emphatic. Too eager. Which shop? I don't remember the name. One of the ones on the high street, they're all close together. But I remember the woman's. Her voice has taken on a harder edge now, the pleasant mask slipping slightly. We talked for a few minutes about local history, the village, the hall. And Monday morning, when I saw the figure on the terrace, the way she stood, the way she turned, I knew. I knew it was her. What makes you so certain? The build, the hair, the way she carried herself. Her chin lifts, and there is a flash of something in her eyes, defiance or challenge. It was the same woman. I know how that sounds. I know people say they're sure and then they're wrong. But I was talking to her less than 12 hours before. Face to face. In good light. I know what I saw. Would you recognize her again? Yes. No hesitation. The word is clipped, final, almost aggressive. If I saw her, I'd know her. D'Souza does not look at Finn. He does not need to. He can feel the quality of her silence behind him, the particular alertness of a detective who has just heard something that changes the shape of a case. But there is something else in that silence, and he suspects Finn feels it too. This woman is not simply a witness doing her civic duty. She is too invested, too intent, too pleased with herself. There is an agenda here that D'Souza cannot see, a purpose behind the helpful facade that has nothing to do with justice. This is not a very nice person, he thinks. The thought arrives fully formed, settled and certain. Whatever Sloane Mercer's reasons for coming forward, altruism is not among them. He picks up his pen again. He writes 2 words on his notepad, underlines them and moves on. Miss Mercer, you said you spoke with this woman about local history. Did she give you her name? If she did, I don't remember it. The pleasant mask is back in place, smooth and impenetrable. I'm sorry. I'd had several conversations by then, and the names all ran together. Can you describe the shop? Small, narrow frontage. There were tables outside with bargain bins, paperbacks in crates. It was about halfway along the high street, I think, on the left-hand side as you walk from the inn. D'Souza nods. He knows, without turning around, that Finn is already placing this description against her mental map of the high street. One more question for now, he says. The woman at the hall, the one doing the arguing. Was she the aggressor? Something flickers in Sloane's eyes, satisfaction perhaps, or vindication. Yes. She was doing almost all the talking. The other woman, the one further back, seemed to be trying to calm her down. Or defend herself. She pauses, and the pause is weighted with meaning. The dynamic was very clear. D'Souza closes his notebook. He places both palms flat on the desk and looks at Sloane Mercer and allows himself to weigh what she has given him. Miss Mercer, he says, would you be willing to come down to the village with us? To identify her. To see if you can, yes. Of course. She rises in a single fluid motion, loops her bag over her shoulder and smooths down her jacket. Her smile is bright and sharp and does not reach her eyes. Whatever helps. D'Souza pushes back his chair. Finn closes her notebook. Through the rain-streaked window, the village lies below them, grey and quiet in the fading afternoon light. Right, he says. Let's go. To Finn, he says quietly, ask Carly to bring up Velasquez. She nods, understanding his meaning at once. Since they were about to arrest a woman suspect, they needed to have a woman constable on hand to escort her into custody.
Chapter 16. The warmth of the bakery enfolds Agatha like a blanket as she steps inside, the bell above the door chiming softly. The air is thick with the scent of fresh bread, cinnamon and something sweeter, vanilla perhaps or almond. After the chaos of the day, the crises averted and the fires extinguished. This is exactly what she needs. Kaveri Sharma looks up from behind the counter, her face breaking into a smile. Agatha. Perfect timing. I've just pulled the scones from the oven. That's why I'm here, Agatha says, unwinding her scarf. Grace should be along any moment. She was just finishing up at the bookshop. The bakery is quiet at this hour, the afternoon rush long past and the evening trade not yet begun. A few tables are occupied, Mrs. Patel from the post office nursing a cup of tea, young Thomas Blackwood bent over a laptop in the corner. But the back room, where Kaveri conducts her tastings, is empty and waiting. Go on through, Kaveri says, wiping her hands on her apron. I'll bring everything in. The back room is small and cozy, with a scrubbed wooden table, mismatched chairs, and a window that looks out onto the narrow alley behind the high street. Agatha settles into her usual seat, the one with the cushion and the view of the door, and lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding. It has been a long day. It's a very long day. The bell chimes again, and she hears Grace's voice in the front room, bright and easy as she greets Kaveri. A moment later Grace appears in the doorway, her cheeks flushed from the cold, her dark hair escaping from its ponytail. Nana. She bends to kiss Agatha's cheek. You look exhausted. I am exhausted. Sit down. Kaveri's bringing scones. Grace drops into the chair across from her, shrugging off her jacket. She is wearing the green field coat again, Agatha must speak to her about that, perhaps suggest she vary her wardrobe for a few days, but her eyes are clear and her manner is calm. She has done well today. Better than Agatha expected. Cavalry appears with a laden tray. Scones, clotted cream, 3 kinds of jam, miniature fruit tarts, slices of Victoria sponge, and a pot of tea large enough to serve a regiment. She sets it down with a flourish. The festival tea menu, she announces. Everything we discussed plus a few experiments. I want your honest opinions. You'll get nothing less, Agatha says, reaching for a scone. For a few minutes, they do nothing but eat and murmur appreciation. The scones are perfect, crisp on the outside, tender within, with just the right balance of butter and restraint. The Victoria sponge is light as air. The fruit tarts are jewel bright, their pastry shattering at the first bite. The lemon curd, Grace says, her eyes closed in concentration. It's different. I added a touch of lavender, Cavalry says, too much. No. It's lovely. It's subtle. The Women's Institute will have opinions, Agatha warns. The Women's Institute always has opinions, Cavalry grins. That's half the fun. The conversation drifts, as conversations do, from the menu to the festival to the murder. Cavalry lowers her voice, though there is no one nearby to hear. I heard they questioned David again this morning. And that Canadian girl, Nicola. She's been helping at the pub, Grace says. Stepped in when Ellen, she stops, her expression clouding. It's all anyone can talk about, Cavalry says. The village is divided. Half think David did it, half think he couldn't possibly. Mrs. Gable told me this morning that she saw him weeping at St. Jude's yesterday. Just sitting in the back pew alone for over an hour. Grief and guilt often look the same, Agatha says. And sometimes grief is just grief. Cavalry shakes her head. I don't know. I didn't know David well before he left, and I certainly don't know him now. But Ellen I knew. She was kind to me when I first came here. Helped me find my feet. Her eyes are bright. She didn't deserve this. Whatever happened, whoever did it, she didn't deserve it. No, Agatha agrees. She didn't. The bell chimes in the front room. Agatha hears footsteps, several sets and voices. One of Themis male, calm and measured. The other is female, American, and even from here she can detect something sharp beneath the pleasant surface. Her hand freezes halfway to the teapot. Inanna. Grace's voice is low, questioning. Agatha does not answer. She is watching the doorway, listening. The footsteps have stopped. There is a murmur of conversation, the male voice asking something, a reply she cannot make out. Then the footsteps resume, growing closer. They appear a moment later. D'Souza first, his face professionally neutral, his dark eyes taking in the room with a single sweep. Finn a half-step behind, her notebook already in hand, her expression giving nothing away. And between them, walking with the careful poise of a woman who knows she is about to deliver a killing blow, Sloane Mercer. Sloane's eyes find Agatha's the instant she crosses the threshold. And in that look, that single, unguarded moment before she composes her features into something resembling helpfulness, Agatha sees everything she needs to see. The anger white-hot and barely contained. The triumph bright and sharp as a blade. The hatred coiled and waiting. You should have taken the deal, those eyes say. You should have said yes when you had the chance. She has come to make good on her threat. A Mrs. Westmacott. D'Souza's tone is courteous, but his gaze is watchful, cataloguing everything, the three of them at the table, the plates of half-eaten pastries, the cozy domesticity of the scene. I apologize for the interruption. Inspector. Agatha sets down her teacup with a steadiness she does not feel. Her heart is hammering against her ribs, but her hands remain still, her voice remains calm. A lifetime of practice. A lifetime of never letting them see you flinch. What brings you here? We're conducting enquiries. He glances at Sloane, then back at Agatha. This is Miss Mercer. She's come forward as a witness. She was at the Hall on Monday morning and observed what appears to have been an argument between Ellen Hartley and another woman shortly before the body was discovered. The room has gone very still. Cavery stands frozen by the table, a plate of tarts in her hands, her dark eyes wide. Grace has not moved, but Agatha can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her spine has straightened almost imperceptibly, the careful blankness settling over her features like a mask. She believes she met this woman the previous evening, D'Souza continues, and would recognize her again. I see. Agatha's voice sounds distant to her own ears, as if it belongs to someone else, someone calm, someone unafraid, someone who is not watching her entire world teeter on the edge of a precipice. And you've brought her here too. To see if she can identify the woman, yes. Agatha looks at Sloane. Sloane looks back at her. And she smiles, a small private smile meant only for Agatha. A smile that says, I told you there would be consequences. I told you I don't lose. Take your time, Miss Mercer, D'Souza says. Sloane steps forward, moving to the center of the room. She turns slowly, surveying the space with theatrical deliberation. Her gaze passes over Mrs. Patel, who has gone very still at her table by the window. It moves to Thomas Blackwood, who has looked up from his laptop with the bewildered expression of someone who has wandered into a scene he does not understand. It lingers on Cavery, standing frozen with her tray, her knuckles white against the porcelain. Then it settles on Grace. Sloane's eyes narrow slightly. Her head tilts, as if she is studying a painting, considering its merits. The moment stretches, 1 second, 2, 3, and Agatha feels her heart climb into her throat and lodge there, beating wildly. Grace does not look away. Her chin lifts slightly, almost defiantly, and she meets Sloane's gaze without flinching. But Agatha can see the pulse jumping in her neck. She can see the way Grace's hands have tightened in her lap, the knuckles bloodless. Not her, Agatha thinks. Please. Not her. She is calculating distances. Options. If Sloane points at Grace, what can she do? What will she say? She has resources, influence, lawyers who can be summoned within the hour, but none of that will matter in the moment. None of that will stop the words from being spoken, the accusation from being made. None of that will spare Grace the humiliation, the terror, of being publicly identified as a suspect in Ellen Hartley's murder. The silence is absolute. No one moves. No one breathes. The only sound is the soft tick of the clock on the wall and the distant rumble of a car passing on the high street. Finn shifts her weight. Agatha sees her hand move to her side, not reaching for anything, not yet, but ready. Prepared. She takes a step closer to Grace, positioning herself within arm's reach. Her hand comes to rest on Grace's arm. Lightly. Casually. As if it means nothing. But Agatha knows what it means. She knows what comes next. Grace feels it too. Agatha sees the flicker in her eyes, the moment of understanding, the flash of fear quickly suppressed. But she does not pull away. She does not protest. She sits perfectly still, her face pale but composed, waiting for the blow to fall. Agatha's brave girl. Her foolish, brave, innocent girl. Sloane's smile widens. She is enjoying this, the power, the suspense, the knowledge that she holds all their fates in her manicured hands. She wants Agatha to see it. She wants her to understand exactly what she has brought upon her family by refusing her. This is what happens, that smile says. This is what happens when you cross me. That's her, Sloane says. Agatha's heart stops. That's the woman I saw arguing with Ellen Hartley that morning. She is looking at Grace. Her finger is rising, pointing. Finn's grip tightens on Grace's arm. Agatha sees Grace's breath catch, sees the colour drain from her face until she is white as paper. Agatha is already rising from her chair, already opening her mouth to speak, to object, to do something, anything. No, wait. Sloane's voice is light, almost teasing. She lets her hand drop, tilts her head again, furrows her brow as if reconsidering. Not her. The words hang in the air. Agatha sinks back into her chair, her legs suddenly weak, her heart pounding so hard she can feel it in her temples. Sloane turns. Her gaze sweeps past Grace, past Agatha, and settles on Cavery, who is still standing by the table with her tray of tarts. She lingers on Cavery as if meaning to accuse her. Then she shakes her head. No, it's the other one, Sloane says. Her finger rises again. Points. It's her. And this time there is no doubt that she means Grace.
Chapter 17. The custody suite at Hereford is in the basement. Strip lighting, linoleum, the smell of disinfectant and stale coffee that seems to have seeped into the walls over decades and become permanent. D'Souza has been here hundreds of times. He has stood where he is standing now, behind the booking desk, off to one side, watching more often than he could count. The routine is always the same. Grace Westmacott stands at the desk with her hands at her sides. She has not spoken since the car. During the drive from Garth-on-Wye, 40 minutes on the B-roads, Finn at the wheel, D'Souza in the passenger seat, Grace in the back behind the cage partition, she said nothing. She did not cry. She did not ask where they were going or what would happen next. She sat with her hands folded in her lap and her eyes fixed on the middle distance, and the only sign that she was aware of them at all was the slight tightening of her jaw when Finn took the corners too fast. The custody sergeant is a man called Bevan. Broad, unhurried, with the particular kind of patience that comes from processing thousands of frightened, angry, bewildered people through this desk over 20-odd years. He opens a custody record on the computer, types the date and time, and begins. Full name, please. Grace Westmacott. Middle name. Mary. Date of birth. 14th of March, 1994. Address. Keeper's Cottage, Twistleton Hall Estate, Garth-on-Wye, Herefordshire. Her voice is level throughout. Quiet but clear. She answers each question and then stops, offering nothing beyond what is asked. Bevan works through the form, next of kin, GP, allergies, medication, any existing medical conditions, any history of self-harm. Grace answers each one with the same flat precision. Grandmother, Dr. Phelps in Garth, none, no. Occupation. Festival coordinator. The Garth-on-Wye Book Festival. D'Souza notes this. He has not looked it up yet, but the connection is there. The festival that opens today, that Agatha Westmacott curates, that fills the village with publishers and agents, and the kind of people who might attract the attention of a woman like Sloane Mercer. Grace works for her grandmother's festival. Another thread tying these two women together. Bevan continues. I'm required to inform you of your rights. You have the right to have someone informed of your arrest. You have the right to consult privately with a solicitor, free of charge. And you have the right to consult the Pace Codes of Practice. Do you understand these rights? Yes, sir. Would you like someone informed of your arrest? No, thank you. Would you like a solicitor? You're entitled to free legal advice from the duty solicitor, or you can request your own. My own, please. Bevan waits, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Name of your solicitor. Grace hesitates. Not long, barely a second, but D'Souza catches it. She is choosing her words. That won't be necessary, thank you. She'll come. Bevan looks up. His eyes flick to D'Souza, a brief questioning glance. D'Souza's face gives him nothing. Bevan shrugs. He has heard stranger things at this desk, and types a note on the record. Right. We'll need to take your fingerprints and a DNA sample. Standard procedure. Then you'll be taken to a cell to wait. Is there anything you need? Water, food. Water, please. I'll have some brought to you. Her property is logged and sealed in a clear bag, a set of keys, a thin wallet, a hair tie, a folded piece of paper she had in her back pocket that D'Souza notes with interest but does not examine yet. Her shoes are removed, the laces are a risk, and she is given plimsolls from a cardboard box. The fingerprinting is done at a side station, each finger pressed to the electronic pad in turn. Grace submits without resistance. The DNA swab follows, mouth open, cotton bud against the inside of the cheek, sealed and labeled. Throughout all of this, D'Souza watches from his position by the wall. He has his notebook in his hand, but he has not opened it. His thumb runs along the spine, back and forth, a small, repetitive motion he is not aware of making. Finn, standing beside him, notices. She says nothing. Grace is led down the corridor to the cells. The heavy door closes behind her with a sound that D'Souza has heard 1,000 times, and which he has never quite learned not to hear. He checks his watch. 10:30. The Pace clock is running. They have 24 hours. They wait in the CID office upstairs. Finn gets coffee from the machine in the corridor, black for D'Souza, white with 2 sugars for herself. She sets his cup on the desk and sits down opposite him. So, she says, we wait for this mystery solicitor. We wait. And if no one shows, then we offer the duty solicitor again and proceed. Finn blows on her coffee. She didn't ask to make a call. She didn't ask us to notify anyone. She just said her solicitor would come. She looks at D'Souza over the rim of her cup. How does a festival coordinator from a village with no mobile signal have a solicitor on standby for a murder arrest? D'Souza does not answer. He is looking at the whiteboard on the far wall where the case summary is pinned, photographs, timeline, witness statements. Ellen Hartley's face looks out from the center of the board, taken from her driving license. A woman of 47, round-faced, sensible-looking. Alive in the photograph. Not alive now. She doesn't, he says eventually. Not unless someone made a call for her before we left Garth. The grandmother. The grandmother. They drink their coffee in silence. D'Souza's thumb is running along the spine of his notebook again. He stops when he catches himself doing it and sets the notebook flat on the desk. At 11:45, the desk sergeant rings up. There is a solicitor in reception asking to see Grace Westmacott. Jane Maid is not what D'Souza expected. He is not sure what he expected, perhaps a local criminal brief from Hereford or Gloucester, someone with mud on their shoes and a battered leather bag. What he gets is a woman in her early 50s, dressed in a dark suit that fits her the way expensive suits fit, with short silver hair and a calm, direct manner that suggests she is accustomed to rooms rather more consequential than this one. She carries a slim briefcase and shows her credentials to the desk without being asked. Jane Maid, Mead Chambers, Lincoln's Inn Fields. Lincoln's Inn Fields. London. A barrister's chambers in the heart of legal London. D'Souza knows the name. Not personally, he has never been on a case large enough to attract counsel of this caliber, but by reputation. Mead Chambers handles serious crime. The kind that makes the broadsheets. Detective Inspector D'Souza. She extends her hand. Her grip is brief and firm. I'm here to represent Miss Westmacott. I'd like to consult with my client before any interview takes place, please. Of course, I'll have you taken down. She is given an interview room, not a cell, and Grace is brought to her. The door closes. D'Souza and Finn stand in the corridor outside, not speaking. 40 minutes later, Maid opens the door. My client is ready to be interviewed, Inspector. I should let you know in advance that she will be exercising her right to silence on my advice. I want that noted on the record before we begin. D'Souza nods. He has expected this. A solicitor of Mead's experience would not let a client speak to the police in a murder investigation without knowing every piece of evidence the prosecution has assembled. And the evidence D'Souza has is thin: an eyewitness identification conducted informally in a bakery, and a set of fingerprints on the murder weapon that belong not to the suspect but to her grandmother. Mead will have assessed that in the first 5 minutes and told Grace to say nothing. Noted, he says. Shall we? The interview room is small and windowless. A table bolted to the floor, 4 chairs, a recording unit mounted on the wall. D'Souza and Finn sit on one side. Grace and Mead sit on the other. The recorder hums. D'Souza speaks for the tape. This interview is being audio recorded. I am Detective Inspector Daniel D'Souza of Hereford CID. Also present is Detective Sergeant Aisling Finn, Hereford CID. And could those opposite plays identify themselves for the tape? Jane Maid, Solicitor, Mead Chambers, representing Miss Westmacott. A pause. Mead looks at Grace, gives her a small nod. Grace Mary Westmacott. Thank you. Miss Westmacott, I must remind you that you are under caution. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you have been offered and have received legal advice? Yes, sir. Thank you. The time is 12:41 p.m. On Thursday. D'Souza opens his notebook. He places his pen on the table beside it, aligned with the edge. His movements are precise, unhurried. Finn's pen is poised over her own pad. Miss Westmacott, I'd like to ask you about your movements on Monday morning, specifically between the hours of 7 and 8 a.m. Can you tell me where you were? Grace looks at Maid. Maid inclines her head fractionally. No comment. D'Souza shows no reaction. He writes, You live at Keeper's Cottage on the Twistleton Hall estate. Is that correct? No comment. You are the granddaughter of Mrs. Agatha Westmacott, the caretaker of Twistleton Hall. Is that correct? No comment. Can you tell me your relationship to Ellen Hartley? No comment. Can you tell me your relationship to David Hartley? Grace's eyes move. It is very slight, a flicker quickly controlled, but D'Souza sees it. The name lands differently from the others. He notes this but does not pursue it. Not yet. No comment. Miss Westmacott, a witness has identified you as the woman she saw at Twistleton Hall on Monday morning, in what appeared to be an argument with the victim shortly before the victim's death. Can you tell me anything about that? No comment. Were you at Twistleton Hall on Monday morning? No comment. Did you have any contact with Ellen Hartley on Monday morning? No comment. Did you have any reason to be at the hall that morning? No comment. D'Souza continues. He asks about the note in Grace's pocket. Was she expecting to meet someone that morning? He asks about her employment at the festival. Did she have duties at the hall? He asks about her mother, Mary Westmacott. Is she alive? He asks about Grace's upbringing. Has she always lived with her grandmother? To each question, the same two words, delivered in the same level voice, with the same downward glance toward Mead, the same fractional nod in return. Grace's face betrays nothing. Her hands are folded on the table in front of her, still and steady. She could be sitting in a waiting room, watching the clock. But her eyes... D'Souza watches her eyes. There is something in them that does not match the composure of the rest of her, not fear exactly and not defiance, but a kind of fierce, compressed patience. The look of someone who is enduring something she has been told she must endure, and who is holding herself together by will alone. He has seen that look before. In Agatha's eyes in the morning room on Monday. The grandmother sitting with her cat, her hands perfectly steady, her gaze unwavering. The same stillness. The same refusal to crack. After 35 minutes, D'Souza sets his pen down on the table. He does it the way he always does, deliberately, so his hands are empty and his attention is visible. Miss Westmacott, is there anything you would like to say at this point? No comment. Is there anything you would like to tell us about what happened to Ellen Hartley? Grace looks at him. For the first time in the interview, she holds his gaze directly, and he sees something shift behind her eyes, a struggle, brief and fierce, between what she wants to say and what she has been told not to. Her lips part. For a moment, D'Souza thinks she is going to speak. Then Mead's hand moves, barely perceptible, just a slight adjustment of her pen on the legal pad, and the moment passes. Grace's jaw tightens. No comment. Interview terminated at 13:17. D'Souza reaches over and stops the recording. Maid gathers her papers. I'd like a word, Inspector, before I leave. Of course. They step into the corridor. Mead's expression is unreadable, but her tone is precise and carries the quiet force of someone who has delivered this speech in far more hostile rooms than this one. My client has cooperated fully with the custody process. She has attended this interview voluntarily, in the sense that she has not obstructed your procedures in any way. She maintains her right to silence, as is her legal entitlement, and no adverse inference should be drawn from that at this stage. She pauses. I trust you'll be reviewing the evidence carefully before any charging decision is made. That's our intention. Good. I'll be available by telephone if you need to schedule a further interview. And Inspector, I will be applying for bail this afternoon. My client poses no flight risk, has strong community ties, and has no prior record of any kind. I trust that won't be opposed. I'll discuss it with the custody sergeant. Please do. She holds his gaze a moment longer than necessary, then nods. Thank you for your professionalism. She is gone. Her heels click down the corridor and up the stairs. D'Souza stands where she left him, his hands in his pockets looking at nothing. The office is quiet. Late afternoon light comes through the high windows and makes pale squares on the grey carpet. Finn is at her desk, typing up interview notes. D'Souza sits opposite her, his notebook open in front of him, his pen capped. He has not written anything new since the interview ended. Finn finishes typing, saves the file, and leans back in her chair. She picks up her coffee, finds it cold, and sets it down again. You're calm, she says. D'Souza looks up. After that interview, 35 minutes of no comment from a suspect in a murder case. A brief who wouldn't let her client breathe without permission. And you're sitting there like you've just come back from Mass. I'm reviewing the evidence. You're usually climbing the walls when a solicitor does that. You had questions to ask. Good questions, and she gave you nothing. Finn crosses her arms. That should bother you. D'Souza picks up his pen. Uncaps it. Caps it again. Sets it down. He does this once precisely, and then his hands are still. The identification, he says. What about it? Mercer looked at 3 women in that room. She settled on one, then changed her mind and picked another. That's not recognition. That's selection. Finn waits. A witness who genuinely recognizes someone doesn't waver. They see the face and they know. Mercer saw 2 faces, considered both and chose. In a bakery with no formal procedure, no video suite, no lineup. You cautioned her to take her time. I did. And she took it. She took her time the way an actress takes a beat before delivering a line. He looks at Finn. I'm not climbing the walls because I'm not certain we've got the right person in that cell. The words settle between them. Finn does not look surprised. She looks like someone who has been waiting to hear this said aloud. The solicitor, she says. Med Chambers. Lincoln's Inn Fields. I looked them up while you were seeing her out. They handle terrorism cases. Multi-million-pound fraud. Organized crime. She lets that sit. Who sends a Lincoln's Inn barrister to represent a festival coordinator from a village in Herefordshire? And how did she get here from London in under 2 hours? She was already in the area. Or she was already on call. Either way, someone with very deep pockets made a phone call the moment we put Grace Westmacott in that car. And the only person who could have done that is the woman we left standing in the bakery doorway. Finn nods slowly. The grandmother. The caretaker. The one with the keys to the hall and the prints on the knife, and the connection to every person in this case. She pauses. The one whose festival coordinator granddaughter has a London barrister on speed dial. D'Souza says nothing for a long moment. His thumb traces the spine of his notebook, the same motion Finn saw downstairs, the one she has never seen him make before this case. He catches himself again and flattens his palm on the desk. We have an eyewitness identification, he says. We have the grandmother's prints on the murder weapon. We have a connection between the suspect and the victim's family. We have a suspect who won't answer a single question. He counts them off, steady and methodical, as though testing the weight of each one. On paper it holds. On paper. On paper. He stands. He picks up his notebook and puts it in his inside pocket. He straightens his tie, a small, precise adjustment, pulling the knot exactly center. But paper is what other people give you. And I'd like to know who's been writing ours.
Chapter 18. First light finds Agatha in the garden. She is kneeling on the folded sack beside the broad beans, her gloves dark with soil, her secateurs in her right hand. The blackfly have come overnight, dense, soft-bodied colonies on the tender growing tips, feeding on what is most vulnerable. She works along the row, pinching out each infested tip and dropping it into the bucket. Pinch, cut, drop. Pinch, cut, drop. The rhythm should be meditative. It usually is. This morning her hands do the work, and the stillness does not come. The blackbird is singing in the hawthorn hedge. It sang on Monday morning too, just before the scream. She pinches out another tip. The sap is green on her gloves. Grace, I must see you. Tomorrow, time and place. PLS be there. Adi. The note that was slipped under Grace's door on Sunday night. Grace read it and she saw David's initial, and she went to the library to meet him. Of course she did. D for David. Who else would it be? But Agatha has spent a lifetime watching people make assumptions, and a lifetime watching assumptions kill. An initial is not a name. A letter slipped under a door in the evening is not a conversation. And Grace's reply, the unsigned note she slipped under the door at Rose Cottage, because Grace would not have signed it, not when she knew that this was Nicola's place. And she might pick it up and draw the wrong conclusion. That reply named a time and a place, the letter G and nothing more. Anyone who found it would know that someone named G would be in the library of Twistleton Hall at 7:30 on Monday morning. They would not know exactly who had written it or who it was meant for. She moves to the next plant. Her knees ache. The soil is cold through the folded sack. Bombay is on the garden wall, a black shape against the paling sky, watching her with the unblinking patience of a creature who has never in his life needed to be anywhere other than exactly where he is. Ellen came to the hole that morning. Ellen, who should have been in the pub kitchen at 8:30, quartering onions, checking the cellar, setting tables. Ellen, who never deviated. Ellen, who was the most reliable woman in the village, and who was found on the library floor with a knife wound in her chest at an hour when she had no earthly reason to be there. What brought her? Not a note under a door, or perhaps exactly that. Perhaps another note, another summons, another D. The blackbird sings. The sound is unbearable this morning. It is the last thing that was beautiful before the world broke open. Agatha sits back on her heels. She looks at the row of broad beans, neatly pinched, the bucket filling with blackened tips. The growing tips are gone. The plants will branch differently now, lower and bushier, changed by what was taken. She looks at her hands in their dark gloves. She looks at the cottage behind her, where the kitchen light is on and Grace's reading glasses are still on the windowsill, and the chair at the table still holds the shape of her from Monday afternoon, when she sat there and told Agatha the truth. She looks at the hall above her on the hill, its windows catching the first real light, the white marquees on the south lawn like pale moths settled on the grass. The festival opens in 3 hours. Grace built it. Grace is not here. And somewhere in this village, among the cobbled streets and the bookshops and the people Agatha has loved and tended for 80 years, is the person who put her granddaughter in that cell. She pulls off her gloves. She stands. She picks up her stick. Willow rises from the path and falls into step beside her, and they go up the hill together toward the hall. The kitchen of Twistleton Hall at 7:30 on a Thursday morning should smell of nothing but beeswax and cold stone. Instead it smells of coffee, cardboard, and the particular metallic tang of a photocopier that has been running since before dawn. Cavery is bent over the long oak table, a radio in one hand and a red pen in the other, marking up a printed schedule. She has tied her hair back with a scarf printed in saffron and indigo, and changed into a navy fleece, dark trousers and walking shoes. Her bookshop is closed. She has been here since 5. The Canongate author is stuck at Hereford Station, Cavery says without looking up. The Hachette publicist wants the orangery moved from 2 to 3. Simon's generator is dead again. And Penguin Random House are sending an extra 4 people who weren't on the list and need chairs. Good morning, Cavery. Good morning. The chairs are in the basement storeroom, 3rd door on the left. I've sent Josh Brennan down for them. The generator, Simon says he needs a pot from Brecon. I've told Arthur Pentelow to drive. He grumbled. The Canongate situation. I've rung the lodge from the landline and asked Tyler to send someone with a car to Hereford. And the Hachette move. I said no, their slot is their slot. They can take it or leave it. Good. Cavery looks up. Her eyes are red-rimmed but steady. She does not ask how Agatha slept. She does not mention Grace. There is no time and they both know it. Your volunteers for the morning shift are outside, Cavery says. Daisy Miller and Reuben Okafor. Carts charged. Radios are on channel 3. I need 2 with me all day. Rotating. Already arranged. Daisy and Reuben till noon, then Amara Osai and Quinn Gallagher for the afternoon, then Priya Kapoor and Liam Chen for the evening. Liam didn't turn up yesterday. Liam's mother brought him personally this morning at 6:15 and watched him walk through the gate. He won't be late again. Agatha picks up the second radio from the table and clips it to her waistband, a thing she has watched Grace do 1,000 times and has never done herself until today. The weight of it against her hip is unfamiliar. She will get used to it. I'll start at the forecourt, she says. The signing tent was on the wrong side yesterday. Is it moved? Ned moved it at first light. The Brennan twins helped. It's where it should be. The long gallery curtains. Replaced. Sophie Wu found heavy drapes in the linen store on the 2nd floor. The Guardian photography station. Rose garden. I told them not to touch the lavender. They look at each other across the table. Cavery nods once. Agatha nods once. It is the entire conversation they will have about what this day costs them both. Then Cavalry's radio crackles, a volunteer's voice asking about the placement of the Virago display, and she is talking into it before Agatha has reached the door. Daisy Miller is 17, freckled, ginger-haired, and already behind the wheel of the green golf cart, with the engine running when Agatha comes out through the kitchen entrance. She has been volunteering at the festival since she was 12, and she drives the cart the way she does everything, fast, precise, with a focus that borders on ferocity. Beside her in the passenger seat, his long legs folded at an uncomfortable angle, sits Reuben Ackaffer. 19, 6'2", close-cropped hair, home from his first year at Bristol, quiet and watchful, with a radio clipped to his belt and a rolled program in his back pocket. "Morning, Mrs. Westmacott," Daisy says. "Where to?" "Forecourt. Then the Great Hall. Then everywhere else." The cart lurches forward. Agatha grips the handrail. The morning air is cool and damp, heavy with the promise of rain that will hold off, she can feel it, until late afternoon. The hall rises behind them, its chimneys sharp against the grey sky. Below, the village rooftops are just catching the first light. Somewhere down there, the bookshops are opening, the coffee is brewing. The coaches are already on the motorway from London and Birmingham and Bristol, carrying hundreds of people toward this place. The forecourt is already in motion. 3 white vans stand at angles on the gravel, back doors open, spilling crates of books and folding tables and rolls of bunting. Ned, the marquee foreman, ginger-bearded, enormous, permanently resigned, is directing 2 of his crew as they lash a banner to the front of the signing tent. Garth-on-Wye Book Festival 2026, welcome. A catering van from Hereford is backing across the disabled parking zone. A woman in a high-visibility vest is trying to redirect it and failing. "Reuben, the catering vans. Tell them disabled parking is sacred, and if they block it again, I will have them removed from the grounds." Then find Denise Reyes, she's the head caterer, short, silver nose ring, terrifying, and tell her the orangery needs to be ready for the opening reception by 9:45, not 10. Reuben is out of the cart and across the gravel before she has finished speaking. "Daisy. The Great Hall." The cart swings around the east wing. Through the tall windows of the ground floor, Agatha can see volunteers moving, green t-shirts flickering between rooms like fish in a stream. Sophie Wu, slight, dark-eyed 20, paint on her fingernails, is carrying a stack of programs through the entrance hall. The Brennan twins, Josh and Callum, red-haired, broad-shouldered, indistinguishable except for the small scar above Josh's left eyebrow, are manhandling a lectern through the double doors of the great hall. "A Mrs. Westmacott," Sophie calls from the entrance. Cavalry says the Bloomsbury publicist is on the landline again about the Donna Tartt seating. Tell her the Great Hall seats 300, and Donna Tartt will have the finest room in the county. If she rings again, tell her exactly the same thing. Sophie nods and vanishes. Daisy pulls the cart up to the main entrance and Agatha gets out, her stick finding the flagstones. The entrance hall of Twistleton Hall is a soaring space, black and white marble floor, a vaulted ceiling painted with allegorical figures, a staircase sweeping upward. Today it smells of fresh paint and cardboard, and the hot plastic scent of a photocopier working overtime. A table has been set up by the door, registration desk, staffed by Thomas Blackwood, mid-20s, pale, permanently anxious, hunched over a laptop, and Priya Kapoor, also mid-20s, dark-haired, round-faced, calm as a lake, handling the queue of early arrivals with brisk efficiency. "A Mrs. Westmacott." Thomas looks up. "The Wi-Fi's holding, but I've only got one bar on the hotspot. If more than 40 people try to connect at once." Nobody is connecting to anything, Thomas. This is Garth-on-Wye. Tell them to put their phones away and read a book. A bark of laughter from Priya. Thomas blinks. Agatha is already moving through the entrance hall toward the great hall, where the chairs are being set in rows, and the sound system is being tested by a young technician. Javier Morno, early 20s, dark curly hair, an earphone dangling from one ear, who is tapping the lectern microphone and frowning. Is there a problem, Javier? Feedback loop, Mrs. Westmacott. The room's acoustics are incredible, which means the mic picks up its own echo. I'm trying to turn it off. Sorry. Turn the microphone off. This room was built in 1623. The hammerbeam roof carries a whisper from the dais to the back wall. Donna Tartt does not shout. Neither does Robert Harris. Neither does anyone worth listening to. If they need amplification, they are in the wrong room. Javier stares at her. He turns the microphone off. Now, Agatha says. The lectern needs to be 18 inches further left. The light from the east windows will catch the speaker's face at the current angle and blind the first 3 rows by 4 o'clock. The radio on her hip crackles. Cavery's voice clipped and fast. Agatha. The Faber author's dog is back. It got out of the kitchen garden. It's in the orangery eating canapés. What kind of dog? Irish wolfhound. Enormous. The caterer is in tears. The author's name is Marcus Dunhill. He's at the Larch. Send Liam Chen to fetch him, and tell him if the dog is not on a lead within 30 minutes it goes to the kennels in Bredwardine. Copy. The radio goes silent. Agatha turns to find Daisy at her elbow. The Penguin Random House party are coming through the gates, Mrs. Westmacott. 4 cars. Take me to the forecourt. At 10 o'clock the gates open to the public and the day becomes a river. Agatha is on the forecourt when the first coaches arrive, standing beside the welcome banner with Reuben, who has returned from banishing the catering van, at her left shoulder and Daisy at her right. The visitors pour through the gates in a broadening stream, tote bags and programs and the bright, slightly stunned expressions of people arriving at a place they have been anticipating for months. They come on foot from the village, in cars from the overflow field, in coaches from Hereford and Brecon and Bristol and London. A double-decker from Hay-on-Wye disgorges 43 people in matching, red BOOKS t-shirts. A Mrs. Westmacott. A young man from the volunteer team, Ethan Park, 21, Korean-British, wire-framed glasses, a communications student from Leeds, appears at a jog with his radio held out. Cavery says Pan Macmillan want the south drawing room switched to the music room for their afternoon panel. Something about acoustics. The music room is booked for the Seamus O'Malley reading at 4. She said you'd say that. She says she can move O'Malley to the Rose room if you approve. Approved. Tell Cavery the Rose room chairs need rearranging, rows, not the current semicircle. And the heating in there runs hot. Open the windows before the audience arrives, or they'll be asleep by the second poem. Ethan speaks into the radio. The radio crackles back, Cavery confirming, already on to the next thing. In the background, Agatha can hear the sound of hammering and someone calling for gaffer tape. Daisy. The long gallery. The cart weaves through the crowds on the main drive and around to the north entrance. The long gallery runs the entire north side of the first floor, 100 feet of polished oak beneath a beryl-vaulted ceiling, the walls hung with landscapes and botanical watercolors. 2 panel stages have been erected at opposite ends, separated by heavy drapes that Sophie Wu sourced from the linen store at dawn. The East End stage is being set up for the 11 o'clock session. Climate Fiction and The Burning Page, 3 novelists whose work Agatha knows because Grace put their books on her reading table last month. She checks the name cards on the panelists' chairs. A Y letter 1 ECD Grav BRMI a D E acute BRY letter 1 ECD Grav, the Nigerian-British novelist whose speculative climate thriller Tide Country has been all over the broadsheets. James Bradley, the Australian whose Ghost Species sequel has just been acquired by Picador for a rumoured 6 figures. And Callian Bradley, whose time travel debut The Ministry of Time spawned an entire subgenre. The panel is chaired by Max Liu, literary critic for the newspaper, young, sharp, a regular at Hay. The chairs are in a semicircle. The water glasses are filled. The books are stacked for signing afterward. At the West End, the afternoon panels. Book talk and beyond. How readers broke the algorithm with a literary agent from the Madeline Milburn Agency, a woman called Chloe Seeger. According to the program, and 2 authors whose careers were launched entirely by social media. Colleen Hoover's successor in the commercial fiction space. A 26-year-old Texan named Jesse Malone, whose debut romance sold 2 million copies on word of mouth alone. And Ali Hazelwood, the neuroscientist-turned-novelist whose STEM romances had conquered every platform. The 4th chair belongs to a young book talk creator called Zara Hussain, who has 4 million followers and a publishing deal of her own with HarperCollins. Agatha moves between the 2 stages, checking sight lines, adjusting chair angles, noting that the drapes between the stages need to be pinned more firmly at the base. Sound will bleed underneath. Reuben pins them with binder clips he finds in a box beneath the stage. A Mrs. Westmacott. Reuben holds out his radio. Thomas at registration. The Telegraph have sent a reporter. She's asking for you specifically. Her name's Rosemary Garnett. Tell Thomas I am delighted to discuss the festival program with Miss Garner at her convenience. If she asks about anything other than the festival, I am unavailable. Reuben relays the message. The radio crackles Thomas's acknowledgement, then immediately crackles again Cavery's voice. Agatha, the head of Zeus shipment is 14 boxes, and they've been delivered to the orangery instead of the signing tent. I need the Brennan twins. Send them. And Cavery, the Hachette publicist Natalie Laurent. Has she arrived? 20 minutes ago. She's in the orangery looking for you. I'll find her. Is the Translating the World panel still at 2 in the orangery? Yes. Natalie wants it moved because it clashes with the Val McDermid signing. It doesn't clash. Val's readers and the translation audience are not the same people. I'll tell Natalie myself. Bless you. I've told her twice and she doesn't believe me. At 10:30, Agatha is crossing the south lawn toward the orangery, when a voice she does not recognize calls her name from the direction of the signing tent. A Mrs. Westmacott. Mrs. Westmacott. She turns. A young woman is striding toward her, mid-20s, sharp barb, a press lanyard, notebook in hand. Her jacket is too thin for the weather and her shoes are wrong for gravel. London unmistakably. Preet Sandhu, BBC Arts. She is slightly out of breath. A cameraman trails behind her, bearded, early 30s, shoulder-mounted rig. We're covering the festival for the culture segment. Could I grab you for a few minutes? Just a quick chat about the program, the history. Walk with me, Miss Sandhu. I'm on my way to the orangery. Preet falls into step beside the cart, Daisy driving slowly enough for the interview, but fast enough that the cameraman has to jog. They pass the signing tent, where a queue is already forming for the 11 o'clock session with Abigail Dean, the thriller writer whose follow-up to Girl A has been the most anticipated crime novel of the year. The festival celebrates its 18th year this year, Agatha says. It began with a dozen readings in the village hall, and has grown into one of the principal literary events in the calendar. This year we have over 60 events across 4 days, featuring authors from 14 countries. Wonderful. And I understand there's been some difficulty this week. Regarding the program, we are particularly proud of tomorrow's New Voices from the Global South panel, which features debut novelists from Nigeria, Sri Lanka and Colombia, all published within the last 12 months. The breadth of international talent at this year's festival is, I believe, unmatched by any comparable event. Preet's mouth opens, then closes. The cameraman, who has been framing the shot with professional neutrality, adjusts his angle. I was actually referring to reports that your granddaughter, Miss Sandhu. Agatha's voice does not rise. Her face does not change. She continues to look straight ahead, her hand resting lightly on the rail of the cart, the morning light catching the white of her hair. I am happy to discuss the festival with you for as long as you wish. I have nothing else to offer. In a pause, Preet studies her for a moment, and whatever she finds there or does not find causes her to close her notebook. Could we perhaps talk about the rare books exhibition? I've heard it's extraordinary this year. It is. Ruben will take you to the upper gallery when we reach the orangery. The exhibition opens at 11, and I think you will find it remarkable. There is a Shakespeare first folio under glass that will make your cameraman weep. The orangery. Glass and iron Victorian, warm with the scent of potted lemon trees and jasmine. The morning reception is winding down, canapé trays being cleared, coffee urns steaming, the murmur of conversation filling the space like birdsong. Agatha spots the Penguin Random House party at a corner table. Helena Cross, their senior editor, steel grey hair, reading glasses on her forehead, deep in conversation with a young publicist called Freya Lindqvist, Scandinavian cheekbones, blonde barb, who is photographing everything including the pastries. At the next table, a scout from Suakemp Verlag, Elk Borman, blonde, 50-ish, formidable, is comparing notes with a woman from Gallimard, whose name Agatha does not catch but whose posture says Paris. Near the door, a man from the Wiley agency, not Andrew Wiley himself but a young associate, Tariq Hassan, sharp-suited, intense, is reading the program with a red pen. A Mrs. Westmacott. Helena Cross rises. This is wonderful. The setting is extraordinary. Grace has outdone herself. Grace sends her apologies. She's been taken ill, a virus. Kaveri Sharma has stepped in. Oh, poor Grace. Nothing serious. She'll be right as rain in a few days. The lie is smooth and flat and gone before it lands. Agatha shakes hands, accepts compliments, answers a question from Freya about the signing schedule, and is turning to find Natalie Laurent when the radio on her hip erupts. Agatha. Kaveri fast and clipped. We have a problem in the signing tent. The queue for Abigail Dean has merged with the queue for the bookshop, and nobody knows who's lining up for what. I need bodies. And I need a rope barrier. Send Liam and Ethan. There are rope barriers in the equipment store behind the stable block. Callum Brennan knows where. Already sent Callum for the head of Zeus boxes. Then send Josh. They're interchangeable. A crackling pause. Then copy. Also, The Independent have arrived. A reviewer called Sam Parker. Young. Earnest. He wants to attend the climate fiction panel and wants to know if there's a press area. Front row left. Reserved seats. Tell Thomas. Done. Agatha finds Natalie Laurent at the far end of the orangery. She is mid-30s, dark-haired, precisely assembled, with the contained intensity of a French professional who has been told no twice and intends to hear yes. The conversation lasts 90 seconds. Agatha explains that the Val McDermid signing audience and the Translating the World panel audience overlap by perhaps 15%, that the panel features a debut translator from Pushkin Press, whose rendering of a Senegalese novel has been called the translation event of the decade, and that she personally guarantees Natalie a full room. How can you guarantee that? Natalie asks. Because I have been filling rooms in this village for longer than you have been alive, Miss Laurent, and I have not once been wrong. Natalie looks at her. She nods once. She picks up her coffee and walks away. Reuben appears as a Mrs. Westmacott. The Guardian photographer is in the rose garden. She says the light is perfect and wants to know if she can shoot the garden in full before the crowds come through. Tell her yes, but not the south border. The lavender. A Mrs. Westmacott. Daisy from the doorway. The Faber dog is loose again. The morning becomes the afternoon without a seam. At noon, she passes through the upper gallery, where the rare books exhibition has drawn a crowd 3 deep at the cases. Glass-fronted displays line the walls beneath the skylights. A first edition of Bleak House in original green cloth, Assigned to Kill a Mockingbird, the Shakespeare first folio under bulletproof glass, loaned by a collector in Geneva. A young bibliographer from Christie's, Tarquin Wells, improbably tall, with the startled expression of a wading bird, is explaining the provenance of a recently discovered set of annotations in a first edition Austen to a circle of rapt collectors. Agatha pauses. She examines the Golden Age detective fiction case, Christie, Sayers, Allingham, Marsh, 4 queens under glass, and touches the edge with one finger. Someone who knew the hall. Knew the kitchen. Knew that David was back. Knew about Grace and David 15 years ago. Someone patient. Someone watching. She moves on. At 12:30, the cart carries her down the hill and into the village. The high street is transformed, every shop front open, every pavement crowded, book crates spilling onto the cobblestones. The smell of coffee and frying onions drifts from a food stall on the corner. A busker with an acoustic guitar is playing something plaintive outside Murder, She Drank. A child sits on the steps of the market cross reading a graphic novel, oblivious to everything. Amara Osei and Quinn Gallagher have taken over the volunteer shift. Amara is 23, a postgraduate from Cardiff, tall and angular with close-cropped natural hair and silver hoops in both ears. Quinn Gallagher is 20, red-haired, slight, reading English at Exeter, earnest and accident-prone. She dropped a radio in the ornamental fountain during the morning setup and has been overcompensating with zealous efficiency ever since. She drives the second cart with the tense concentration of someone who will not make another mistake today. A Mrs. Westmacott. Amara radio extended. A cavalry. She's at the bookshop stage on the green. Cavalry's voice, the 1 o'clock reimagining the Canon panel. The chair hasn't shown. Lisa Owens from Atlantic Books, her train was cancelled. Can you moderate? Who are the panelists? Natasha Brown, her second novel is out with Penguin in June. Derek Owusu, the Elliott Prize winner, he's doing a new essay collection with Canongate. And Sarah Collins, the Confessions of Franny Langton author, she's moved to Viking for the new one. Put me on at 1:05. I need to read the panel brief. I'll have Ethan bring it to you. He's on the green now. Ethan Park materializes beside the cart within 2 minutes, slightly winded, holding a printed sheet. Agatha reads it while Quinn Gallagher drives her to the bookshop stage, an open-air platform set up on the village green, flanked by crate displays from Waterstones and an independent distributor called Gardner's. Rows of folding chairs face the stage, filling rapidly. A banner overhead reads Garth-on-Wye live. She steps onto the stage at 1:03. Natasha Brown, early 30s, precise, watchful in a black turtleneck, is already seated. Derek Owusu, mid-30s, broad-shouldered, warm, a gold chain at his throat, is adjusting his microphone. Sarah Collins, 40ish, elegant, her locks gathered loosely at her neck, is pouring water. I'm Agatha Westmacott, she says into the microphone. I am standing in for your chair, who has been delayed. I am 103 years old, which means I have been reading books since before most of your grandparents were born, and I have strong opinions about all of them. Shall we begin? A ripple of laughter. The audience settles. For the next 45 minutes, Agatha guides the conversation through the landscape of contemporary fiction, with the sure-footedness of someone who has been walking this terrain her whole life. She asks Natasha about the pressure of the second novel, after a debut that was received as a generational statement. She asks Derek about essay as a form of resistance. She asks Sarah about the space between historical fiction and invention, and how the writer navigates the gap between what the archive records and what it refuses to say. She does not think about Grace. She does not think about the cell in Hereford. She does not think about Sloane Mercer. She thinks about these three writers, sitting before her in the thin spring sunshine, making something beautiful out of language, and she gives them her full attention because they have earned it, and because it is the only gift she has to offer right now. The panel ends to warm applause. Agatha shakes each hand. Natasha Brown leans in and says quietly, "That was the best moderated panel I've ever done." "Thank you." Agatha squeezes her hand and says nothing, because if she speaks right now her voice will break. At 2:00 she is back at the hall. The afternoon sessions are running. She passes the south drawing room, sage green damask, marble fireplace, portraits of forgotten Twistletons, where true crime, real consequences is underway. Through the half-open door she catches a fragment. A young debut novelist called Yusuf Rahman, whose courtroom thriller The Holding Cell has been longlisted for the Theakston's Crime Novel of the Year, is speaking about the ethics of fictionalizing real suffering. His voice is careful, considered. The room is silent with the quality of attention that only the best speakers command. She moves on. The music room, duck-egg blue walls, gilt mouldings, the acoustically perfect dome, where the next session is being set up. AI and authorship, who writes the future? Featuring a tech journalist from Wired UK, a literary novelist called Daniel Nguyen whose AI co-authored experimental novel has divided the critics down the middle, and a copyright lawyer from Penguin Random House. The chairs are in place. The water is poured. A young volunteer, Maya Singh, 22, law student from Birmingham, dark braid over one shoulder, a quiet authority that makes her seem older, is checking the AV equipment. A Mrs. Westmacott. The Penguin lawyer wants a whiteboard for the copyright segment. Do we have one? There's a flip chart in the estate office. Second floor, east corridor, third door. Take it. Maya goes. The radio crackles. Cavalry again, Agatha. The Richard Osman podcast team have set up in the pub. They're doing a live recording of the rest is murder from the back room at 4. They want to know if they can run a cable out the window for the overflow speakers. As long as they don't block the pavement. The fire marshal last year was very specific. Also, the literary agent from United Agents, Ren Tanaka. He's asking whether you'd consider a private dinner tomorrow evening with 3 of his debut authors. He says he wants them to experience a real English literary gathering. Tell him yes. Twistleton Hall. At 8 o'clock. I'll arrange it. You'll arrange, Agatha. You can't host a dinner on top of everything. I have hosted dinners in this house during considerably more trying circumstances than a book festival, Cavalry. Tell him yes. A pause on the radio. Then Cavalry's voice, stripped of its operational crispness for just a moment. You're extraordinary. You know that, don't you? I am extremely busy. Which is not the same thing. At 3 o'clock she is in the orangery for the Translating the World panel, sitting at the back, checking that Natalie Lawrence's room is full. It is. Every chair is taken. The panel, featuring translators from Pushkin Press, Fitzgeraldo Editions, and Tilted Axis Press, chaired by a literary critic from the White Review, is discussing the Senegalese novel that has been called the translation event of the decade. Agatha listens for 5 minutes. The conversation is subtle and passionate, and exactly what she built this festival to contain. She leaves without being noticed. At 3:15, crossing the first-floor corridor, she encounters a man she recognizes from book jackets and television screens. Sebastian Montague Price, a titan of historical fiction, 15 novels, a CBE, silver-maned, dressed in a linen suit with a maroon silk scarf knotted at his throat, and a glass of red wine in one hand at 3 in the afternoon. He is large in every dimension, and his voice fills the corridor like an organ. A Mrs. Westmacott. He plants himself before her with the confidence of a man who has never entered a room without expecting it to rearrange itself around him. I must tell you something. I have been to Hay. I have been to Edinburgh. I have been to Cheltenham. I spoke at the Jaipur Literature Festival in January and at the Penn World Voices event in New York last spring. He pauses. He sips his wine. He arranges his expression into one of carefully calibrated generosity. This is the finest literary festival I have ever attended. He waits for the reaction. The flush of pleasure. The grateful deflection. How kind, Agatha says. I hope you found a good seat for the Harris lecture this evening. The front rows fill up quickly. He laughs big, theatrical, delighted by the unexpected. I like you, Mrs. Westmacott. You must join me for a drink afterward. I rarely drink, but I am always available for tea. Excuse me. She is past him before he can respond. Amara, walking beside the cot, catches her eye and raises both eyebrows. Is he always like that? Always. It is both his charm and his limitation. At 4 o'clock in the village, the Rest is Murder podcast is recording live from the back room of the Green Man. Through the open window, Agatha can hear Richard Osman's voice, genial, warm, effortlessly funny, interviewing a crime writer whose name she doesn't catch. A crowd of 60 or 70 people is gathered on the pavement outside, listening through the overflow speakers that the podcast team have wired from the windowsill. David Hartley is behind the bar, pulling pints, his face drawn and grey but his hands steady. He meets Agatha's eyes through the window as the cart passes. She holds his gaze for a moment. He nods. She nods. The cart moves on. At 4:30 she passes the bookshop stage on the green, where the Book Talk and Beyond panel is in full swing. Zara Hussain, 24, hijab, 4 million followers, a grin wide enough to power a small city, is explaining to a packed audience how a 15-second video of her reading a romance novel in her car at a McDonald's drive-thru generated 50,000 book sales in a week. The Madeline Milburn agent, Chloe Seeger, leans into her own microphone and says, "That's more than most debut authors sell in a year," and the audience laughs. Ali Hazelwood, sitting at the far end of the panel in a blazer and trainers, is nodding and taking notes. At 5, Cavery's voice on the radio, Agatha. The Robert Harris lecture. Everything's set. Great Hall, 7 o'clock. 300 seats, all allocated. Javier's done the sound, he left the microphone off as you instructed. The backup lectern light is in place. Water glasses, the lectern copy of his speech. I've checked it all. Thank you, Cavery. One more thing. The Guardian feature writer, Louise Carpenter, she's here. She wants 20 minutes with you about the festival for the Saturday supplement. After the Harris lecture. Not before. I told her that. She said fine. And a pause. She also asked about Grace. Grace is unwell. That is the answer. Understood. Another pause. Longer this time. When Cavery speaks again, her voice is lower and she is clearly away from anyone who might overhear. Agatha. She's still here. The cart is moving along the high street. Visitors stream past on both sides. A woman in a rain jacket waves. A man tips his hat. The bakery, Bun with the Wind, has a queue out the door and a cat asleep on the paperback rack beside it. Everything is exactly as it should be. Everything is exactly as Grace built it. And Grace is in a cell. Where? The Larch. She's been in and out all day. Tyler says she had lunch in the bar and spent 2 hours talking to the Wiley associate. She attended the book talk panel. She was in the signing tent at 3. She's watching. Yes. Agatha's hand tightens on the head of her stick. Around her, the festival flows, voices, laughter, the rustle of turning pages, the particular happy hum of 1,000 people gathered in one place for the love of books. Her village. Her creation. Her Eden. And somewhere in it the snake. After the Harris lecture, she says, I'll see her then. The Robert Harris lecture begins at 7. The Great Hall is full, every seat taken, standing room along the walls, a screen in the corridor for the overflow. The hammerbeam roof rises into darkness above the warm light of the reading lamps. The tapestries glow. The leaded windows hold the last of the evening sky, violet fading to indigo. Harris speaks for 50 minutes about history, fiction, the seductions of power, and the writer's obligation to the truth that lies beneath the facts. The audience does not move. Agatha sits in the front row, her hands folded on her stick, Willow dozing at her feet. She listens. Someone patient. Someone who plans. Someone who came to this village with a purpose that has nothing to do with books. Someone who knew enough to write a note in David's hand. Someone who knew enough to bring Ellen to the hall at the exact moment Grace would arrive. Someone who stood outside and waited while a woman died and an innocent girl was destroyed. Someone who is still here. In this village. Watching. Harris finishes to a standing ovation. Agatha rises with the room. She applauds. She shakes his hand and tells him it was the finest lecture in the festival's history, and she means it. The hall empties. The volunteers stack chairs, collect programs, sweep floors. The lights in the long gallery go off one by one. The caterers pack down. The day, impassably, is done. Agatha gives Louise Carpenter of The Guardian her 20 minutes, crisp, warm, focused entirely on the festival, on the village, on the love of books that built this place. Louise is 50-ish, silver-haired, shrewd, and does not push on the subject of Grace. She has been told. She has decided to respect it. Agatha is grateful. At 8:30 she finds Cavery in the entrance hall, clipboard in hand, directing the last of the volunteers. Go home, Agatha says. Sleep. I'll sleep when this is over. It's day 1. You cannot run on nothing for 4 days. Watch me. Cavery looks at her. Where are you going? There is someone I must see. Cavery holds her gaze. She does not ask who. Take Quinn Gallagher. She's still here. She can drive. I don't need. Take her. The Larch. The high street is quiet now, the bookshops dark, the cobblestones wet with the rain that finally came at 6 and stopped at 7. Light spills from the pub's windows onto the pavement. The evening crowd has thinned, the coaches have gone, the day visitors have left, and what remains is the hardcore. Publishers, agents, authors, the people who stay late and talk books and drink too much and wake up tomorrow and do it again. Quinn Gallagher parks the cart and looks at her, uncertain. She is young. She has been running all day. Her red hair is plastered to her forehead with dried rain, and she looks as though she could sleep for a week. Wait here, Agatha says. I won't be long. Are you sure, Mrs. Westmacott? I could. Wait here. She gets out. She straightens her cardigan. She adjusts her grip on her stick. The wisteria on the Larch's facade is in bloom, the purple clusters hanging heavy in the damp air, their scent thick and sweet. She walks inside. The bar is warm and loud. She passes through it without stopping. Though she has seen Benedict Ferro of the TLS raises a hand, Sebastian Montague Price lifts his wine glass in salute. Elk Bowman from Sewercamp nods from a corner table, and she returns none of them. Her eyes are on the staircase at the back. Tyler the barman, shaved head, sleeve tattoos, and earring, catches her eye from behind the bar. He tilts his chin upward. Room 6, Mrs. W. She's in. Thank you, Tyler. The staircase is narrow and old, the treads worn smooth by 200 years of feet. The banister is polished by 1,000 hands. Her stick finds each step. She climbs. Room 6. End of the corridor. A strip of light beneath the door. She stands before it. The day is in her bones. Every hour, every crisis, every smile she manufactured and question she deflected and decision she made, while her granddaughter sat in a cell in Hereford. The weight of it presses down on her. Shoulders, hips, knees, the base of her spine where the old injury from 1943 still whispers on cold nights. She is 103 years old, and she has been on her feet since dawn, and she could, at this moment, sit down on the threadbare carpet of this corridor and close her eyes, and no one on earth would blame her. She raises her hand. She knocks. Footsteps. And a pause. The door opens. Sloane Mercer stands in the doorway in stockinged feet, a glass of white wine in her hand, her blonde hair loose. She sees Agatha, and for one unguarded instant her expression is bare surprise, and then a flicker of something that tightens the corners of her mouth. Mrs. Westmacott. The smile that follows is careful, measured, sharp at the edges. What a surprise. Agatha looks at her. She holds the look the way she has held the look of far more dangerous people than this, in far darker rooms than this, in a lifetime that Sloane Mercer knows nothing about and cannot begin to imagine. Miss Mercer, she says, I think you had better invite me in.